Good evening, good evening, good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing? Good to see everybody here. Welcome to another Stage of Reason. I am JL, and this is the channel Bridge the Divide. So appreciate everybody being here. Yes, let's see who we have in the chat today before we pick up too much. We got Andrew O was popped in, said Andrew's got other commitments, but he'll be back in a little bit later. And that'll be cool because we'll see. Hopefully, we'll have some conversations going on. Spam is here. Good to see you, Spam. Thanks so much for being here. Mystery Man Original as well. Good to see you, Mystery Man. Wrote a last name is hanging out. Good to see you, Bud. As well as Jay Vers says, speaking of Noah's Flood, did no one else have boats? Good point. Good to see you, Jay Vers. Jinju as well. Says over under on JL being muted. I win because I wasn't. Glad I took no bets. Good to see you. I see we only got a handful of people in the chat right now, so I know that there's other lives going on, so we'll see if things pick up a little bit later. I think it'll be pretty cool. But I appreciate everybody being here. And for anybody who might be new, this is the Stage of Reason, where we talk to believers about what they believe and why, or have them or ask questions about how, as a non-believer, we justify things in our worldview. Any believers who may pop into the chat are more than welcome to come up on the stage. The link is pinned in the side chat, so we'll be more than happy to have that conversation. Right now, it's just me, but others may pop in later. We may see Tony. Probably going to see Andrew in a few hours, but might see Tony as well, or maybe some others. So maybe there will be some Christians that want to come along and talk about what they believe and why. As a matter of fact, I'm putting feelers out, kind of putting hooks out to see if anybody wants to come in. And we'll see what happens. But I hope everyone's doing all right. Let's see. Spam says, I refuse to believe in other lives until they have sufficiently demonstrated, in just a case, behold, distraction bacon. Yes. So, yep. Hopefully we'll have a decent show. We had a really, really good show on last Wednesday. That was a really, really exciting one. Some good conversations. Had a couple of, I would say, maybe some individuals who tried to come in and troll, but it's hard to troll. I try to make it as difficult as possible to troll here. Like the precept guy that came in and wanted to just basically kind of ramrod tag, which we're already profoundly familiar with, and that didn't go as well as he thought it would. So excellent, Javers. Javers is 25 minutes until shift is over. Then I'll have a good day. Awesome. Sounds good. Sounds good. But yeah, hopefully we'll get some believers in to have a chat about whatever's on their minds. If they have questions for me, I already had one person on Discord say, challenge to prove that, show that a universe can exist without a God, but there's no logical contradiction there. But I'd love to hear how they defend their position without, begging the question or being logically fallacious. That should be entertaining. Matter of fact, I think I might send this one over to this one as well. Here I am, like shooting out invitations. There, God. And we'll see if anybody wants to pop in and have a chat. Hopefully, if it's just me, I think it'll be pretty solid. Just like my one-on-ones tend to go pretty well, as far as like how I would say. I think they're more effective. Like me one-on-one with somebody tends to be a little bit more effective than like a whole panel, but we tend to keep it pretty chill here. We don't dogpile and, try to keep the conversation on point. Good to see you, Jessica. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate that support. And P. Fletch is here as well. Good to see you, P. Fletch. And for anybody who might be new, who is hanging out, the link to join the stage is pinned in the chat right there. I believe YouTube, where it is, might have it on the bottom, but the link is pinned in there, so you can click that, and it'll take you right to the StreamYard, and we can bring you on. We can have a chat. Let's see. Aang couldn't understand why his argument is fallacious. They rarely do understand why their arguments are fallacious. Sometimes it can be difficult if they don't understand. Well, first and foremost, it requires it really does require kind of an understanding, like a basic understanding of what fallacies are and why they're fallacious. So without that understanding, it's hard to kind of like force that unless you, and a lot of them are not really interested in learning. So, or finding, because the possibility of their worldview being fallacious, to that extent is pretty difficult. P. Fletch says, I'm not a Christian, I'm an atheist. That's cool. I think he was talking about Aang. I'm trying to remember who Aang was, but okay, that's cool, P. Fletch. Absolutely. And of course, questions are always welcome in the side chat. If you don't feel like coming up or if you're not ready to be on stage, that's quite all right. I try to star questions or star comments so that we can address them in the interim when I don't have a conversation going on. So you feel free to put anything there. If you have a question regarding something that theists do, if you have a question about my worldview, just to kind of get additional information, I'm always happy to answer questions about that. I also have content that we can review while waiting for any potential people to come up. I do have a big one that I was planning on releasing as a video, but it's a response to Trent Horn regarding new atheism. I may do that, but it's a pretty long one. We did a pretty long one yesterday responding on the last one talking to responding to David Wood's. I think that David Wood response is pretty solid because it was just beyond silly, for someone who thinks he has Trent. But for someone who thinks he's got a real beat on stuff, the David Wood one was pretty bad. That was a pretty terrible apologetics vid. How do you know a theist is in the chat? I'll let you figure it out because it's really obvious. Well, there's a lot of different ways, but yeah, Trent Horn is a smug, condescending, POS. He really is. But especially the whole deconverted, his whole conversion to Catholicism and how it's the truth and like that. It's just it's just trading one silly hat for another is pretty much all it is. Trading one funny hat for another. Spam says, I've not picked up a new pet topic yet. Alas, still gathering options on the cardiocentrism silliness. Oh, and exoplanet detection and life in other systems. Oh, it wasn't Aang, it was a typo of and. Okay, gotcha. Thank you, Jen. Appreciate that. Oh, thank you so much. Reverb is here. Good to see you, Reverb, for the $1 super chat. I do appreciate that, Reverb. That support goes a long way. Thank you so much. No message, but that's okay. I appreciate that very, very much. There was something in my Discord that 8-bit brought up. And this always gets me. It says, I'm also keeping notes about presetting live vid times just people can glance at the live tab. Okay, so yeah, in response to that's from Dens. Oh yeah, establishing it several days in advance. As far as my lives, I probably should start doing that, is scheduling these several days out in advance so that people will know when to show up. But 8-bit had this. Okay, so 8-bit was. I made a comment. So this goes to something that that Jessica brought up, and I thank you, Jessica. The links that you provide in my Discord are always really, really informative. So Daily Disinformation, which is a channel, the Daily Disinformation dropped a video that basically dissected the problem with ground news. Okay, because everybody's seeing ground news all over the place. Everybody's sponsored by ground news. I have gotten requests from multiple different companies to run sponsorships. Predominantly, I've gotten a bunch from Raycon, but I haven't gotten a ground news request yet, or request from ground news. But I don't do them because it just feels very awkward with the type of content that I do. So I don't do any of those kinds of things. But I love this video breaking down exactly what the problem with ground news is. And the problem with ground news, essentially, you boil it down to it, is essentially the problem with all kinds of things like this. It's capitalism. It's selling a product. This is what ground news is doing. They're selling a product and doing what they can to sell that product. And it's the same tactics that you hear all the time across the board. The video is in my Discord in the channel chat. So feel free to go and watch it. It's a really, really good breakdown. It's not even that long. So I think it's like 15, 17 minutes long, but it's a really, really good one. It's a good breakdown. And in the sense, it's as usual. I commented, as usual, capitalism ruins everything. The drive for profit ruins everything. And then 8-bit or Chris asked me, how exactly does capitalism ruin everything? So obviously what I'm talking about there is unfettered capitalism, like unfettered, unregulated capitalism does destabilize the free market because now we try to put laws in place to keep things from monopolies and antitrust laws, but those more and more are rarely enforced unless they become so egregious that they become enforceable. But the more, I mean, the longer these things are in play, the more the law can be bought and twisted to allow these things to happen, especially if it's just like a conglomerate of groups, like maybe 4 or 5, or maybe even less, that can buy up and section off parts of the country like they do with the internet. Where it's not one company that's owning everything, but 5 who have all agreed to like essentially kind of not compete with one another, and they just hack up the country into sections, and everybody has their own little fiefdom of where to run their product. And so this is problematic. And so unfettered, unregulated capitalism does lead to the regular person, or I guess I say the public, getting the short end of the stick, which is, terrible, which never works out well. So capitalism, in my eyes, does ruin everything. And then he asked me, and ruins according to what objective metric? And this brought up something that has nothing to do with capitalism, but I hope Chris does hear this. Chris, and because you do the same, because it's the same thing that theists do all the time, is that a statement is made that is obviously a matter of opinion. My opinion is that capitalism ruins everything. There are people out there that don't think that it does. I think that unfettered, unregulated capitalism is necessary to stimulate a free market, that it incentivizes people to bust their ass and force competition. But that's not the way it really works anymore, given the control over how advertising and marketing works. So if you have the money to do that, you can buy up those advertising slots, and it makes it like infinitely more difficult for smaller companies to gain the level of you would say like public awareness in order to drive their products. It's very, very difficult. So it does create an unbalanced playing field in that respect for people who are able to hoard wealth to that degree, or companies who can do that and buy these things outright for long-term contracts that that the little man or the little business can't compete with. So obviously this is giant. Now, this is my opinion. Okay. This is not stating some sort of objective standard, but 8-bit or Chris, you do the exact same thing when it's like when theists ask, in a moral anti-realist position, like murder is permissible. And it's like, no, because the term you're using has the implication of it being defined as being immoral. It's the justification behind it. So, which provides the relativistic position, or the stance reference as to whether or not it is permissible or impermissible. And so you did the exact same thing, Chris. You said, I made an opinion based upon my stance and based upon the evidence and what I see. And then something that could have been good ideas that are ruined by capitalistic endeavor. And then you immediately think that I'm making an objective mind stance independent statement. It's the same shit that theists do all the time. And it's really, really annoying. I do not know why someone just, and you seem to do this a lot. And theists will do this a lot. They will make, and he'll hear somebody make a statement and then think that they're automatically making a statement that reflects like a mind stance independent evaluation of the universe, when it's not. And they'll try to force them into that to try and trap them in some like logical inconsistency, when they just acknowledge that they're making a statement based upon their stances, which is just fine. Just like the theist makes theirs based upon their stances. So that, it's pretty simple. So, but I guess to try and force the conversation. Who else? We got some more people up here in the chat. Good to see everybody. Let me see who we have. Claire View is here. Says, listening while working. Been a long time. Glad to catch you live, JL. Good to see you, Claire. I hope you are doing well. It has been a long time no see. I hope you're doing well. Thanks so much for being here. Primordial Puggles is here as well. Good morning. BV. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. As well as God equals the square root of -1. Good to see you. Says, there is good and recent evidence to support JL's position. 2008 is a good example. Check out the film Inside Job. Absolutely. The 2008 housing crisis was, I think the 2008 housing crisis, the dot-com bubble, when the dot-com bubble burst, the 2008 housing crisis, the fact that the AI bubble that's currently going on right now, any giant market that has gotten to the degree that it is, the crypto bubble as well. These things, this is how capitalism ruins it, when there's no regulation on these things. And I understand that there are arguments against regulation. I understand that there are arguments for. What I see ultimately in the long term is balancing is balancing the haves and the have-nots. Is that the more the haves have the ability to withhold the bulk of what's available to other people, the less likely they're able to get their hands on it, especially when they can influence legislation to make it even harder for other people to get it. A primary example of this, and this doesn't just play out in economics, it plays out in politics as well. Just like Greg Abbott was out walking his dog one morning, and after a recent storm, and a giant branch fell out of a tree and landed on him and broke his back. That's how Greg Abbott wound up in a wheelchair. Well, he sued the insurance company, the homeowner's insurance company, because it was their tree, it was on their property. So he sued that property owner's insurance company and won an enormous settlement. He used that settlement to bankroll his bid for governor, and now he's been governor for years. The kicker on this is that one of the first things he did as governor was he immediately pulled up the ladder by passing state legislation that there was a cap on how much an insurance company could be sued for, that you couldn't go above that cap. So essentially, the thing that happened to him that allowed his rise into political power, nobody else could use that in the state of Texas, which is just him shoring it up. Nobody could, now somebody could arguably say there could be a giant storm come through Texas, somebody's wandering around looking for giant, branches to fall on them. Well, doesn't matter. He put a cap on that. So it could be a car accident. It could be something of that nature. There's a cap on how much you can do that. Like a company, one of their fleet trucks, winds up in a massive car accident. There's a cap on how much you can sue them for. So, which sucks. That essentially that's where it is. I would say in a more fairly representative society, this would not be possible. It would not be possible for a governor to be able to just arbitrarily do that. Atomic Punk, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Weirdo CK, good to see you. Clive Wells is hanging out. Thank you for the obligatory alternative energy. I appreciate that. And cool. Two new really cool tattoos. I got to get some new ink. I really do. I've gotten a fair amount. I want to get some more. Tattoos are they're like Pringles. P Fletch for $2 says, "Sup? What are your thoughts on the SPLC fraud case? The Southern Poverty Law Center? I haven't heard anything about it. I'm kind of curious about this. The SPLC, I'm pretty sure that's the Southern Poverty Law Center. SPLC. Let me see. April 21st, a federal grand jury indicted the Southern Poverty Law Center on multiple criminal charges, including wire fraud, bank fraud, and conspiracy to commit money laundering. The indictment alleged that the organization engaged in a 9-year, $3 million fraud operation by using donations to pay confidential informants, including leaders in white supremacist groups, without informing donors that their money was being used this way. Misuse of funds, manufacturing extremism, concealment, payments to informants, to field sources, or the Fs. Between 2014 and 2023, one informant was reportedly paid over $1 million while affiliated with the neo-Nazi National Alliance. Unite the Right rally, prosecutors claim an SPLC informant was in the leadership chat group that planned the 2017 Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville and helped coordinate transportation for it. Ouch. False and a political attack. Hey, if the DOJ, if the evidence is there and they were manufacturing extremism, instead of dismantling these groups, the SPLC was manufacturing the extremism it purports to oppose by paying sources to stoke racial hatred. If it's true, obviously these are allegations. If it's true, then they need to be shut down, completely. So basically funding double agents, that's wild. But if it's true, they've made the allegations. If it is true, they obviously need to be shut down. Would it be the first time that a major, an individual or a group has been caught manipulating the market, which is kind of what that is market manipulation? So Trump does it, obviously did it multiple times. Pretty much the vast majority of people in Congress do it all the time. So there you go. So I see it's got there. The allegations have been made, and obviously they need to go to trial in order to present that evidence. So, I don't know what's going to happen, or if they'll try to plea out, or what they're going to just strike some kind of deal with the DOJ. I'm not 100% sure, but I guess we'll find out, or they'll lose their 501c3 status and get shut down, or something of that nature. Who knows? But paying informants is standard undercover operations work. Agreed, Jessica. If it's true, if it all comes out and the evidence is there, it wouldn't surprise me because I was about to say it kind of has the feel of like double dipping, but it's generating your own product is what it is. It's like, like V for Vendetta, create the virus, release the virus, blame it on other people, and then go in with the cure or the vaccine that you created so you can prop yourself up as the savior. It's some V for Vendetta shit. This kind of crap has been around for forever. You think this goes back to Nero, This goes back to Nero. Set the great fire of Rome, burn down the area that you want to have burned down, demonize the Christians as being the cause for it, and then reward the people by building the amphitheater that you wanted to build the entire time. So you look like you're giving something that you created the problem, and then you let theists do it all the time. That's what Christianity does. Christianity creates the problem, sells it to you, and then creates the cure and sells you the cure. So and it wouldn't surprise me because groups, political groups and individuals have been doing it the whole time. They've always been doing this. It's difficult to tell what's real or what's going on nowadays because thanks to the internet. Clyde Will says, sounds like Palpatine would have been proud funding both sides of a dispute. Yeah, arms dealers. If you ever watch Lord of War, that kind of thing. You fund certain groups in order to facilitate political outcomes or regime change. Shit, the U.S. government was doing that crap. Think about what happened in Iran. So what we did to Iran. So you sit there, set it up so that the Shah is in place, then the Shah eventually takes a position that's against us. Then we organize his deposement, and then somebody else comes in. So we want democracy we want democracy in the country so long as the democracy benefits America and doesn't just benefit themselves. American democracy benefits Americans only, and the democracy in other countries benefits America only. Essentially what it is what we've always done. And anytime we've instituted regime change, and it always bites us in the ass. Yet we still continue to do it. Well, Jessica, I think the thing is that they're alleging that they're not paying people for intelligence. They're paying people to manufacture outrage so that they can then act against that outrage. They're creating their own product. The SPLC's product was staunchly against extremism and fighting against extremism like that. Well, if nobody's an extremist, they have no product to sell. That's their business model. Their business, if nobody is out there doing extreme shit, then they have no business. So you need to go out there and find people who are extremists, who are not engaged in the behavior, pay them a bunch of money in order to be engaged in the behavior, and then you have something to fight against. And the person who's engaged in the stuff doesn't give a shit because they're getting a bunch of money out of it. Maybe. It's alleged. It's all alleged. So I guess we'll find out. Jverse for $5 says, I'm about out of here, but hitting the bar on the way home, so have a beer on me. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Drive safe. B says, you were repeating right-wing talking points, JL. Okay, so hang on a sec. I'm saying that from what I saw, these are alleged complaints. They are alleged to have done these things. It's possible that it's all false, that the SPLC has been entirely innocent of this stuff. If they're guilty, then it wouldn't surprise me. But if they're innocent, the fact that there was a hit job also doesn't surprise me anymore. So I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm saying that we don't have all the evidence to say whether or not they're guilty. What I will say is that either way, presence of a hit job or they're actually guilty of doing that, I'm not surprised either way. So it wouldn't shock me. This is the world in which we live. Jared Reed, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. They're trying to acorn the SPL. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. So it's clearly BS since it's coming from the Trump administration. That also, BV, excellent point. That is also, I would say nowadays, given what we know, solid evidence against it being true. Demonizing a particular group that has been demonizing him. It's just a lash out attack in order to distract from something else. So entirely possible. Okay, I don't think we have enough information to side down, and I'm not going to be one of those cats that jumps on a grenade, because I think because it validates me to jump on that particular grenade. I will wait till the dust settles. It's kind of like The whole situation with Luigi Mangione. He wasn't there. He was hanging out with me that night eating pizza. I don't know why they haven't, and they won't accept my testimony. But but yeah, it's alleged. Whether he did it or not, is literally has been undecided. A lot of people have already, a lot of people have already made up their minds about it. But as the evidence is coming in and evidence is getting eliminated because of technical errors on behalf of law enforcement, because they were so desperate and there was so much pressure up above to get them, or to try and like get them, they may have, or to get a culprit, they may have screwed up. They may have totally screwed the pooch on it. And I think the hint of that will be if we start getting reports that the state is trying to push hard for like a plea. If the state goes hard and drops like the capital offense charges and tries to push for like a plea out, for something maybe like second degree manslaughter, or maybe even second degree, and then he like 25 to life, out with good behavior, something to that degree, then I will say that they totally screwed the pooch. They're trying to salvage their case in the eyes of the upper class. Because if it gets totally tossed and there's no case because they have no evidence, because the law enforcement screwed it up, that's on them. And per the law, he deserves to go free if they have no case and they have no evidence to present. They can't just go on like opinion. And yeah, BB, to just do more crap to distract from Iran and the Epstein files and the state of the economy, job loss, the fact that Spirit Airlines just recently went down. That's a loss of jobs because the government wouldn't bail them out. And I'm glad they didn't. I'm actually glad the government didn't bail out Spirit Airlines, because if a company makes poor decisions and the public doesn't buy them, then that company deserves to fail because they weren't competitive in the market. That's how it's supposed to work. Not just like with the housing industry. The housing industry should have been allowed to collapse. Now, I understand the devastating economic, reverberations through it, like the domino effect throughout the entire world. If the 2008 had resulted in the collapse and bankers had been arrested and put in jail en masse, and CEOs were didn't get their golden parachutes, I recognize that. But sometimes the system does have to collapse in order to rebuild it better, so that don't make the same mistakes again. Because by bailing out the banks, the government's basically told them that they can get away with it because they're too big to fail. The same thing's going on with the auto industry as well. The auto industry is currently in a bubble. We may see the exact same thing. We're seeing it with AI as well. All kinds of problems. So because we refuse to learn our lesson, I guess, or Congress, the public has, and Congress doesn't give a shit. So we've got files. We need trials. I agree with that. And perhaps the governor of LA declaring a state of emergency and suspending the election. Yeah, that's not good. Trump should have taken it over and then bankrupted later. That's true. He probably would have naturally. The orange idiot. Spam, because the orange idiot has a tell. We know when he's lying. You can tell he's lying by the way his lips move when he talks. Absolutely. So taxes need to be enforced, and loopholes that allow corporations to get away with paying no tax needs to be eliminated as well. Now, I do get the idea that if the like Jeff Bezos used to do, like early in the day, Jeff Bezos is a complete monster, but early on when Amazon was starting up, and I think there are people in this chat who probably remember when Amazon was kicking off and was a very small company. But when Amazon was kicking off, Bezos did the right thing and a very, very smart business maneuver. And any profit that they made, he immediately dumped back into the company. So the company, like Amazon, for like a long time was not profitable, which is very good when it comes to tax season. So because they're not making any money, because any like profit is going back in to support their infrastructure and to build their infrastructure, which was a brilliant move. But at a point that ends, just given the sheer size and scope of the company. And so someplace like Amazon, or like, Elon Musk and all of his stuff paying zero taxes because they made no profit is absolutely insane. But again, how can they do that and survive? Well, that's because of the whole loan investment, pay off the principal, pay off principal with with ROI. That whole scheme where they're constantly borrowing and paying off with the interest with the interest accrued off of the investments they made with what they borrowed, that kind of crap, crazy. So that, I mean, it's just gaming the system is all it is. OpenAI is not profitable. Yeah, maybe one day it will be. But and as far as Clive Wells says, what's the latest on the Trump Epstein files? Nobody is talking about it. Nobody's talking about Ghislaine Maxwell. Nobody is talking about any upcoming trials or anybody. So I have no idea because like we're all distracted by something else. Everyone's looking over here because there's some new atrocity that's come down the pipeline. Iran has definitely distracted a lot of people away from the atrocities of this administration by committing atrocities somewhere else. So, and I mean, the Iran thing is still going on. And now people aren't even really talking about that much, except for like the peace deal, obviously, because nothing massive has really happened. So, I mean, people, misdirection. Yeah, it's what it is. It's just misdirection. It's a magic act. You're right, Jared Reed. It is a magic act. We live in a time where we have multiple Watergate events per week. Yeah, that was a Legal Eagle that said that. Yep. But what do we do? But here, I mean, we can talk about politics. We can talk about the State of the Union. I'm really interested in having conversations with believers about what they believe and why. If you do happen to be a believer, yes, Atomic Punk. It's all kayfabe. It is all kayfabe. That is what it is. But if you are a believer and would like to talk about what you believe and why, the link is pinned in the chat. You can join me on stage, and we can, or I can answer questions about, my worldview or how I justify things. But I'd love to have a conversation about this stuff and possibly even, explain how belief in a God is not rationally justified. MAGA definitely hates mirrors. They're like vampires. They definitely hate mirrors. WWE is worse. WWE is more entertaining, at least. At least there's some, it's goofy, mindless fun. I remember, I don't know, I think pretty much everybody here might have been, I don't know. I'm not going to say everybody in the chat, but I know I was a fan of WWE at one point. My favorite is the Attitude Era. My favorite was Stone Cold Steve Austin at a time, when the big three hitters was Stone Cold, The Rock, and Triple H. And then you had, Kurt Angle and a bunch of others. But, as time goes on, things obviously change. And then, of course, recently, I think it was last year, the documentary about Vince McMahon came out, and that absolute monster that he is, monstrous sex pest, gross human being. And that came out, and, it falls. Attitude Era was peak. Agreed, Fletch. But I have a fondness for the Golden Era. Golden Era WWE or WWF. Golden Era WWF when Hulk and Macho Man and Roddy Piper. I remember the animated series. Hulk was the hero and Roddy Piper was the villain, leading the bad guys. And Macho Man Randy Savage and Andre the Giant and Jake the Snake and Sergeant Slaughter. And I mean, I remember those days. Those were good times. Those were good times. The golden age of pro wrestling. World Wildlife Fund. I honestly, I saw a video recently. The WWF needs to change its logo from a giant panda to a red panda. They need to do that. And there's the plane ride from hell. WWF, not to be confused with the WWF. They merged to become the World Wildlife Wrestling Foundation. The Wildlife Wrestling Foundation. Yes. Thank you, Fletch. The red panda is the true panda. Agreed. Andre the Giant was a legend. Was an absolute legend. I remember those days. It's too bad that Hulk Hogan lost his mind and became a douche. But I have nothing but love for Roddy Piper. That dude was amazing. So many just good people back there. There were some bad ones. You could argue that Hulk, that Terry played the game, and Terry played the game and played it well. But when you play politics to that extreme, you're always going to wind up alienating people, and which is essentially what happened. But I think Terry played the politics of wrestling really, really well, and a lot of people didn't like him for that because makes him a douche, but nonetheless, he was up there. He was amazing. As far as like the work that he did, going out there on the road 300 days, 300 days a year taking the punishment that he did all the time. I got to give it to him. I got to. Same thing with Triple H. And Val Venus is a frauditor now. Oh, that's just sad. Oh, the Jim Cornette stories. Oh, I tell you, Mankind. Mankind is one of my favorite people. Not just as a wrestler. Mankind, Dude Love, Cactus Jack, playing all three. I remember seeing the Royal Rumble in which he came in as all three characters, which was just brilliant. Loved that shit. And Goldust is also one of my favorite because that dude was just straight up comedian. Goldust was great. My heart still breaks about Eddie and Chris Benoit and Eddie. So Mick. I don't think there was a harder working individual in wrestling than Mick Foley. That man has my undying respect, and he's just a good person. There's the character and then there's the person, just like Stone Cold. I like Steve Austin. Steve Austin is a good guy. Steve Austin is a good dude. I also remember the tag team matches, the Hardy Boys, the Dudley brothers, the Dudleys, the Hardy Boys, Edge, and what's the other dude's name? Oh, I forgot. Oh, damn it, Edge. Who did he? It was like the three major ones, the three major tag team groups. It was the Dudley Boys, the Dudley Boys, the Hardy Boy. Edge and Christian. Thank you, Edge and Christian. Thank you, Atomic Punk. Edge, Christian, and Gangrel. Oh, Gangrel. I remember that stuff. I thought Steve Austin was a $6 million man. $6 million man? Are you insane? Edge and Christian. Thank you so much. Edge and Christian. The Hardy Boys. The Hardy Boys and Lita. I had a crush on Lita for a while. And then, oh man, this is bringing up memories. This is bringing up serious memories. Oh, Rikishi, fucking Mysterio, Rey Mysterio blew our minds. I remember, I got two instances. I got to see SmackDown once, and I got to see Raw once, live at American Airlines Center. And I remember seeing, going at one of the lives we went to, I think it was SmackDown. We got to see, because if anybody in the chat has never been to a live, like a WWE taping, like back then, it was like the WWE taping. But if anybody's ever been to a live show, essentially the show starts about an hour, 45 minutes to an hour before the live event, before the cameras start rolling. And then you have a bunch of stuff going on that are typically that are dark matches. Dark matches they go on for the live crowd, but they're not on television. And then you typically have like 3 or 4 dark matches that happen. And then you go to the live show, which typically lasts 2 hours. And then once the cameras roll off, once the cameras cut at 9:00, typically the wrestlers will still be out there on stage, and they'll be like doing something, playing up for the crowd, doing, whatever like this. So, what we got to see was, when we got there, we got the dark matches we got to see. It was the first time we'd ever seen Brock Lesnar. We had never seen this cat before. And he wasn't like, it was I can't remember, it was a few months before he actually made his debut, where he showed up on screen. But we saw Brock Lesnar dark match. And when that man came out on the mat, it was like, who is this cat? I mean, we'd never seen him before, and it just blew our minds. The dude, just the size and the power of the guy. But he comes out, starts wrecking. So we saw Brock Lesnar in a dark match, and this was at the height of the what era, the Steve Austin what that whole thing. This was like the height of that. And then at the end of the show, at the end of it, once they cut, Steve Austin and Triple H stayed out there on the mat and just improv for like half an hour, and those two together working together were just absolutely hysterical. Just like running their characters and just doing straight improv off one another was just fucking. We were rolling out of our chairs. I did not realize how funny those guys were. When the match is over, the cameras are not rolling, they're just playing to the audience like they're on stage. Like it's theater. And those dudes were hilarious. So that was a lot of fun. But that was pretty cool. Jared Reed says, every year Mick and his family come down to Noble's Amusement Park in Ellsberg, PA. Nice. Very cool. I would love to meet Mick one day. I have such enormous respect for him. That would just be like, I'd love to meet Steve. I'd love to meet Steve Austin. I think it'd be cool. I think that would be really neat. I loved his and Undertaker, obviously Undertaker. The chemistry he had with Undertaker on their podcast was absolutely amazing. But I'd love to meet Mick. Mick just feels like a person that I could have some extensive conversations with. And I know that these might be just my interpretations of characters, like I'm attributing things about their character to their actual person. From what I've seen about Steve, he's a really, really good dude, really, really down to earth. I just don't know if he's the kind of I just don't know if he's the kind of person that he and I would have same conversations about things that we enjoy. He seems to be like a lot of interest in other stuff that is kind of secondary to me. So, but Mick seems like a guy whose mind is kind of in a place similar to mine, where we could have extensive conversations about stuff. You just kind of get that feeling about people, but I could just be interpreting their characters that way. Maybe that's it. Young old boy, good to see you. Says, LOL, what a gay set of prompts. Well, Young, I appreciate you being here. I've never seen you in the chat before, but thank you for hanging out. If you'd like to discuss any one of these, you're more than welcome to click on the link and come on stage, and we can have a chat about it. Okay. Or if you're just here to troll, then the mods will take care of you. But you're more than welcome. Any believers are more than welcome to click on the link and come up on stage. You don't have to be on camera, but we love to hear what you have to say. Okay, Coin, you're probably going to get yourself muted or timed out if you keep running with that crap. Oh, Jared met Daphne before she passed. Very cool. Oh, I'm a bit offended you mentioned the Attitude Era without Bret Hart's name. Okay, obviously the Hart legacy, the Hart dynasty, legendary dynasty, and of course Owen, Rip. That was tragic. I remember watching that live. That was just awful. And of course Bret the Hitman Hart. Amazing dude. I mean, so yeah. And I apologize. There were so many names. I couldn't possibly name the entire roster. Jinju's, I recall Ivan Putzley, Greg Valentine, and Jimmy Snuka. Oh, Jimmy Snuka. Oh, yeah. Ivan Putski, Greg Valentine, and Jimmy Snuka. Oh, Jimmy Snuka. Iron Claw. My dad used to do the Iron Claw to me when I was a kid. God, But yeah, good times. Good freaking times. Man, that brings back a lot of memories. I remember specifically going over to we had like a weekly standing event. We would go over to my friend's house, my friend Josh's house, and it would be me and Josh and our friend Graham and his dad and his brother. And we would go over there like 30 minutes beforehand, have a bunch of food, pizza, and other stuff like this, and we would watch wrestling. It was like a weekly event. I back when when SmackDown was every Thursday. So. Oh, so much fun. Oh, those are some good memories. Those are good memories. I remember watching the infamous Hell in a Cell, the big Hell in a Cell event. And then I remember we found out that WrestleMania played at Hooters. And we used to go to Hooters and get a shit ton of Bentley wings and watch WrestleMania. Until, of course, Hooters got sued and they couldn't air that stuff anymore because it was considered a public display of that private deal. So. Let's see. I'd love to. I'd love to meet Mick one day. That would be really cool. Well, here I am just vamping, and hopefully eventually we'll have a believer who's willing to come up on the stage and talk about what they believe and why. I'd love to have that chat. Had a couple of trolls in the chat. More than likely, I see that the mods are probably handling that, which is a good thing. Like some gross people. WWE with Randy Macho Man Savage, Hulk Hogan, The Undertaker. Oh, Taker. Taker was the man. I like Taker. Taker and Glenn Jacobs. Kane. The big red machine, or the big red machine. I know there were other words for him, the big red R, but I liked Kane. I think as big as Kane was, what impressed me the most was when I saw him lift another wrestler with only his back. the wrestler was hanging on, like, so he was down and Kane was standing up and he was bent over with his head towards the ground. So he was bent like that. And a wrestler was tied up around his upper body. So legs were around him and he was basically holding on to him like that. And Kane went from standing straight, not bending his knees. He may have bent his knees up, but it wasn't from like a squat position where he pressed him up. He literally just lifted him up. So you could tell by all of it was the small of his back. It was just all back. There was obviously some forearms, like that when hauling him up, but he just picked him up like that. And that blew my mind. That's how I knew that man was just phenomenally powerful, just ridiculously powerful. Yep. Keep an eye on those trolls. Maybe some people who need to get timed out. But yeah, I remember that dude that shocked me how powerful that guy was. It really did. Undertaker's original gimmick was going to be Kane the Undertaker. I remember Taker talking, there was an interview he did where he talked about his early, there was a documentary done on Taker. And he talked about the early iterations of what he was going to be like, because he was this really, really tall kid who played football or he played basketball. He's a really tall kid who played basketball. And he was like trying to figure out like what his character, what his gimmick would be. And the early stuff that he was presented was just hilarious. So this city deserves a higher quality of troll. And I'm going to give it to him. Let's see. I don't see any of haven't had any believers want to jump in yet. I don't know if I want to ask the Catholics. Yeah, conversations with Catholics are typically fine. They're typically okay. It's got to be somebody. This nonsense. I mean, there's the people who've responded to my invitations. People who've responded to my invitation saying that I have no justification for like reason. So it would be hilarious. I mean, it can be justified. Some of these theists are just garbage. I want something legit to come up. Somebody looking for a believer to come up on stage. Or we could jump into content. I have content to cover, like review stuff we could review, which could be interesting, could be boring. But I guess we'll find out. Socialism is not a grift. Socialism is not a grift. Is that socialism, just like any form of government, just like any form of economics, it can be corrupted by those in power. That's the problem. All socioeconomic systems and all governmental systems can be corrupted if there's no measures in place to keep them in check. That's the problem. That roaming Catholic numpty when you need him. Agreed. Where is the roaming Catholic? Or blessed be he. So many people who are wanting to step up and have conversations, but they never do. But they never, ever do. Let me see here. I already have that. I have the script written for that, but I don't want to waste that one. Guess I could do this one. Let me see. Let me move that one over. We can take a look at this video while I'm waiting for someone to pop in. Let's see. There has to be checks. There has to be checks in place to keep the system from being corrupted. That's the problem. They're open to corruption, but if those checks aren't there, they can be. They most often will be. But there's got to be a way to regulate it. And you have to be able to regulate the regulators. You have to watch the watchmen. That's the way it works. Who watches the watchmen? Who watches the watchers who are watching the watchmen? Hey, Abe Dinkus, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Canadian Alderman, elbows up, elbows up. Good to see you, bud. Jared Reed, I would say, Jared Reed says, I often wonder if those that refuse to come up with a panel realize how weak some of their arguments are. Agreed. I'd probably agree with you on that. Many of them do know. And so it's just about trying to farm rage just to piss people off or just to annoy people, just to be a gadfly in that respect. But nothing positive coming of it. They're not asking questions. They're simply making statements in order to try and, they're trying to chum the waters is what it is. Chumming it for their own entertainment. Look how angry they get. Which just makes them a waste of time. All right. Well, I do have a video we can take a look at. This one is titled The Best Arguments for Atheism. Why did I download this one? Because obviously this is not someone making arguments for atheism. But let me see here. I could take a look at that one. That one's pretty silly. Let me feel okay. Let me check this one out because I don't seem to recall. What's this one from? Why did I download this one? Whose video is this? What's going on here? What are you people doing in my living room? Right, it's very weird. Arguments from atheism. Atheism doesn't need arguments. Very good point, Spam. Oh, I see. Justin's live right now. Oh, Dan McClellan over there wrecking on Frank Turek. Oh, that was an old video. It was 12 days ago. But, Frank Turek is just an absolute grifter. So let me see what the title is here. The Best Arguments for Atheism. And it's all caps. Of course it is. The Best Arguments for... I got to see who put this video out. Oh, it's entirely possible. Wait. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's the Best Arguments for Atheism. That's the short, and I can go... Oh, Church for... Church for... Given an opportunity to reach those standards, now been able to experience mysteries, teaches the logic and reason of the Christian faith to skeptics around the world. Oh, so it's church. It's religion for skeptics is what it is. Churchforskeptics.com. I see what he's doing. Okay. So this is Dan Arsenault. Dan Arsenault from the channel Church for Skeptics. So I'm going to have to, I don't know how old this video is. This video might actually be pretty old, but I guess we'll find out. So Moon reverts I will debate Sasquatch. Here we go.
Carl Sagan was the leading atheist for a number of years. Says this.
I don't know why you call him the leading atheist. I don't think he made a business of, or part of what he did was debating the existence of God or like attacking religious arguments. I don't think he did that. So I don't think he'd be the leading atheist. He was very, very popular for his science communication. So, which was, as far as, the guy knew what he was talking about. He was an astronomer. He had a PhD in astrophysics and astronomy from University of Chicago, professor at Cornell. And I think he did consulting on the Voyager and Mariner program. So, I wouldn't call him like the leading atheist. He just never ascribed anything to a prominent. Yeah. Good Spam. Prominent. I'd say he's prominent because he never attributed anything to a god, but he didn't engage in he didn't engage in that conversation. So I wouldn't say he's a leading atheist. Skeptic Philosophy, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
So yes, that's referred to as the Sagan principle, or the Sagan standard. The Sagan standard, Sagan principle is extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Or ECRI, popular, say Carl Sagan in the 80s is when that came about. It's a philosophical razor is what it is. So extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, and that which can be presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So, but yeah, it's what is known as a philosophical razor, up there with like Newton's flaming laser sword, like Alder's razor, which is Newton's flaming laser sword. So Leophilius says extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. No, any claim requires sufficient evidence. Okay. I think he's talking about like extraordinary being like supernatural and stuff like that. So, but I know he was speaking somewhat poetically there. Carl was, in order to get that across, because that's typically how people respond. But yeah.
Every episode of his Nova series, the first thing he said was the universe is all there ever was, all there is, and all there ever will be.
There's evidence for that. The evidence backed it up. Yeah, there's no problem with what he's saying. If he's saying it as like an absolute thing, like we know that, which I know this is going to be a problem with science communication, especially, broadcast like that. Making an absolute claim like that would be difficult but the evidence supports that conclusion. And I get why Carl would say it, but this comes down to philosophy and really kind of like philosophical standards. And that kind of philosophical acumen, the general public just doesn't possess, which is generally created, I think, is a result of more problems than solutions, personally.
Let me give you a couple of atheistic claims that I think are extraordinary. Number one, the universe was caused by nothing.
That's not an atheist claim at all. So obviously, this guy is completely wrong and doesn't know what atheism is or what it logically entails.
2, life came from non-living matter.
Yes, that is supported by the evidence. Abiogenesis supports that. And when we say that they leave something out about that, and about when they say non-living matter, I think is a little bit too reductive, because we're talking about organic chemical interactions. So we talk about chemistry, organic chemistry, and that the elements involved are highly, highly reactive. Now, they're not alive, but these dynamic interactions between these things is what results in the chemistry that leads to that develops the precursors for what we call life, which would be, like organisms that function in a specific way. So it's a kind of dismissive way to describe it. It's not entirely false, but it makes it sound dismissive. So whereas Carl, I would say, was speaking poetically, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, he is speaking also kind of in a poetic sense, in that life coming from non-living matter. Okay, still coming from matter coming from matter, it's still stuff, but like the nuances there are really important. And he's kind of leaving that out. So I think this guy would be just as guilty of what of what Carl is doing in his statement.
Listen, if that's not an extraordinary claim, I don't know what is. So I need some really extraordinary evidence for that, and I'm not getting any.
It's because you haven't looked. It's because you haven't looked into the science. You haven't looked into what's being done. Obviously, it's a hypothesis. So the universe was caused by nothing. There is not anything that caused the universe. Oh, great. Yeah. But the caused thing is problematic there, Leo.
Hey, welcome to Church for Skeptics. I want to talk about the best arguments for atheism. And I'm trying to, use some of the best arguments that some of the famous atheists have used in the past. Some people think that the Bible doesn't actually try to argue for the existence of God, but I disagree.
It doesn't. It doesn't make any arguments for the existence of God. It argues as though it presents propositions in the scope of the God already existing. So it says the God already existing is established, and this is what is true as a result of that already being, that proposition being true. So there are no direct arguments for it. Everything within it assumes the existence of such an entity. So that's where that's problematic. And if he's talking about the arguments arguments for atheism, or that rationally justify atheism, obviously, yeah, I feel straw man incoming, like an army of straw men. I think if he doesn't address the argument from divine hiddenness, then this guy has no idea what he's talking about, if that's not at least one of these things.
Agree with that. I think Romans 1 makes an argument from teleology, the teleological argument,
which assumes that the God exists as an agent to have that, literally have that intention to do things that way, which is begging the question. Obviously, it's not. It's just like I said, it assumes the God exists. Yeah.
Basically, that we know that God exists because of the universe that He created.
No, that's obviously that's not an argument. It could technically be making an argument, but it would be, if you wanted to say, it's a logically valid argument that if the God exists, then X, if X, then Y, therefore, if X, therefore Y, X, therefore Y is kind of what that is, which I believe would be, Leo Phillies, correct me on it, that's modus ponens. If X, therefore Y, X, therefore Y, which I believe is modus ponens. I believe that's modus ponens. Correct me if I'm wrong, Leo. It's either modus ponens or modus tollens, but I'm pretty sure it's modus ponens. Modus ponens is for, modus tollens is against. So teleology versus teleology, right? Telos.
Obviously looks designed for a purpose.
No, it doesn't. You're taking the results of the function and saying that the results of the function are intended. So,
and I think that's historically the vast number of humans in humanity have said this, that they believe in some sort of supernatural creator.
Yeah, and the vast majority of people in history were wrong, because the supernatural things that they ascribed to many of them have been debunked. So this is just argument, I guess, argument for popularity. I saw some new people here. Resist Oppression, good to see you. Henrim, good to see you as well. Thank you so much for being here. And Leo Philius, thank you so much for being here, bud. I appreciate you hanging out. Modus ponens, affirming the antecedent. Modus tollens, negating the consequent. So that was modus ponens. The if X affirming. Yeah, if X, therefore Y, X, therefore Y. It's modus ponens. I was right. Thank you. What is wrong with the trees?
My argument crumbled back before I was a believer. My agnostic atheist views that there couldn't be a God because of so much evil and suffering.
Logical problem of evil still stands as one of the strongest arguments against a God that is defined as being all loving or omnibenevolent or all good. So it doesn't mean, it just means that version of the God doesn't exist. It doesn't mean that no God exists, just that version. And Dux, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
And that argument crumbles logically if there's such a thing as evil. You work yourself back to there has to be a lawgiver.
No, because the conditions that allow for logical possibility are within the purview of the entity you're invoking. So if those conditions don't have to exist, because nothing dictates that they must exist to the God, if the God entity is ultimate, then they exist because it wants it to, not because it must, and therefore an all-loving entity cannot want these things to exist, because then it wouldn't be all-loving, especially when they're unnecessary. So,
Carl Sagan was the leading atheist for a number of years, and he was a really popular guy. Did a series called the Nova series. A good scientist, obviously.
I'm pretty sure it was Cosmos, and it was on Nova. I think Nova. Nova was a show? Okay, yeah. And he did Cosmos. He did both, right? Nova. Because I know he did Cosmos. And I remember the show Nova, which is still airing today. Nova is great shit. No. Okay. So yeah, I was okay. So I was right on that. So Carl Sagan was affiliated in a guest capacity, but he didn't host Nova. So, I think he's talking about Cosmos. Nova was on PBS, Cosmos was on PBS, and he did Cosmos. But I think the guy here is, I think Dan here is obviously mixing up his shows. But I get what he's saying. It's Cosmos that was taken over by Neil deGrasse.
And every episode of his Nova series, the first thing he said was the universe is all there ever was, all there is, and all there ever will be. Now he's using a religious saying to use to make that saying. Of course,
No, he's not. No, he isn't. That's evidence backed. It's not what he's saying at all. This is poisoning the well.
all there ever was and all there ever will be. Of course, we say that about God.
Cosmos, a personal voyage aired on Nova, and Nova is a long-running science program, not a network. Yeah, Nova was a show. Nova was a PBS science series. Cosmos, a personal voyage, back in the 80s, yeah, hosted by Carl Sagan. Both aired on PBS. Cosmos, a personal voyage, 1980 science documentary television series written by Carl Sagan. And then Nova is an American popular science television program introduced by WGBH in Boston, Massachusetts since 1974. So Nova was around before Cosmos was.
He also said something else that I think makes me have pause, and that pause would be when he says this: extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
I have no problem with that, Razor. I get semantically why people may have an issue with it, but I think for the common person, for the lay person, I think it comes across just fine. People understand what Carl was saying there. So semantically, you could bring up a bunch of issues, but I mean, that's another conversation altogether.
And I'm thinking, yeah, I guess that's true. I can see where that would be true. But the more I thought about it, the more it turns atheism on its head. And here's my case today.
Doesn't really, no, I wouldn't at all. I mean, obviously, this is going to be a straw man of atheism.
The first thing I want to say is that belief in God is not an extraordinary claim.
Yes, it is, because you can't demonstrate that it exists, and it requires faith. So as far as like epistemology goes, faith is not a tool for epistemology. And if you have to appeal to, like, if you have to beg the question of the existence of something in order to justify arguing for it, then, yes, it's an extraordinary claim that there's a supreme magic man in the sky that lays the metaphysical foundation of all things that are not itself. That's an extraordinary claim. I think that falls pretty well into that category.
At all. It's the simplest. It's the most prevalent. It's historically, of course.
Technically, no. It may be simple. God did it is pretty simple, but it's not any kind of an explanation. And appealing to the historical tendency for ancient people to believe these things, or like variations of these things, just an argumentum ad populum. Jord, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, Jord. Appreciate you hanging out. It must be upside down day in his head.
We might want to fudge about which God that we're talking about here. But the idea of a supernatural beginning to a natural universe, the new nature can't create itself. And
unless nature has always existed and will always exist. So, which is not problematic.
So I don't think it's an extraordinary claim at all to believe in God.
It is because you have no evidence to support it beyond your personal experiences that that there's no mechanism by which to eliminate your bias. So you may psychologically or emotionally need such an entity to exist, but that's not evidence for it.
However, the claims of atheism, if they require extraordinary evidence.
The claim of atheism is, I don't believe in any god or gods. I don't believe that any such entities exist. That's the one claim. Doesn't make any claims about science. So this is obviously going to be a category error. Witchmaster, good to see you. The powers that be venerated God. This God is something you submit to. When you submit, the powers that be will protect you. When you reject their God, you are unsaved and you are an adversary. From politically, yes. From a tribalistic perspective, I would agree with that, especially in our ancient times.
I think they are severely lacking in the evidence. Let me give you a couple of atheistic claims that I think are extraordinary. Number one.
These would be naturalistic claims, of course. Like naturalistic claims, methodological naturalism, physicalism, materialism, however you want to, like scope it. But These are not going to be atheistic claims. They could be things that are not reliant upon a God, but they're, the field that they're going to reference, likely this is going to be a scientific field, is going to be dealing with evidence. So
The universe was caused by nothing.
which no field of science, no atheist states.
You only have two ways to go here, because
False dichotomy incoming.
nobody believes now that the universe is eternal.
That's also false.
We know it had a beginning.
I had an origin point of observability, not a beginning.
And so you only have two options here. The universe was either came from nothing,
Yes, Jessica, as Godless Engineer would say, citation fucking needed. I demand better straw men. This one is full of chaff.
before the universe was, what was there? Well, physically nothing.
No, it's always been the universe. Although this is a good reflection of his own worldview, that his God entity wizard thing actualized everything that is not itself out of what is essentially the philosophical void. Essentially, what it is.
And so, if the universe came from nothing, or the universe came from God, now
this is a false dichotomy. This is a false dilemma. The universe having always existed and having always existed and will always exist is a viable third option.
Which one's the extraordinary claim?
The claim that there's an entity that you can't demonstrate exists and is fundamentally separate from the thing that it created, but there is a mechanistic way that it created everything, but you can't show what that is, and the only way to justify this is to appeal to faith and with no evidence whatsoever. That's the extraordinary claim.
Which one requires extraordinary evidence? It seems obvious that it's nothing. Let me say it this way. You say, well, I don't believe God exists. I'll tell you what, I'm 100% sure that doesn't exist.
Ooh, ballsy statement.
And that's nothing.
I would agree. I actually agree with this, that nothing is illogical, in that, like, because there is something, it relegates nothingness, or like the philosophical void, like that can only be reified by trying to, like, by something that can only be reified, that every time you try to address it, you end up reifying it. So I would actually agree with this, that there's always been something by virtue of the fact that there currently is something. The question then is, what is that something? That something is the universe, because it's not begging the question, because the universe exists. So I actually agree with him on this one, as a matter of logic, the axiomatic laws of logic.
Even if you say, okay, that's an extraordinary claim that the universe came from nothing, can you see anything else that comes into existence from nothing? I can't find anything like that.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I mean, but you still believe it does, because you believe that God created everything out of nothing. So it didn't create it out of itself. You're not claiming that God went, where did the material come from? It didn't come from the God itself. The God itself is immaterial. So immaterial didn't, so it literally willed it or actualized it into existence. So.
And so it's an extraordinary claim. That's my point here. And even what's the evidence for nothing? Well, there is no evidence for nothing, because nothing doesn't exist.
Currently, but yeah, this is not so much a scientific, but I mean, logic supports this. So it's really more we're dancing over the border between pure philosophy and science. We're just kind of like dancing on that border back and forth.
You need extraordinary, it would have to be out of sight or extraordinary evidence to think that the universe came from nothing.
Like the one that you hold with your God. Exactly.
And yet that is the claim of atheism here.
No, he's essentially taking his worldview, like the things that are entailed by his worldview, and just like, so it's like the God exists, it has always existed, will always exist, and then the God actualized everything that is not itself. So there's the God set and the not God set, and that's what it is, and then it actualized everything out of nothing. He's basically taking his worldview and just removing the God from it, and assuming the rest of that is also true. Like, this is his worldview true. God, it was all that existed, and then actualized everything out of the philosophical void, and then just take the God out, and so everything out of the philosophical void. And that's what he's saying what atheists hold to, which is, patently false or that's what's logically entailed by being an atheist. So,
Number two, I think it's an extraordinary claim to think that life came from non-living matter.
now you just don't understand the science. He's probably never looked into it either. So, and I spoke about this earlier. I mentioned earlier at the very beginning because this was one of those ones that took clip from the middle and put it at the very front, which is kind of annoying. But obviously, he hasn't looked into any of the science of what this is, and plus it's reductive. It's kind of like dismissive, or like, you know, he's articulating in a way as to make it more dismissive. So,
You know, there's a running scientific investigation back for all the way from the Middle Ages all the way through until the 1800s in Louis Pasteur. It was called spontaneous generation. They believed that Aristotle believed that life could come from non-living matter if it had enough heat. That's what Aristotle said, pretty much.
it's an ancient idea. Spontaneous generation obviously was debunked, you know, thanks to science. You know, we debunked that, but
Has to be called virtual heat or living heat, something like that. It had to be hot enough.
Right, Jordan, like the clay that God breathed into. Yes, the mud boy and rib girl. So mud boy definitely would be spontaneous generation.
And so, you know, they went back and forth for years and years, even the middle.
Oh, and I think I saw Cindy Johnson hanging out. Cindy, if you're still here, appreciate you being here. Thanks so much for being here. I'm totally spaced saying hi to you. So,
Ages, they believed in spontaneous generation, that life came from non-living matter. But Louis Pasteur slammed the lid on that. He conclusively proved that life cannot originate from non-living matter.
no, that's not what he did. He said that life doesn't come out of, okay, so debunking spontaneous generation does not debunk abiogenesis because it's two entirely different processes. Spontaneous generation was the idea that like flies coming out of like rotting meat, like produced flies, you know, and the identification of microscopic or microorganisms that were there could facilitate these things. But the experiments were done, encapsulating them, like taking a piece of meat, throwing it in a jar, and, you know, and keeping it there and seeing if any flies appeared. Like you cook it real quick, then you throw it in a jar, close it, and then just let it sit. And eventually it will rot, but no flies were produced. So that was kind of kicker, but it doesn't debunk abiogenesis, which is entirely different. And I don't think Pasteur even had any kind of inkling of. So if I'm correct on that, if I remember my history.
And he went around and did lecture tours. And here's what he said in his lecture tours in 1864. He said this: life only comes from life. We call it the scientific law of biogenesis.
Which is not actually, I don't think it's actually an official law, because of the recognition that life is a result of organic chemical interactions. So as far as like reproduction goes, biological reproduction would be covered that. But as far as like the all encompassing, like the entire like field of like what life is, no. So I think that gets that. This is like everything he's pointing here is like classic, like internet apologist, you know, talking points, like Discovery Institute shit, answers to Genesis crap. But so obviously this is nothing like, this is an individual who's never actually looked at anything in the actual fields that address these things.
Not on atheism. Atheism has to believe that at least this one time, they don't believe in spontaneous generation either, except that one time when it first started from non-living matter.
It's organic chemical interactions, which is not spontaneous generation. That the building blocks themselves, that those interactions, it resulted in the precursors, that the fundamental building blocks, which developed into what we call established, which eventually became through those processes became what we would identify as being life. But you say life, like the definition of that is very, very fuzzy. If you talk to any evolutionary biologist, it's not like, you know, organic chemical interaction and all of a sudden there were fish. That's not the way that worked. So obviously he's leaving a lot of information out of this. Information that they don't want their believers to ever look up.
Maybe the primordial soup and the lightning.
which would not be out of nothing. You moron. Direct contradiction of what he said. It's like out of like that. That's what we're talking about.
And so forth. That's an extraordinary, I'm going to tell you what, that's an extraordinary claim.
To walk on two legs, that is the law. Animal Farm.
Did you know, even from a mathematical standpoint, and boy, when the mathematicians got involved in this, it really
big number scary.
Shook the world. I think they realized that mathematically, life from non-life is actually mathematically impossible.
False. Just straight up. This is just a straight up lie. Straight up falsehood.
They figure the odds of that. There are a lot of things like that are impossible.
As PhD Tony likes to point out, and he's pointed out multiple times, the probability functions do not exist to derive these kinds of odds from a sample size of 1. So no, it happened. There's one universe and there is life in it. This is a 1-to-1. And yes, again, Jessica, citation fucking needed. So no, this does not hold water at all.
The fact that gravity, the rate of things coming together, and the cosmological constant, things spreading out, does have to be perfectly balanced to an infinite degree, virtually, or we wouldn't even exist at all.
Nice caveat there. Virtually, it has to be. Well, no, it doesn't. It just, that life looks this way because of the conditions that facilitated life looking this way on this planet. This is also baked in here is the assumption that things were meant to look this way, which is why the universe was dialed to a specific degree to facilitate us looking and operating the way that we do. This is still begging the question.
It's back to the creation declares the existence of God. And so if you have, and that's your claim, that this is just, it all happened by luck. Life happened by luck. The universe itself happened by luck. Listen, that's...
If it did, even if it did, which I don't claim, but even if it did, that it's lucky that we exist this way to sit back and ask questions about the universe, that's not problematic. You just don't like that because that means there's no inherent metaphysical purpose for your existence, which would be an argument which would be an appeal to emotion, or like an appeal to consequence, which is a version of an appeal to emotion. That he doesn't like that possibility does not negate it. So
an extraordinary claim.
No,
especially when you talk about the odds against that mathematically,
there's no function that he could possibly use to derive that.
Would never take those odds to Las Vegas. And my question, if you won't take them to Las Vegas,
I would take 100% odds to Las Vegas every time. It's 100%. There's one universe with life in it. It happened 100%.
Take them to your funeral. Don't live your life as if these extraordinary claims, which have virtually no evidence.
Well, these things have no bearing on how I live my life because they don't. How I live my life is predicated on a number of other things, but these things don't factor into it.
This idea of extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. It leads to another argument that I've heard, and the inimitable Lawrence Krauss, the cosmologist and
deeply problematic individual now, because for some reason, famous people are just, why are they all just the worst? Why do they all wind up just, of course, you get enough exposure, all your stuff's going to come out.
Theoretical.
Damn you, Neil Gaiman.
Physicist, brilliant guy. Here's what he says. He says, I'm not really an atheist. I'm a non-theist. Basically what he says, if there was enough evidence, here we go again, if there was enough evidence for the existence of God, I'd be happy to believe in God, but there's just not any, he would think there's probably no evidence for the existence of God.
Well, there's insufficient evidence to warrant belief is what I would say, is that anything that's presented, anything that I've ever come across of a theist presenting said this is evidence of the existence of God requires one to assume the truth about something in order for the God thing to be. So they define the God a certain way, and then they look at things in the real world, and then they make an assumption about like the ontology of that thing. And so they say the ontology of this is X, but in order for X to be true, the God must exist. And so they then assume that the God exists in order for X to be true, in order to justify their ontological assumption, in order for what they're looking at to be evidence of its existence. It's circular. That's the whole point. So
And I'm thinking, yes, but look at what you do believe. You believe the universe. He wrote a book, A Universe from Nothing.
obviously he didn't read it. So, and somebody asked, Lawrence Krauss, this happened back in 2018. There were allegations of sexual misconduct that had been spanning a decade, including groping and inappropriate comments. An investigation by ASU found that he violated university policy, which led to his retirement in 2019. He has persistently denied the allegations, but he dipped out. He's also faced some scrutiny for obviously for having personal and professional ties with Jeffrey Epstein. But whether it's false or not, but there were complaints about it. Is he a sex pest? I don't know. It's possible that he is. It's just a shame. Just like Richard Dawkins turned out to be a total anti-trans bigot. So, and where was I going? Obviously he did not read Krauss's book.
That, I'm telling you, surely you can understand that's an extraordinary claim.
No, it's not. Jessica, who is it? Sorry, excuse me. Spam says, yeah, everyone who cites the title as a conclusion hasn't read the book. Agreed. Krauss is also an anti-woke centrist shit-lib douchebag. That's true. So, but obviously, citing the title as the conclusion is not ready. Yeah, I agree with that.
And he's written an entire book to try to provide evidence for that. And what he does in his book is simply change the definition of nothing.
Oh, no, he used a context-specific definition of what nothing is. Dan here is talking about the philosophical notion of it. Krauss was talking about it in a physics sense. So two different contexts, and he's conflating the two. So this is an equivocation. This is a equivocation. He's equivocating, or I think it's equivocating. Chris Dawkins has spouted a bunch of anti-trans or trans erasure comments, on social media. So, and Jessica brings up chapter 1 is literally a discussion about the different models of nothing. Yeah. He's an anti-trans bigoted shithead. Agreed. Yeah. Dawkins, really, really problematic. I would say that it's a shame that he died, but Christopher Hitchens was one of the best of them. He was him and Dennett were the two best. Hitchens and Dennett were the two best. As far as people go on as far as society. I think that those are the two best on that panel.
And you have to do that because otherwise it just doesn't fly at all. I'm willing to believe in nothing, but I need more evidence for God. I'm willing to.
We don't believe it. I mean, there may be some out there that believe it, but they would just be uneducated. But anybody who's familiar with any of these topics, I'm not. This is just a straw. It's a complete misrepresentation. So just misrepresenting atheism in order to come to these false conclusions.
Believe in spontaneous generation, at least that one time. What's the evidence for that? Well, I don't know, but I'm not willing to believe in God. I need more evidence. I'm willing even to believe in an infinite number of universes that we can't see at all, and there's absolutely no evidence for.
It's mathematically backed. There are models that support it. There's no model that supports a God entity. So at least there's more evidence to support multiverse theory or multi-world theory than there is a God entity. So at least the math supports it.
But if I need more evidence to believe in God.
Yeah, because there's no sufficient evidence to warrant belief in it. Right. Your personal incredulity is irrelevant, Dan.
I'm going to conclude with reading you something here.
I hope this isn't from the Bible.
atheist, Marxist. He could self-proclaim Marxist, and
two completely different things. Although there are atheists who are Marxists, conflating the two is going to be problematic.
a genetic.
It's going to be like an argument from like an appeal to consequences. Like Marxism is bad. Marxists are atheists, therefore atheism is bad.
Geneticist Richard Lewontin, who lived from 1929 to 2021, so he hasn't been gone that long. And he made I'm not sure if he's making this statement as a confession or as just a statement of his own faith or lack thereof. Here's what he says: our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense. Now, keep in mind, here's what my whole point there is, that belief in God is not an extraordinary claim at all.
It is. And accepting scientific claims that seem to defy common sense, that happens all the time. Especially when one doesn't have an understanding of how the methodology that's being employed and all the steps within the methodology and all of the evidence. One could say that by virtue of knowing nothing, one could step out into the world onto the salt flats of Utah, look out at the horizon, and by common sense think the earth is flat. So just using their eyes alone and knowing nothing else, like no concept of the earth, no concept of just look out and just by virtue of the observation, this is what I observe, and could claim that. Okay. There's something more that goes into that. So I hate when they do this, when they leave so much out in order to push a point. And hey, Tony, good to see you.
And there is extraordinary evidence for it. Look at the universe. Look at life itself. Look at the way we live.
Yeah, none of that is evidence for a God.
Do you realize another claim that atheists have to admit or claim if they are atheists and all is matter, that everything about our human condition is just an illusion?
Well, I'd say that about as far as like how we conduct ourselves, like things like, I mean, if we're claiming that there are like absolutes, like moral absolutes, that these would be illusory. I mean, it's even possible that our concept of free will itself is illusory. But these aren't problematic. These would just be things that would be entailed that, and typically they're unfalsifiable. So once again, he's going into philosophy on this, and it's not there are no philosophical positions that are logically entailed by being an atheist. Atheist is just like the no gods thing. And this could go somewhere else. So again, like when he dropped in Marxism, when he kind of dropped that in with atheism, he's kind of conflating the two. So
you're not really conscious. You really have no free will at all.
Which is possible. It's possible. The Boltzmann brain thing we talking about is like, the things are just fed to us, and what we are perceiving is not really what there is to be perceived. The hard problem of solipsism, shit like that. And of course, the fact that the universe itself and all of our actions, and that the possibility that our perception of having free will is a thing that is determined. So that the universe is entirely deterministic. Everything we do is entirely deterministic. Our biology is deterministic. The things that it's all determined. Like the universe is entirely deterministic, and our perception of free will is itself a thing that is determined. So there's no problem with that. I mean, it's possible you can't defeat it without committing some logical fallacy.
Really?
No, Chris. The point is, even if free will is illusory, okay, there's the possibility that it is, but we don't perceive that it is. So but it's ultimately unfalsifiable. Until we're able to show one way or the other, the reality is we perceive that we do. And so we will operate as though we do until we have evidence that alters that. Now, obviously, evidence that everything is determined, including like how we perceive things and that all behaviors, that this is all deterministic, that would obviously upend our legal system. That has not happened yet. It may never happen. Okay. But that's kind of like that's a bridge a long way away. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, but we can still make arguments. Just because we perceive that we have free will, it doesn't mean that we have it, but we can still argue as though we do, because that's the way we perceive the world. So yes, it is the foundation of it shaky. You could argue that, but that's what we've got. Welcome to the limited toolbox that we have. Okay? We do the best we can with what we have. And we're not going to make assumptions about shit that we don't have and try to invent tools to justify things that make us feel better. We can operate as though we do have it until somebody provides something that breaks it. Feel free to go out there and be the first one that does it, but you can't prove absolutely that we do have it. You can prove that the systems that we operate by assume that we have it, and we operate with the assumption as though it's true, which nobody has broken yet, but it doesn't mean that we do have it in any kind of an absolute sense. So.
And that's what they believe. Now, what's the that's an extraordinary claim that I'm not conscious. I don't have free will. I can't make decisions on my own. It's all dancing to my DNA, according to Richard Dawkins. Listen, if that's not an extraordinary claim, I don't know what is. So I need some really extraordinary evidence for that, and I'm not getting any.
That wouldn't be an extraordinary claim. That's just a logical possibility by the way the universe operates and how we understand it. So it's not extraordinary. It's just a possibility that we haven't eliminated and we can't confirm. So I don't see why it's problematic. I don't even really concern myself with it.
My point is, here's what Richard Lewontin is saying. Our willingness, he says, as a scientist, as an atheist, materialist, naturalist, scientist, he says our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense.
Because common sense is not always correct. That just operating with just like purely of what's going on of your internal subjective experience will not always lead you to the truth. So sometimes science defies that by demonstrating what's actually going on. So
is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural.
I would agree with this. I would agree with this statement. Because we don't take things at face. The epistemology is to not take things at just straight face value. So you try to understand and develop a model that explains what you're looking at and what you are observing, what the phenomena is, and how the phenomena is occurring. So which is what science is all about. And then after you've established that, then proceed to poke holes in it to the best of your ability. So in order to develop a more comprehensive and more accurate explanation. This is not problematic, and this is what separates us from individuals who rely on blind faith to make themselves feel better. Casplodicus, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Science has proven reality to be counterintuitive pretty frequently. Agreed. Yes, it has. And Jay Patrick is here. Good to see you, Jay, or Pasic Patrick. You got to correct me on that, man. Is it Patrick or Pasic? Correct me, because I don't want to make the mistake. That's been bugging me since I heard it, but good to see you, bud. And Matthew Mulkeen, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. Bunch of people supporting. Good to see a bunch of supporters here. Don't forget, brand new month. So if you have those membership milestones, I'd love to see those membership milestones. They're free to put in. You get one free per month. Love to see how long people have been here. Love those members because brand new month of May. And don't forget what tomorrow is.
I want to say that's a false dichotomy. There is no contention between science. Do you know what science means? The literal meaning of it, it just means knowledge. And the supernatural.
Not sure. I mean, where is he getting that? Okay, so, derived from the Latin word scientia, knowledge, awareness, understanding, and from to know. Historically refers to a state of knowing or a body of knowledge acquired through study. It implies systematic observation, investigation, and understanding of the world. Okay, yeah. From the Latin origin. Scientia.
Well, here's an extraordinary claim. The natural universe must have caused itself.
No, that's not. It's just always been here. Just like you claim your God has always been here, we can claim the universe has always been here. So this is the false dilemma that he is presenting.
But nothing can cause itself. It would have to exist before it existed.
Right, Leo. That's why my biggest problem is Leo says there are obvious tensions between science and the concept of the supernatural. The supernatural is literally defined as being outside of or beyond the scope of science. And I hold that historically speaking, the supernatural is a label that has been slapped onto anything that has not been able to be readily explained. And so the field of what constitutes supernatural is just like the concept of God, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, is an ever receding pocket of things that we're trying to explain. And so I just consider it a label that's slapped onto shit that people don't understand. That they just like, okay, this is natural, and that we don't get this, so we're just going to slap supernatural all over it. But only those, who need the supernatural to exist are the ones that do that. Otherwise, on the other side, we simply say we don't know. So I just consider it a label. It doesn't actually refer to anything. More it refers to the lack of our ability to do something is kind of what it refers to. That's always been my kind of take on that. But that name's pronunciation became Pasic. So it's both. Jay, you're killing me. You are killing me, Smalls. You are killing me, Smalls.
The very fact that that nature had a beginning demands a supernatural reality to begin it.
No, it doesn't. And please present evidence that the universe had a beginning. Please present that. That's a positive claim.
So anyway,
don't give me you're like, oh, I'm so frustrated. Give me your evidence. You made the positive claim here. The universe had a beginning. Provide the evidence for that.
Here, let's keep reading.
And then provide the evidence that supports the mechanistic relationship between an immaterial mind and everything that exists. Otherwise, he's just making a blanket assertion with no evidence to support.
Reading here what Richard Lewontin says. Here's what he says. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs.
That's a little extreme. I mean, okay, in the scope of what that letter is saying, that it goes against, that it's counterintuitive to common sense. It may appear like the statement itself, like if you take the scientific conclusion and you take the common sense observation that has no understanding of what's going on in the science, it may appear to be absurd. Okay. And so, but the evidence is what backs it up. It's all the stuff that happens in the middle that supports the conclusion is what it is. So yes, the person operating with purely off common sense and no prior knowledge, nothing going into it, no understanding, and just making a statement about what they observe. The science may completely refute that. And the science conclusion, the scientifically backed conclusion, may appear absurd on its face because it's completely counterintuitive to what is observed, but the evidence is what supports that, which is what the author of what he's reading, this Marxist guy, which is what he's referring to, because it is evidence backed.
Like nothing, like spontaneous generation. And they would never use that word, but that's what they're believing.
Yeah, that's a lie. This is misrepresentation totally.
If life came from non-life, non-living matter, chemicals and soup, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extraordinary promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated, that means no evidence, just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism.
I don't agree with that. It's more a commitment to truth, so the letter is not great. But then again, if you think about the time this person lived who wrote this and their experiences there, but this is one individual's opinion. I don't think it's philosophically apt in that respect. I would say it's a very reductive approach. And let me see here. I saw Bob Nadell's Gyroscope is here, spinning along. Says, damn it. The first 9 weeks I was able to stay up late and join the stream. I missed the first hour, 45 minutes. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here. I am glad that you're here.
Well, he's being honest here. I'm not sure if he's making a confession or a statement of his own faith.
Yeah, Kasplodica, this is flat projection. Just replace materialism with God and you have his position. Agreed. Yeah.
But it goes hand in glove for what we're talking about today. Extraordinary claims do need extraordinary evidence. It says, here's what he says to continue. It's not.
He agrees with the sentiment, but disagrees with the application on our side. Which is, this is hilarious.
Not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world. But
which he just, there you go. We're not required to accept these things. And I do have somebody in the back, and they're on camera. Exponential, good to see you. Can you, you see the private chat there? Let me know that you can hear me, that the audio is okay. Excellent. Let me put this in the back. And 1 second. We're going to put that in the back. And, oh, wait, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Oh, where'd you go?
on the contrary, that we are forced.
I got to back this up a little bit because he disappeared. Oh, there he is. Let me remove that. Add to stage. Exponential sets.
There we go.
How's it going? How's it going?
Good. I started watching you from when you did that collaboration with the Super Atheist friends.
Oh, awesome.
Pretty good
Fantastic.
Calculation.
Thank you.
Yes. Really enjoyed that.
If I may ask, did you get a chance to watch all of them on all 10 channels?
Yes.
Awesome.
It was a nice rabbit hole to go through. I really enjoyed that. It was pretty enjoyable.
My favorite of the ones I did in that of mine, and I'm totally tooting my own horn, was debunking the floating brick thing in the water by finding because they didn't cover up the stamp of the company that made the brick that he was using in the water. So that was my favorite. I'm glad you enjoyed those.
Yes, that was a good call out for how he threw the brick in and the subtle, like he tried to do a scientific demonstration and you don't control the variables. It was very, very fun. As far as what brings me out is I am not arguing really much of the points, but I find myself agnostic in a lot of the senses. And the conversations that you've had with a lot of the guests that take the stage never really drilled down too deep. And I was very curious. You brought up sets of sets, and that's more of where my mind goes to, is along the surreal number line system of trying to define reality in a sense. And I was kind of wanting to know what your thoughts were on how you utilize sets of sets and what kind of resources you use.
So whenever I bring it up, as far as like set theory goes, I use it as a way to kind of articulate the concepts in a way that I think is pretty easy to digest. And so if you consider like this, like the set of things, because you have categories of things, and you think about the category of God. And so the category of in that category, there was only one thing. There is the God. And then everything else that is not the God, because you have God and you have not God as a true dichotomy. Everything that is the God and is equal to the God per the law of identity, and everything that is not the God, that is not equal to the God is. And I always kind of like present these as two sets. You have the God set and you have the not God set. And that I think that that's always the way that I just presented it. It seemed to be a way to articulate it, to kind of allow people to visualize that more effectively in what they're talking about, in order to kind of like introduce them to the idea of the law of identity, that these are the things that this is A is equal to A, and that these are things that A is not equal to not A, and all of the not A is its own set, and all of the A is its own singular set, and that one set actualizes from the other set. Is that the way I've always kind of like presented this?
Excellent.
If that makes any sense.
It does, because if you kind of go off of that set system, you have to go bias towards a one, or and when you create that one where you have the set of all the gods, then you have to go and make a set without all of those, and they're the contradictory ones that go on the other end, and then they all have subsets that can only exist from that parent set.
Right. And the one that big one that I'm bringing up, where the God set is just whatever God they happen to believe in. They can put it, as long as if it's a monotheistic one, or there's like one God, like overall things. But typically it's like the one God that occupies that, like the creating entity that created everything or establishes the metaphysical foundation for everything that isn't itself. So it's just the way that I present it, that acknowledging that both sets could be a one, the not God set, if there is no God, would just be one itself, that it would essentially be the universe, all the sum total of all things that exist, and that is the one, like the universe in and of itself, thinking about it in those terms. But yeah, it's just a way that I've tried to articulate it so that people could, so that theists would be, I think, have a better way of visualizing it, you know?
Then I guess kind of going off of that, and this is a bit of a tangent, like you could try to do the generate like spontaneous like generation, like you go from a nothingness state with that positive. Is there any thoughts you have about that? Like how to...
Okay, so from this one, okay, when we're talking about like nothingness in that respect, I think we have to, this veers more into philosophy, is where my mind kind of goes with this, is that in physics, nothing is not referring to like, you know, like nothingness, where there is literal nothing. That's more of a philosophical, like a philosophical idea. And the philosophical idea is more of nothing is more akin with like the philosophical void. The problem is that anytime you try to like refer to the philosophical void as something, you wind up reifying it. So it's kind of an incoherent concept is what it is, because it refers to a state of statelessness, you know, which is, you know, obviously is contradictory, or it's, you know, it's like a stateless state or a propertyless the property of propertylessness. And so you wind up reifying it. So I just consider like nothingness in a philosophical sense to be an incoherent concept. And because there is something, which is what the universe, there is something, then it logically entails that there must always have been something. And then the question then becomes, what is the something that has always been? And in order to avoid begging the question and take the most parsimonious answer, that answer would be the universe itself has always existed and will always exist. It just doesn't always exist in the same identical state, is what it is, that it does change states. For example, the state of observability versus the state of unobservability, which would be a change in state. So I would say that the universe has always existed, and this is just a matter of logic for me. As far as scientific explanations, there are other people that are better at it than I am, and they can go into the different models that explain, you know, that put together the evidence that we have. But from a philosophical perspective, it's just about the universe itself is where that comes down to. So nothing being something that has never been, because by virtue of logic, it can't be. So.
Yeah, because that's the divide, is that the set without sets, where does that lie kind of a deal, and it be somehow in there, but it's one that can't be logically, without fallacy, navigated. Because you said it well with trying to label it with a property when it had a state of no property. I see that.
And that's where it comes from. Like when theists do their whole thing, like the atheists believe something from nothing or like that, it's essentially kind of what they're doing, is because if in their worldview, the God set has always existed and will always exist, and then they're at a point, whether it's time or not, but at a point there was no not God set, and then there was a not God set. They never make a statement like, where did the material of the not God set come from? Well, if the God just like willed it into existence, then that literally defines the God making the not God set or actualizing it out of the philosophical void, because there's no reference beyond that other than the God's ability to do it. So they do themselves believe that something came from nothing. It's just the God that physically actualized it. So, which is a problem for the problem.
Can I make a point here?
Because you'd corner them into a spot where they would agree that God made a set where he was absent from, and he would never interact with and never influence.
Yeah, and PhD Tony's on the stage. Good to see you, Tony. What do you got first?
So consider the set of all sets that are not a member of themselves.
I take it that was to PhD, Tony.
Yeah, this is Tony.
Is that set a member of itself?
Oh, I guess with both of you, if there's a book recommendation or something, because you referenced the Divine Hedonist, I took that down as something to read in. By all means,
Can
between the
either of
both
you
of you,
hear me?
is there like a top three that were inspiring?
Oh, hang on a second. Before we jump on that, I think Tony was Tony, were you asking him a question?
I was.
Yeah. So can you hear him okay?
I can't hear Tony. I'm sorry. I am off that cell phone thing, and I'm worried StreamYard's doing this silly thing he does.
Oh, damn. We actually ran into this problem before, Tony.
That's okay.
Tony,
Yeah, and I think that
So
go ahead.
I just wanted to say that
if I need to
set
exit
theory,
and re-enter, I think that's what helped the other individual. But
I've already exited and re-entered. And
no, he thinks
JL
that he thinks that he may have to.
Okay.
because
I just
I have a
wanted-
feeling that Tony entered after I entered, so StreamYard glitched out about it. So if I re-enter, and then I ought to be able to bridge over to Tony.
We can try that. Yeah, let's give that a try.
Okay, I'll be back.
And Tony, you can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
So Chris X is really pushing this. You are just asserting that people have free will, and people are free to assert that you're wrong. They are people. An axiom is something you keep on saying this is an axiom because if you don't accept it, you end up in a logical contradiction. That's not an axiom. An axiom is something that you can choose, and if your axiom set is too extensive, if you accept too many axioms, you will be able to build contradictions. So your axiom set has to be parsimonious in order to get to logical, in order to get to logically valid conclusions. But just constantly asserting that I can only assert that free will doesn't exist because I have free will. No, it's not presupposing free will. I am not presupposing it. And you just asserting that I am, we are free to reject one another's axiom. I'm rejecting your axioms. You're rejecting my axioms. That doesn't make your argument something I have to accept.
Real quick, Exponential, I see you in the back now. Are you able to hear Tony speaking? I want to make sure that we don't have any over talking. So, because Tony was just talking on stage, I want to make sure that you can hear him in the back.
No, that's not. It means that they are within the bounds of logic able. There is no law of logic that insists that they must accept your axiom. No, it isn't. And you and quite frankly, it's not. You're arguing that your logic is inescapable. No, it isn't. And just asserting yes it is like a 6-year-old, feel free to do that. Go down to your local philosophy department and take it up with them. If you can convince them that that free will exists, I look forward to reading your paper.
Oh, that'd be a paper I'd love to read. All right, Exponential, you can hear us now? Hear us both?
Yes, sir. I can.
Awesome. So Tony had a question for you.
Okay. This is a standard problem in set theory. Consider the set of all sets that are not members of themselves. Right? Okay. Is that set a member of itself?
Yeah. I would say that set would probably have the same. I guess it'd follow a limit as it tries to define itself, it would never
No, it
actually
doesn't.
reach that
The
point.
limits in logic don't exist. So the answer is that it's not a well-formed proposition, right? It's the logical value of this is undeterminable, which suggests that there is a problem in its very formulation, which is to say that you can't consider sets that can be elements of themselves. That's not meaningful.
Is this this is Russell's paradox?
Yeah, this is
Right.
Russell's paradox. And Russell proposed that there are different levels of sets. That any set can include as elements any set from a lower level, but can't include themselves or elements from a higher level as elements of themselves. So when you're embarking on set theory, it's actually a really complicated discipline that has a lot of literature dedicated to it, and a lot of the theistic elements of a lot of theistic elements. I heard a theistic argument, for instance, consider the set of all things that aren't God. Is that is that set an element of itself? They were able to turn it around and say, well, the set must therefore be God. That's no, because sets can't be elements of themselves. It's meaningless. I just wanted to caution people that set theory is actually really, really complicated. It seems sort of easy to sort of get to grasp in, but what the definition of what a set actually is a subject of quite sophisticated mathematical analysis.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you. Because that's kind of why I wish more conversations would drill down deeper into the conversation, but it seems people get frustrated and then try to jump to some other more cornered argument.
That's I think operating from the theistic worldview, especially like the Christian worldview in that respect, I think articulating it like that is because the way they view things, the way that the supremacy of the God, the ultimacy of it, the metaphysical foundational nature of this entity, that it itself there's no causal factor for it, that it exists on its own, it's self edifying or whatever. But I think that by definition, it would constitute its own set, that it is the set itself, and that it was the only set that ever existed until it actualized everything that is not by logic itself. So anything that isn't the God, that is not equal to A, because it technically would be the A, and it actualized the not A. And so that fundamentally at their foundation creates two sets, and then so you have boom and boom. And I think it provides a good visual element for theists to kind of wrap their head around when talking about the nature of the not God set and then the nature of the set, and to kind of visualize the law of identity in that respect, to formulate so I can better formulate a logical entailments. Because when you look at it that way, and what I like to approach is like, if you imagine the God as its own set, it's the God set, and it is the only thing that's in there, and there's nothing external around it that it references. It's literally the ground of all things. So all things that are not itself. So then that allows you to visualize logical entailments from that. Why does the God do a thing that it does? What is it referencing when it says a particular thing about the not God set? Is there anything? And you begin to see why these things wind up with a lot of really problematic contradictions, given the state of that set. Kind of like morality. Morality is my favorite on that, because if all you have is the God set, and people in the not God set are saying God is good, okay, which is an evaluation of the God set. If there is no not God set, and you only have the God set as is logically entailed by the worldview, then if the God says, I am good, well, what the good is an evaluative term. What is it in reference to that makes it good if it is the only thing that exists? Like, what does the term good mean if the God set is all there is. Like, here I am, the God, and there's nothing else but me. And I say, I'm good, in reference to what exactly? So the coherence of the terminology requires a referent. But if there is no referent per the definition of the God set, these terms become completely incoherent. They don't reference anything other than itself. It's saying, I'm good because I'm good because I'm God. It then just becomes tautological, which just goes to show the intellectual. I say, what would you say? What would you call it, Tony?
Well, yeah, tautological is the exact word that I would be using.
Well, I mean, it's terminologically vacuous or something that you would say.
That's yeah.
So but I just goes to show at the heart of these arguments they make, they're entirely vacuous, especially when you start digging down, that you start beginning to realize that their conceptualization of what good is, the good that the God is, of like reaffirms their own stances, which I find happens a lot. They're kind of like, well, God is good. And it's the good that I agree with. It's the good that literally aligns with my stances, which is why we have so many different versions of a God. So it's like, so which one? So wait, is the tail wagging the dog here? What's happening? So
a mind-opening comment they made a few videos ago that there are 40,000 variations of like just one denomination.
Protestantism. Yeah. And you had a question about I totally don't want to forget it, because you brought up the argument from divine hiddenness from J.L. Schellenberg. What was your question about that?
Mostly book recommendations, because I want to read into about that, but for the both of you, is there like a top 3 recommendation for things to drill into?
Yeah, I would say good starting points. I would say, as far as like philosophy goes, if I were to give you a top 3, I would say Plato's The Republic. I think everyone should read that. Is Plato's The Republic. Sam Harris's,
I got that one already.
Yep, Sam Harris's The Moral Landscape, which provides I don't think it's definitive. I think provides a really, really good starting point to begin asking questions about these things. So the Moral Landscape and God, I mean, as much as I hate promoting Dawkins, the Selfish Gene is pretty damn good. I could say let me go. Hitchens, Religion Poisons Everything.
Oh, God is not good.
God is not good is a good one. I dug Religion Poisons Everything because the title feels very polemic, but the substance of the book is really strong. So I would say The Moral Landscape, Religion Poisons Everything, and Plato's The Republic.
I would suggest a book that I was reading recently called Inventing God. Which is a description of the journey of Judaism from polytheism to monotheism.
Oh, that's kind of the rabbit hole I'm on, is that timeline of Baal getting phased out and getting overtaken.
Yeah, exactly. So and this book discusses it in quite good detail. So
there is a book that I'm currently reading that I'm about halfway through called The New Skepticism. The New Skepticism, Inquiry and Reliable Knowledge, which was written by Paul Kurtz. It was published in 1992. I'm currently making my way through that one, which I find some of the concepts in it really fascinating. But it's definitely a book that's going to require me to read it a couple of times to kind of digest it. But I'm enjoying that one as far as a comprehensive look at skepticism and its efficacy. So
there's also I've just been reading Cosmos by Carl Sagan.
Oh, and someone asked that. Spam asked, Inventing God, Psychology of Belief and the Rise of Secular Spirituality was written by John Mills.
I think I'm thinking of a different. Maybe I'm thinking of the invention of God.
I have a question
Yeah,
for exponential
that's right.
sets, if I may.
So it's the invention of God.
Thomas Romer.
By Thomas Romer. Yeah.
Okay. What's up, Leo?
I have a question for exponential sets, if I may.
And if Tony ever, or not Tony, if Andrew ever hops
Sorry,
on,
Leophilius. Sorry, Leophilius has joined the chat, and you can't hear him.
Oh, dang it.
yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why did I? Is there something wrong with my mic?
No. I think we've
No,
identified.
there's nothing wrong with you, Leophilius.
Oh,
I think we've identified a bug.
There's a bug in StreamYard where he can't hear you if he joined the stream first.
Because
would you like me?
It's a phone bug. Yeah. If you want to pop out and pop back in, you'll be able to hear Leophilius. That should fix that because he has a direct question for you, X.
Oh, okay.
And what's up, Leo? How you doing?
doing all right. Man, what is it with people using words and it's? I'm not even going to quote it because it's been quoted, but they use words, and I don't think it means what you think it means.
You keep using that word.
I don't know
I
what
do
the
not think
fuck
it means
to
what
say.
you think it means. Inconceivable. All right. And exponential, you should be able to hear Leo now.
Testing.
Gotcha, sir.
Testing.
Awesome.
So when you asked for books, were you asking about books like just generally to understand like atheology, philosophy, or were you asking for material specifically to understand the argument from hiddenness?
Ones that for you were inspired, that just kind of gave you those moments of pause, because that's what I find most enriching in life.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say, if you're looking for material on specifically the hiddenness argument, there's a channel that has a whole 8-part series on it. All the videos together are probably somewhere around 3.5 hours. But if you wanted to know more about specifically that argument, I'd recommend that series. That's on the channel Real Atheology, and you just go to their videos tab when you go to their channel and scroll down, and you'll see the 8 videos. The hiddenness argument is actually a very powerful argument against the existence of God, at least the God of classical theism.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. And if I guess my last topic would be musings on Pythagoreans. Back in the day, there was kind of circular conversations that are all happening, and eventually mathematics were used to try to describe reality. Taking that in today's context, over the past 20-some years that you guys have been having these conversations, do you feel it will perpetually be a circular conversation, or that there will ever be, no longer regression going on in these spaces?
Who wants to take first stab at that?
I mean, I think that explanations ground out somewhere, if that's what you're getting at. Like, I don't think there's going to be an infinite chain of explanations, each explaining the last thing or the thing prior to it or whatever. I think explanations ground out somewhere.
Well, so I'll take a slightly different view. Pythagoras and his cult were a quite problematic institution. That Carl Sagan, I was just reading his chapters about this yesterday. Carl Sagan blames Pythagoras and Plato for retarding human intellectual advancement by about 2,000 years. So that, just moving past that reference, no, I don't think that we're ever going to get to an answer on this, because I think that a lot of the discussion of religion is based on emotion and people's preservation of their identity and their emotional well-being, which I think that religion, for many people, does a lot to answer. And so I don't think you're ever going to prove to people, And this is part of that. Part of the success of religions is that they allow you to fold in whatever baggage you want. So if you want to be a loving and hippy-dippy Christian, you can. Just focus on all of the nice things that Christ said. If you want to be an angry, hateful, anti-gay or anti-trans Christian, you can, because there are sections in the Bible that will support that position. So I don't think that we're actually ever going to really argue, for instance, that the Institute of Creation Research or Answers in Genesis out of existence. That's just not going to happen.
Excellent. Okay. Because, yeah, it seems, and I've only been in the space for a small period of time, is that it just, you always keep on meeting somebody that refuses to take any advancement in logic and just stays circular and believes what makes them feel good. Yeah.
That's what I've seen. I've always kind of viewed faith as a tool for personal validation, for emotional validation, psychological validation, but it's a tool for personal validation, not not an epistemological tool. So, which is why I reject the concept of falling down on faith is just kind of like, in my eyes, kind of flipping the table as far as, trying to derive an explanation or an answer for something. So.
Yeah. Okay. That does most of my questions. By all means, I
Awesome.
can get off the stage if you have someone else and all that good stuff, or if you want to move on with other content.
Cool. Yeah, you're always welcome to come up if you have questions. And like I said, we have guests here. Andrew O is probably going to be popping in a little bit later, but I appreciate you coming up. You're always welcome. Thanks for checking out the show. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yes, and please do another collaboration again. I enjoyed that rabbit hole, that Alice in Wonderland that was created.
Yes, good. It was good stuff. And hopefully the Skeptic will be able to organize something like that again in the future. And hopefully with some new faces, we can bring some new people in. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. Working, doing stuff. I wish Simon Dan had dropped his videos at the same time as the rest of us. Just that he's extraordinarily busy with his enormous channel. But putting 10 of us together and just, the way we randomized it so that everybody would have other people's videos. I thought it was a brilliant idea, and I do hope we get to do it again soon.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll pop on some other day in the future.
Thanks, Exponential. You have a great one, okay? Awesome. Okay, and I only have just a little bit left of this, so I kind of wanna
by our a priori adherence to material causes to create.
Can we back up a little bit and get what that whole sentence was?
Yes, I was intending on doing that.
They're believing if life came from non-life, non-living matter, chemicals and soup, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extraordinary promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated, that means no evidence, just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism.
And I paused it there, right? So...
Well, he's being honest here. I'm not sure if he's making a confession or a statement of his own faith, but it goes hand in glove for what we're talking about today. Extraordinary claims do need extraordinary evidence.
So this is the problem that Chris is having in the chat. In fact, that you asserting that this is an extraordinary claim does not make it so. He is claiming intrinsic to his position that he is right. That there is a supernatural element to consciousness, and that any assertion to the contrary is extraordinary. No, that's not the position. Everything that we observe to exist is based on material, is based on or in a material being.
All right, that was responding to the spam. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
It says, here's what he says to continue. It's not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world, but on the contrary,
false. They absolutely do. I mean, that's kind of what science does. Science doesn't say, we don't know why these two pieces of metal stick together. I think it's fairies. I think there's metal fairies that stick pieces of metals together. No, we go, let's run some experiments and see what happens. And we do that. And, we kind of stumble our way along. And then a couple hundred years pass and we go, oh, it's fields.
Yeah.
And then we discover actually everything is fields. That literally, it's all just fields.
Hey, I saw those pictures of the Cottingley fairies.
Well,
I think it's actually leprechauns, not fairies. I think unicorns hold the atomic nucleus together. That's what holds that together. It's unicorns.
Saying that it's all fields, I think, is stretching it a bit far. We don't know that we don't know that space-time curvature is a field.
No, of course not. But I also don't think that's fundamental.
Okay, fair enough.
And Jessica, it's fields all the way down. Those fields just happen to look like turtles.
Yep. Very turtle-like fields. Also, I wanted to touch on something this guy here said that they also
actually, can I just respond to you, Leophilius, because I think this is demonstrative. So you reject the claim that that space-time curvature is fundamental. I don't.
I mean, for the most part, I think so.
Yeah, I don't agree with you on that, but these are axioms, right? I can't demonstrate through logical argument that you're wrong. I don't think that you can demonstrate by logical argument that I'm wrong. If I adopt the position that it is fundamental. And this is the problem that Chris is having in the chat, is we can say, okay, you disagree with me. That's fine. You reject this. I don't think I can prove that you're wrong. I don't think you can prove that I'm wrong. If so, please do. And Chris is persistently trying to say, look, here's a proof that you're wrong. No, it isn't. Your argument relies on your assumption. Your argument is circular, just as my argument to the contrary would be circular. If it's okay to believe that free will exists and to behave as though free will exists. Prior causes. Okay, Jay, I hope you're happy. It's not inescapable at all. And if it is inescapable, again, I invite you to go down to the local philosophy department at your nearest university and instantly author a paper laying out how it's inescapable, because you're not going to be able to, and they're going to tell you that your argument is just circular.
Hey, say, Chris.
That's also not what it means to be an axiom. Axioms are not inescapable. There are people that reject at least one of the axioms of classical formal logic. We call these people hold to what are often called paraconsistent logics. The idea that, if it's an axiom, then it can't ever be rejected and you have to assume it. Nope. Nobody that works in mathematical logic, in philosophical logic, in model theory would ever make that statement, because it's on its face absurd.
There's a class of mathematicians called constructivists who don't accept the validity of any mathematical proof that relies on the law of excluded middle. They argue that a mathematical result is only genuine if it can be established without relying on the law. So proofs by contradiction. They reject proofs by contradiction.
Chris, Chris, are you straight up telling Tony that he can't do that? Okay, so, Tony, that was you. That was for you.
Yes, it was.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing at Jay's comment.
I fucking can. Sorry. Sorry. No.
Oh man, it was like, I know you're invested. You're invested when you're talking to Chris. Yes. It's like, come on, Chris. You can't tell Tony he can't do that.
And it's fine. And this entire idiotic thing about does existence exist? This is. You don't even have the level of verbal sophistication to ask meaningful questions.
So, Tony, quick question: does color green, or does it blue?
You got me there. You and the flat earthers.
I green all over the place.
Like it's just you. I don't know why you're so confident. Actually, do you have a solution for the problem of hard solipsism? Because I'm going to say I don't know whether or not existence actually exists. Right? All I can say is that I exist. I don't know logically that everybody else exists or everything else exists. We seem to inhabit a shared reality, but the answer is I don't really know. I can't demonstrate it logically.
It's the free will thing. We perceive that we have it, so we operate as though we do. Just like we perceive that we operate within a shared universe, that not all of us are, that it's multiple perceptions that are all around us. So that leads to the inference that there is a universe that is being experienced by multiple agents and that it exists independent of our experience. So that's the inference we make from that. But you can't, like I said, it's the same thing. Free will. We perceive we have it. We operate as though we do. We can't logically conclude that that is the case or that, it's illusory. It's
the question, does existence exist is like asking, does color green or does shape square? Like it's existence is not a thing. It's not an entity. It's not a property, and it's not a predicate. A lot of people would say, okay, well then what is it? And I would say it's a conceptual primitive. Everybody knows what I mean when I say that unicorns do not exist. Everybody knows what I mean when I say that the moon exists. Second graders know what I mean. It's a conceptual primitive. Everybody that is honest and rational knows exactly what those mean. Existence is not a thing.
You should just go up on panel and have this conversation in real life. Or at least over the internet. But and that somebody can formulate the question, does existence exist? And think that it's meaningful. Right? If you define existence to be all those things that exist, and you define that things exist, then by definition, existence exists. Hello, Clive Wales. How are you?
I mean, there's a lot of the fact that you can formulate a sentence or ask a question does not mean that it has any meaning to it, that it's semantically coherent. I could ask you, how long does color red for? And you would be like, what does that even mean? I don't understand what that's supposed what is it that's even being asked?
Well, that's the statement you're making there, Chris. You must first exist in order to deny existence or to doubt existence. It's just a reformation of Descartes. It's that that there is an experience being had, and we can confirm the existence of an experience by the ability to doubt the experience. You're just reformulating Descartes there.
It's like, buddy, this was figured out 200, 300 something years ago by some freaking French guy.
Yeah.
He
was apparently an accomplished fencer.
No.
What do you have for us today? What do you have for us today, Randy?
Which is to say he was a famous duelist. But
you interrupted my joke, JL. I said, don't fuck with Descartes. He'll cut you up.
Yes, he will.
Well, and you missed my joke. Descartes was a great fencer. He was a famed duelist.
Duelist. I get you, duelist.
See what I
that
did
we
there?
are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes.
This may be what's true for him, but if he's trying to make a statement about all people, then like all atheists, then no, this doesn't follow. If he himself could have it like this a priori commitment to it, or operating as though it is a priori, and he's just rejecting all of the things, that's one thing. But I don't think he speaks for everybody on this one. So this sounds like Dan here is taking one person's opinion and then saying that it represents all atheists and how atheists think, which would be just disingenuous.
Yes.
To create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. And here it is. Moreover, that material.
I like that he just rolled over that. Mystifying to the uninitiated. Those who don't understand the science, this confounds them because they don't understand the evidence and the methodology. So he just rolled right over that statement. I think it was probably the most important statement within this whole thing.
Materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door.
From someone who has an anti-theistic position, I'm not familiar with the person that he's reading from, but I would say that from an anti-theistic position, I understand it. I get it, because this person is definitely of the mind, whoever this Marxist person is of the mind that religion poisons everything. So I would say that he's reading from a person who's an anti-theist. Great. I myself am not an anti-theist, although I'm against some religions because of how harmful they are. But the idea of people being spiritual or people like having religious ideas is fine. I don't give a shit. It's just when they try to influence everybody else because they think that what they believe in is right.
So here's my conclusion with all this. In the absence of extraordinary evidence, I'm going with common sense. He said this is against, that so many of these claims are against common sense. I'm going to go with common sense.
Because which just goes to show he missed the entire point of the fucking letter he just read.
So common sense is one of those phrases that is entirely meaningless. One of my, sort of the behavior, the double slit experiment does not conform with common sense. The general theory of relativity does not conform with common sense. Reality, the elements of reality do not conform with common sense. One of my favorite examples from my field is if you melt an ice sheet, sea level just off that is next to the ocean. If you melt an ice sheet and you put, say, a meter of water across the world's oceans from the ice sheet into the water, what happens next to the ice sheet? Does sea level go up or does it go down? And the answer is it goes down, because you've reduced the gravitational attraction of the ice sheet, which was pulling the water towards it. And that effect turns out to always be larger than the amount of water you've put into the oceans. So I'm
trying to envision the mass of that. That's wild.
Yeah. So then you've got deformational effects beyond that. But yeah, it's so intuition isn't a great guide, because we're macroscopic, low velocity people in a macroscopic, low velocity world, and this confounds our expectations. Our expectations are limited.
I do like to say, just to add on to that, holy fucking shit, that if we moved at say 70% the speed of light, relativity would probably be more intuitive to us because we'd experience it in our everyday lives. That's what, at least in the colloquial sense of the word intuition, I'm not sure what the philosophers mean by that, but in this sort of everyday, maybe the more psychological sense of an intuition, intuitions are built by our everyday experiences of the world around us and what goes on and what happens and regularities and patterns that we pick up on. This is why quantum mechanics and relativity and aspects of cosmology and everything are very unintuitive, because we don't exist at those scales. We don't experience the world that way. So it's hard for us to wrap our heads around how the world could be that way.
Yeah. Which gets back to Chris again. It's very easy to formulate meaningless questions like before the Big Bang. We don't know that the phrase before the Big Bang is meaningful, because we don't know that time existed at that time as we understand it now existed. So in order for the concept of before the Big Bang to be properly understood, we would need more information than we have now. We just don't know a lot of the relevant data that would allow us to have a proper formulation of what before the Big Bang looks like. It may go along any one of a number of disparate mathematical or physical paths. We don't know yet. But just because you can come up with a stupid phrase like before time or before the Big Bang doesn't make them meaningful.
Let me see here.
Just like the question, does existence exist? Isn't meaningful.
Real quick, Tony. Yeah, just off the top of your head, is the Thwaites Glacier really a doomsday glacier?
Not a doomsday glacier. I mean, it depends, because the West Antarctic ice sheet is quite unstable. Is Thwaites? So Thwaites is quite large. The problem with Thwaites is that if it goes, it may destabilize a surrounding ice dome. Just let me look up, because I'm confused between Thwaites and Pine Island. Right, yeah, Thwaites is in the West Antarctic. So the West Antarctic contains around 5 meters of ESL, eustatic or barystatic sea level, which is what you think of when you think of sea level rise. You think of sort of the oceans rising all at once, which is not what happens in reality. So that would be 5 meters. If it went quickly, that would be bad economically. But describing it as doomsday, I think, is over egging the pudding a bit. The vast majority of the mass in Antarctica is in East Antarctica. And if that goes, then, sea levels near you are probably going to go up by 70 meters. Worse if you happen to live near Boston. Boston is going to really suffer. It's going to be more like 120 meters worth, because Boston is at a confluence of sort of gravitational and rotational effects. So it gets double whammied. Because you're redistributing the mass, Earth's axis of rotation shifts, and that changes the distribution of centrifugal force. And for Boston, that leads to a higher sea level if you're redistributing mass from Antarctica to the oceans.
And now you know.
Now you know.
Oh, we have somebody in the back. Jord, what's up?
Hey there, is my audio all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, not much. I just wanted to add a little bit, especially onto the common sense discussion of just how different two people may consider common sense. You know what I mean? Like, to somebody who grew up in the desert, not stomping around in shady areas where rattlesnakes are is common sense, but to someone who's never seen a fucking rattlesnake before, they don't even, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not common sense inherent to every single person on the planet, just doesn't exist. Like,
yes, common sense is very limited, and it's not the argument. Well, I'm glad that Chris asked the question. So, it is inherently unjust for people to be dying of starvation or dying of lack of access to effective health care, and their children to be suffering, while other people have more money than they can possibly spend in a human lifetime. Therefore, by that moral standard, it is perfectly acceptable to tax the people who have a superabundance of resources to provide the resources that other people need to survive. That is the moral standard. Now, I don't argue that it is an objective standard, because my moral principles are different from other moral principles. I say it's unjust according to my standards, but I don't argue that my standards are objective.
This actually goes to something that I addressed at the very, very beginning, Chris. At the very beginning of the stream, I don't know if you were present for. When someone makes a statement, okay, that is obviously predicated upon their stances, they make a stance-dependent evaluation of something, you have a tendency to try and present what they're saying as being like a mind stance independent statement about reality.
He tries to pigeonhole you into an objective view, which is just, I mean, if it's not dishonest, it's at best disingenuous to do to somebody.
Yeah.
And theists do it all the time. Like, believers do it all the time. And I don't know why you do it, because you do it a lot. And it's not conducive to having a conversation, because we're trying to move forward in a conversation and you keep wanting to like bring it back to something that's not even relevant to what's happening. So like I went through this before, and people, you can go back to the beginning of the stream and you can address it, because I addressed it in what you said in Discord. What you said in my Discord was when I made the statement that capitalism ruins everything. It's a very, very basic statement, but the implication there that unfettered, unregulated capitalism
you can just remove those first two words, and everything that you're about to say will still be true.
Right. And then I hold that it does ruin everything just because of what it results in. Now, my reference there, the stance that I'm referencing there, is the society that I would like to see and the goals I would like to see accomplished. That is a stance-dependent statement. Okay, but then you turned around and implied that my statement, capitalism ruins everything, you said ruins according to what objective standard? So you tried to turn my subjective statement into like me making an objective statement about reality, which I was not doing in any way.
JL, imagine if you said, I picked up this new protein bar from the store. I'm going to give it a try here. Oh, that tastes horrible. Oh, yeah? Horrible according to what objective standard? Like, nobody does this in a discussion. What the fuck are we doing here?
And I even make a joke about this. When I make a statement like Krakatoni is hilarious, it is objectively hilarious. I'm obviously joking when I say that. Okay? It is my opinion that Krakatoni is hilarious. It is irrelevant that it is a universally held opinion that Krakatoni is hilarious. It's not an objective statement about reality. This is all stance. Even if 100% of all human organisms, that all conscious organisms throughout the universe agree that Krakatoni is hilarious, doesn't make it objectively true. It's still subjective. We just all happen to agree. So there you go. I don't know why you always do this, Chris, which is really, really aggravating, because you're taking a step back when we're trying to move forward.
No, stop. God damn it. No.
I'm going to wrap this up because there's only there's a scant amount of time left on this video, and I want to be able to throw this one in the trash.
Extraordinary evidence to the contrary. even and especially if that common sense leads me to God.
Okay, but you're not doing any kind of critical evaluation there, Dan. That's the whole point. Is that and obviously everything. Okay, I'm just gonna flat out say he read that letter from whoever this person was who wrote. I can't remember their name. I think it started with an L. Who apparently is a Marxist, and an atheist. But he read that letter, completely glossed over the most important parts of the letter, and then because of that, either he did it intentionally or did it because he's ignorant. Completely missed the point of the letter and then reinterpret it as something that is kind of like supporting his own position. This is just intellectually disingenuous or dishonesty. I can't tell if it's just pure stupidity that's driving this or his ignorance. But I mean, this is not how this is just terrible. So now I know why I downloaded this video originally, because it's fucking awful. This was but I'm done with this one now. I can remove this.
So Cord does make an excellent point that this guy does bear an uncanny resemblance to Winston Wolfe.
Oh, the guy on screen?
Yeah.
Winston Wolfe. Somebody was saying, Jared Reed was saying Kevin Kline with a mustache.
Well, Kevin Kline had a mustache for a large portion of his career, so I'm not sure. No, Winston Wolfe, I can see.
From Pulp Fiction?
Yes, from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, okay. So Harvey Keitel.
Harvey Keitel, yes.
Yeah. I could see it. I could kind of see it. Just because you are a character doesn't mean you have character. It's one of my Hey, I have character. Just because you are a character doesn't mean you have character.
Exactly.
So pretty please, with sugar on top. Clean the fucking car.
I
fucking love the wolf.
I will say, especially, I joined in on that video a little bit late, but I did want to, so his entire, argument that he was posting was basically just getting around the fact that extra dimensional being that exists outside of space and time created literally everything, millions of miles, and stuck humans on some rock on an unremarkable star in an unremarkable galaxy, and that's not an extraordinary claim.
Oh, it's just common sense, guy.
So he doesn't need to give evidence. He could have made an entire video showing the extraordinary evidence, right? But no, it's not an extraordinary claim, guys. Oh no, so I don't need evidence. It's fine.
And hey, King J Reacts, good to see you. Yeah, a lot of it was projecting his position onto non-believers and completely misrepresenting it. Now, I appreciate you coming up, Jord. Did you have anything else for us? I try to limit it to one person, to one guest on the stage, because I have somebody else in the back. So
yeah, I'm going to drop unless.
Sorry. I was more than happy to drop as well if you'd like, but
because I have a person going to come up, and I think it's going to be. It may get. I'm going to try and keep it cool, keep it chill, make sure we have a chill conversation. But yeah, unless you had something specific, Jordan, that you wanted to bring up.
I did want to ask if this is Chris from the chat. I wanted to ask him a few things about wokeness, if that was okay. It's fine if it's not, but
it is. It's Chris from the chat. So okay, we can do this.
I'm just gonna start calling him that. Chris from the chat.
Chris from the chat. Jenny from the
block. Okay, if it's Chris from the chat, then I'll stay.
So real quick.
Am I coming through?
Yeah, Chris, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
So real fast, I know that there's other topics on the deal, but Jord has a question to ask you about, I think, Jord, go ahead and ask your question, because I think it's going to be shorter and we can get through that and then go to some of the headier topics.
Yeah. So I asked you in the chat, I asked if you said that being anti-woke was based, and I said, well, why is being anti-woke based? And you said that wokeness is collectivist and anti-life. And I just like that substantiated, please. How is it anti-life?
Because as being collectivism is basically in effect putting the rights of the collective above the rights of the individual. And that is contradictory because the collective is not an entity in and of itself. It is not the primary atom. The atom of the collective is the individual. That's what's metaphysically primary.
Okay,
So you
so I'm
cannot
hearing
have.
why
Well,
you think
wait. I haven't finished. So
you're
you
not
cannot.
answering.
I'm not finished. You're not letting me finish. You keep interrupting me. So, okay. So, yeah, the atom of the collective is the individual. So you cannot have a collective or group or society or what have you without procuring the security of individuals.
Okay, so
So
you're answering a
it,
question that wasn't asked. I'm going to ask my question again, and then if you don't answer it, I'll just accept that you can't answer it. How is it anti-life? You've explained how it's incoherent, but that
yeah,
is not
that's what I was explaining.
anti-life.
Yes, but I was getting to that. So can I?
Can you move faster, do you think?
I'm moving as fast as I autistically can. So,
Okay,
Don't-
so just
Don't peddle
for-
autism as though it's some excuse. Get to your point.
Just for future reference, to be faster, you could start by answering the question that was asked.
I am answering the question, but I
I
have
love
to
that.
No, you're not.
Yeah, but you
I have
started
to
by
establish the foundation for it because you guys don't
let me
understand where I'm
let me
going.
interject here.
foundation
Hang on a
is
second,
a
guys. Let me
Okay,
let me
go ahead.
interject here real quick. Chris,
Yes.
what do you think woke is? Like, what is it referring to? Because I want to see if you actually know what it's referring to.
It's let's see where they.
Are you looking up what it's actually referring to?
No, I had it here somewhere.
But you don't have it to hand. You don't have it in your mind.
Because it's really, really simple. Woke or being awake is literally the term references being socially aware. Okay? It's about social awareness, being woke, being aware of a variety of issues within our society. Okay? That term has been essentially demonized by alt-right conservative fundy assholes to basically say that by being aware of social problems and then doing everything you can with legislation to mitigate the social problems, that their rights are being infringed. No, people do have the right to be assholes, yes. But people do not have the right to influence other people's lives politically, economically, otherwise, just because they're assholes. If you want to run around and be a racist, that's one thing. There's going to be social consequences for that. But you don't get to pass laws based upon your racism that reinforce racist ideology.
Right.
Being woke is being aware of the problems, like the legislative problem. This is one example of these things in our society and trying to fight against them and change them, like bodily autonomy, respecting bodily autonomy. That's a woke topic because it respects the bodily autonomy of women, but people on the right or people that these alt-right fundy evangelical douchebags will argue that respecting bodily autonomy limits their power, which it doesn't. So I don't know if you're operating with the right definition of what woke is.
Okay, so wait, which of us should?
I just want to, before you speak, I just want to reiterate my question one more time. How is wokeness anti-life? Not how is it ineffective, not why is it incoherent, not why you don't personally agree with the idea of collectivism. How is wokeness anti-life?
Yeah, because by the definition of woke, I take that to mean that it is specifically advantageous to society, which would technically, it's not like pro-life statement like this, but it does advocate for a more equal foundation for all people and therefore allowing people to have healthier and more
Productive.
I guess I would say healthier and happier foundations, which does improve the quality of life, not only for the individuals in question, but also for the generations that follow. Because happier, healthier people that are more content and more emotionally stable have more content and more emotionally stable children. So that's actually a positive for society. So it wouldn't be, it's improving quality of life. So how is it anti-life?
Well, then by that standard, you should be in support of anarcho-capitalism, because that's what would.
No. Don't drift off to something completely different.
I'm not trying to. I'm not going to try to go off into that.
No, Chris, your statement. I'm going to what George said. George's question for you was, how is woke anti-life? How are you bridging that divide there? Haha, shameless plug.
Nice. I mean, like, should I start with my definition of woke, my understanding of the term at least?
I think that'd be helpful as long as you don't meander.
Yeah, that's what I asked you.
It'll be quick. It's a quick genus and differentiated definition. So woke would be like a neo-Marxist ideology that substitutes identity categories for economic classes as the primary framework of oppression and liberation. Okay.
That is not what wokeness is. That is what I believe intersectionality involves.
Okay, well, fine. I'm using woke as a synonym for intersectionality then.
Well, then that's not what wokeness is. That's what intersectionality is. Wokeness is originally an AAVE, an African American vernacular English term referring to this awareness of the social injustices, at least initially as they pertain to African Americans. If you were woke, you were awake. You were aware of the fact that African Americans in the United States faced a variety of social injustices that white people didn't face. People started to recognize that there are other demographics of people that also face a variety of injustices in society, and being aware of that is what wokeness is. So to be woke is just to be aware of the social injustices that certain demographics face in our society today. Now, you might reject that those injustices exist, but you should not reject that that is what wokeness is.
Yeah. For example, being aware of what the suburbs were really designed for. Like, what was the purpose of the suburbs? There's a reason why suburbs were designed. Okay, being aware of that reason would be a part of being woke.
And the funny thing about all of this to me is that I could honestly see a better argument for wokeness as described by Leo being anti-life. I'd still think it would be dumb as fuck to make that argument, but I could see at least a semi-coherent argument saying that intersectionality is anti-life. Like, and you're trying to slot race, say that people are pointing to race instead of class struggles, as if class consciousness has not been one of the major movements on the left, at least in America, if not like worldwide, for the left's entire existence.
Literally, that's been like one of the main things of leftism.
That is literally what leftism is about.
Right.
Okay, so to put a period on that, you're not really talking about wokeness. You're talking about intersectionality.
I guess.
Correct?
Now,
Okay.
if you want to modify your claim and say, okay, I understand that. What I meant to say was intersectionality is anti-life. But then you'd have to give an argument for that.
May I make a statement at some point?
Yeah, go ahead, Tony.
Go ahead.
So, individual humans do not enjoy a physical advantage over many life forms, over bison or lions. In order for humans to outcompete them relies on the existence of social structures. It is only because we are social animals and we can construct large, effective social structures that we are able to outcompete rival animals or outcompete other groups. Consequently, as a logical consequence of this, the larger, more cohesive and more coherent a social group we can form, the greater the evolutionary advantage conferred on the members of that social group. So, developing developing more inclusive principles and more accepting principles underlying our social groups confers evolutionary and competitive advantages on all of the members. Is there a flaw in my reasoning that you would like to attack?
Well, you said that our what is it? Our survivability, I guess you would say, is primarily due to our social structuring.
Yes.
What faculty did you use to reach that conclusion?
I don't care. I don't see how that is relevant.
Well, because I would say our primary means of survival and what has brought us to this apex tier animal status.
I suggest you take your vast intelligence into the highlands of New Guinea and see how much good it does you.
I mean, what?
Or to the middle of the Sahara Desert, or to any of the or to the savannah.
Or just
yes, we are
outside
tool using, but it is primarily the tool, and one of the advantages of society, is greater advantage to productivity and better tools that we can use to keep ourselves alive. But just saying
and specialization.
Yes, and just saying that it's our intelligence that makes us better. No, really intelligent humans die and are eaten by lions just as much as really stupid humans, except that the stupid humans are just more likely to find themselves near a lion. So it is our social skills and our social structures that provide the vast majority and our ability to communicate and develop tools. Yes, that's a part of our evolutionary advantage, but it is primarily our social structure that enables us to outcompete our rivals.
So wouldn't the intelligent decision to be to go where the people are and not out in the middle of fucking nowhere?
Yes, that would be an intelligent decision, provided that you are not so antisocial that the people there object to your presence, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so there is an argument against antisocial behavior and an argument for pro-social behavior, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so the larger, more coherent the social group that we can construct, the more benefits we confer on the members of that social group, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, therefore, larger, more cohesive social groups have an advantage over social groups that are not cohesive, where inequality in rights or availability of medical care or food is not equally distributed. In those unequal societies, they are at a disadvantage because they are not as cohesive as a society where everybody's essential needs are catered for, correct?
I think you're package dealing there. I agree with the first point that the better able to structure and grow a social group, the more successful that group. But I disagree with your assertion of how that is.
Yes, I don't care if you disagree with it. What I care about is, do you have a counter argument?
How do you ensure that equal distribution without relying on coercion?
I don't.
So then how do you ensure the survival of the individuals that constitute that group if they are not free to use their... Yeah, but we as humans we must use our minds to survive.
Yes.
And that's our primary means of survival. Like your whole spiel
we've already gone through this argument. I disagree.
And that doesn't mean you're right. Just because you disagree doesn't mean you're right. Your entire argument. Let me finish. Your entire argument that about the whole social groups and all that stuff, at every level that required you to use your mind to make that determination. Your mind has been the filter at every step, every
What's the
point.
relevance?
How is that relevant to the use of coercion? I argue
Because
that society
coercion
has a right.
prevents you
I
from
argue-
using your mind.
No,
You
it
use
doesn't.
your mind.
What
use
does
your
that
No,
mind.
it doesn't. It prevents you from being antisocial. That's what it prevents.
No,
Coercion prevents you from engaging.
being able to act upon your own will. Your own
No,
mind.
not my
You
will.
use your mind to.
No, not my will at all. You're mischaracterizing my statement. Society can use coercive elements to enforce, to punish antisocial behavior and to enforce pro-social behavior.
How are you
Like
defining
making rape illegal.
pro-social?
Antisocial is society that harms the fabric. Antisocial behavior is behavior that harms the structure of society, rendering it less effective and less cohesive. For instance, if it was legal for people to go around and murder at will, everybody, there would be and there was no punishment for this. There would be an abundance of ill people who were wandering around killing people at will. So as a society, we've agreed that that's undesirable. So we punish people who do that, and we use coercive elements to do it. This is, and we agree on this being a pro-social policy to punish anti-social policy, and that, as a society, is how we come to a conclusion.
And then,
Well,
on the exact flip side of that,
I wouldn't consider
there's not just the coercive punishment means. There's also, you think of coerciveness as this what's the word? Malevolent force, but you have been coerced into getting every job that you've ever had just to survive. But that is social behavior. Those jobs lead to you making manufacturing goods or providing services that people need, that lead to society being better.
Well,
and when you sexually harass a coworker and you get fired, those are coercive forces punishing you for behavior that isn't cohesive to the structures that we have in our society, because it is undesirable by the vast majority of the members of the society.
The rules that are in place that disincentivize certain behavior and incentivize other behavior, we incentivize cooperative behavior or social behavior, and we disincentivize antisocial or uncooperative behavior or selfish behavior. So we incentivize these things because we have particular goals that we want to accomplish within our society. So we have ideals that we want to attain, even if they're whatever they might be. The society has things it wants to accomplish or wants to establish and maintain, like goals, like a state of the society. That's a goal. In order to attain that, there are actions that would work against that and actions that would advance us towards the accomplishment of that. Whatever those things happen to be, whatever the people in the society have agreed upon, the people in the society agree upon X, then we ought to do things that lead us closer to X, to accomplishing X, and we ought not do things that get us farther away from X or destabilize our ability to achieve X. And therefore, we put rules in place to incentivize those actions that get us closer to X, and we disincentivize actions that get us further away from X. And that's the laws that what we're talking about. So what is the issue here?
Forces.
Okay, so my issue is Tony, Leo, and Jord. Is that your name? Okay. Those weren't examples of coercion. Coercion is no, because none of them require you to use force against someone's will. Like PhD.
That's not what coercion is. That's not what coercion is.
Yes, they do. Arresting a murderer requires
not
using
coercion.
force against the will of the murderer.
The murderer is the coercive force here. The person, yes.
No, the police who go out and arrest the murderer are coercing the murderer into a prison cell that the murderer doesn't want to be in. And if the murderer resists strongly enough, they will be shot. That is physical coercion.
Self-defense isn't coercion.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It literally is.
So the murderer is not coercive.
Yes, the murderer is also coercive,
Yes.
but that doesn't make the people responding to him not applying coercion either.
So
Do you not
Chris,
know what coercion means?
Then how
Chris,
do you?
just let me establish this.
Wait,
Wait, Chris.
coercion means.
Chris,
Sorry.
hang on a sec. It's the practice of forcing another party to act against their will through threats, intimidation, or physical force, violating their autonomy. That applies in all scenarios. Someone exacting self-defense. That is one person, and that is one person enforcing their will upon another, and then the other person enforcing their will upon the other person in response to them. It's coercive both directions.
Can I just read here really quickly from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy's article on coercion? The concept of coercion has two different faces corresponding to the two parties involved in its most ordinary cases. On one face, it picks out a technique agents or coercers can use to get other agents to do or not to do something. On the other face, it picks out a kind of reason for why agents, coercees, sometimes do or refrain from doing something. Coercion is typically thought to carry with it several important implications, including that it diminishes the targeted agent's freedom and responsibility, and that it is a pro tanto wrong and or violation of a right. Nonetheless, few believe that it is always unjustified, since it seems that no society could function without some authorized uses of coercion. It helps keep the bloody-minded and recalcitrant from harming others, and seems also to be an indispensable technique in the rearing of children. A state's legitimacy and sovereignty is sometimes thought to depend on its ability to use coercion effectively and to monopolize its use within its territory against competitors, both internal and external, which seems to align more with what everyone else except you has described coercion.
Do you think it's possible for you to use words in the same sense as everybody else that speaks English?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you look up the dictionary definition of coercion?
Sure.
Okay. Can you confirm that it just says what JL explained earlier?
And hey, Mr. Andrat, good to see you.
Let's see. Coercion. Let's see.
While he's doing that, I'm actually about to take
power of
off.
coercing.
Okay,
To
Jordan.
compel, to enact your choice.
One second. Chris, hang on one second.
Yeah, just before I do, JL, can you Google something for me? It'll only take 1 minute.
I sure can.
Just Google who wore the number 2 jersey on the 1997 roster for the Washington Wizards.
Who wore the number 2 jersey on the
1997 roster of the Washington Wizards?
God Shamgod.
God exists. I proved it. All right, y'all have a wonderful night.
Bye, Jordan.
Later.
Thank you, Jordan. God Shamgod. Love it.
Okay, so Chris, the definition of coercion.
At least according to the dictionary. Let's see, which is to compel or act. Well, this is coerce. To compel to enact or choice, to achieve by force or threat, or to restrain or dominate by force. So, if following that strict definition, I'm sure. But what I mean is,
you guessed using the actual definition of the word that we're right and you're wrong.
Okay, but my intent is aggression.
It doesn't matter.
Not the same. Oh God! So this is just. Oh well, I'm using this word, but by this word, I just mean this other word, and I could have just used that other word instead of this word, but I'm not. I don't.
But aggression is entirely subjective, right? So
no,
if somebody, yes, it is. If somebody refuses, yes, it is.
Aggression is the initiation of force or violence against someone. That's what I mean when I say aggression.
Well, so
I have a
if I yell at somebody, am I being aggressive?
No.
Okay. That's useful to know for our future interactions. So then I disagree with your definition, because I think that somebody can.
Okay, well, that's what I'm
can
using.
inflict,
That's what
can
I mean when
aggressively. If it can, I'm going to continue talking because I was talking. Does that seem reasonable? So I'll continue. The somebody can aggressively inflict emotional harm on someone by gaslighting them. That isn't physical violence. They can apply emotional punishments by yelling at people. They can inflict emotional harm on people. They can, for instance, one aspect of domestic violence is to
gaslighting
restrict.
would fall under fraud, which would be.
You don't have a good record of listening to people, and given that very often your interpretations of simple words turn out to be completely factually incorrect, you might do well to spend more time listening and less time trying to talk over people. Restricting access to money is also considered a form of domestic violence. So you can financially. I beg your pardon?
I would agree with that.
Okay.
If that money is theirs.
But it isn't. What if somebody earns money and then refuses to pay child support? Is that aggression?
I don't necessarily agree that that's aggression.
Why not? He's got children and a wife whose well-being and livelihood depend upon receiving child support. How is it not an act of aggression to deny them the resources that they need to live?
Because you're not entitled to anyone else's property.
Yes, they are. That's the law.
So you're a legal positivist?
What I'm saying is that in our society, denying other people access to the money that you owe them under legal requirements is a form of aggression and warrants a coercive response.
I'm not talking about what is legal or illegal. I'm talking about what is
really quick. I'm going to jump off. I just wanted to say, take it easy. JL, you were really blurry there for a second, but you're not anymore. Anyway, okay. I'm out of here, fellers. Good seeing you guys. Take her easy.
Bye, Leo. Have a good one.
Bye, Leo. But your position, and as you pointed out earlier in our discussion, my opinion doesn't matter. Your opinion doesn't matter. What matters is the opinion of society at large.
Wait, why does society's opinion matter more than what is actually true?
Because if society determines that you act in an antisocial way, society will use coercive tactics to either punish you or otherwise disincentivize you from acting in the way that you have chosen to act. So you should care about the potential consequences of antisocial behavior or society or behavior, more accurately, behavior that society deems to be antisocial. And this includes refusing to pay your taxes.
So if society decides, so if 9 people decide to grape the 10th should just bend over and take it?
Nobody is saying that.
That's what we are saying.
And you don't get to talk over me while I'm responding. What I am saying is that society, the society you have just described, is not cohesive and is not going to get very large. because people aren't going to join a society in which the majority get to rape or violate the minority on a whim. That society is going to be outcompeted by a society in which there are laws and structures that forbid such behavior. And nobody is arguing that. So the behavior you just described would be self-defeating. Remember that our objective here, and remember that our objective here is to construct a society that is as large and cohesive as possible, correct? Because that's the society that maximizes our evolutionary chances.
Definitely. So how about a society where 9 of the people decide to steal from the 10th?
Again, in that society, that society will have trouble expanding. But taxation is not theft.
How so?
You derive benefits from belonging to society. You derived these benefits from before you were able to even earn an income. The fact that you were raised successful, there are evolutionary reasons if you want me to go into them, but human children are born very early in their physical development, and they undergo a long period in which they are incapable of fending for themselves. You were supported through society during that period. Society maintained the roads that delivered the food. Society maintained the hygiene infrastructure, the sewage that prevented you from catching typhoid or any other noxious disease. Society provided the power and the infrastructure that you used to turn on your televisions or to cook your food. Society constructed the air safety standards that prevented planes from crashing into your house while you were asleep. Society provided all of these benefits and continues to provide all of these benefits. You are receiving these benefits, and you are obligated, society has decided, to pay for them. And that is what taxation is. Taxation is payment for the benefits that you have enjoyed and continue to enjoy for being a member of society. If you do not wish to make those payments, you can withdraw yourself to some area where the government will not tax you. I can recommend the highlands of Papua New Guinea or the plains of South Sudan. You will no doubt not find these areas very convivial, but you will not be taxed.
So, a couple issues with that claim. One is that you're saying that society did all these things as though society is somehow in and of itself a conscious entity that does these things, when reality is it's many individuals each making independent decisions that leads to the production.
How is that conceivably relevant?
Well, because you're...
Well, technically, let's make sure it's right, Chris. It's a group of individuals that are all agreeing to a consent, that are all arriving at a consensus on various things.
Or the vast majority of them, certainly an overwhelming majority.
When you had small tribes, obviously you could get everybody's opinion on things, and then you would find what everyone agrees with. This works really well in small groups. When you have like a country that's like hundreds of millions of people, in order to reduce the you could say like the din to keep things streamlined and keep them moving, you would have officials that would speak for. You'd have like a leader that would represent a group, and that leader would step forward to represent the opinions of the group, which is technically what's supposed to be going on. The individuals who represent each state are supposed to represent the opinions of those people, of the people within that state. And then they bring that to the table, and then all the officials at the table representing their constituency then find the common ground amongst all the people at the table.
Now,
that's how it's supposed to work.
This system is imperfect. Right. And certainly it can be susceptible to corruption. but that does not change the central element. You are benefiting from the proper function of society. You have benefited for your entire life before you were capable of contributing to it. Now you are capable of contributing to it, and society has decided, rightly, in my opinion, that it is incumbent upon you to pay for the benefits that you have enjoyed and continue to enjoy.
So suppose I ran like some sort of business that provides some sort of service, like car washing or something, and I wash your car, against your will, without your knowledge, and then should I be able to demand payment for that?
No,
yeah.
but
Why not?
Hang on. I get to actually get to bring a criminal charge against you for interfering with my private property, which you've got no right.
Well, hold on. There's a word you missed. Wait a second, guys. Chris, there's a word you missed in there.
What?
Yes, you could demand payment. The question is, would you be entitled to payment?
Yeah.
And the answer is no. You would not be entitled. You could demand all you want, but you wouldn't be entitled to payment because the other person did not. The other person did not ask you to do that.
So what if
that takes the other person?
Are you a U.S. citizen there, Chris?
But what if?
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes.
Okay.
Now,
so you have agreed to be bound by the. You have agreed explicitly in accepting your citizenship, in accepting the rights of citizenship. You would assert that you are subject to the U.S. Constitution and that you are protected by the rights enshrined therein, correct?
I don't recall signing any such contract.
You don't have to sign it. If you want to opt out of the system, you can go somewhere else.
I actually have to ask the government's permission in order to rescind my citizenship. But anyway,
you can go somewhere else and not enjoy the benefits of American society and the protection of your rights as enshrined in the Constitution. You can go to some other place and you don't need the government's permission for it.
I mean, I can go there, but I would still owe taxes.
Well, you would say wherever you go. I mean, if you can become a citizen of another country. Now,
sure.
the U.S. doesn't recognize dual citizenship, but you can go and you can become a citizen of the U.K. and you can enjoy the benefits of being a citizen in the U.K. But
then
you
I
being
have to pay taxes to both the UK and the US.
Because you are still an American citizen, so
I would have to rescind my citizenship, which would require me asking permission, and it's a very long and expensive process. Back to my example with the car washing. Now, suppose that the majority, 6 out of 10 of people that made up this hypothetical small society, decided that that was acceptable and I should be able to demand payment for it and be entitled to it. Would that make it acceptable?
If I wanted to remain a member of that society, I would be compelled to pay the money. But that society would again not be very cohesive and would again be limited in attractiveness. I would think to myself, I didn't contract with this person for this service. I'm going to go to a society where this sort of dickheadedness is not acceptable.
Interesting. So you're actually you're actually closer to my position than you think.
No, because you still live in the United States. If you think that taxation is wrong, the appropriate remedy is to leave and go somewhere where there is no taxation.
Well, how is me charging you for services you didn't ask for different? What's the principal distinction between that and taxation?
You established
the primary difference between them is that the services the government survives are necessities for you for your living without fear of arbitrary injury or disease.
Why can't those be provided through the free market, where I can pick and choose
because
who provides
the free
those?
market, because there are markets where that just don't work as free market. For instance, and we've tried and they fail. For instance, firefighting. Firefighting was, the Romans experimented with free market firefighting. It is, if you buy fire insurance and your neighbor doesn't, it is actually in your interests to have his house put out anyway.
Yeah.
Because if his house continues to burn, your house is likely to catch fire.
Right.
So it actually makes sense for everybody to. It actually makes everybody make sense for it just to be a communal burden to fund firefighting, and everybody is protected by it. Similarly, law enforcement can't be, and contract enforcement cannot be privatized, because if you have two parties and they each hire their own judges and they each hire their own police, you don't get satisfactory conflict resolution. I can go through the list. Healthcare. It is much more efficient to provide free healthcare to prevent people from getting seriously ill than wait until they are seriously ill and in danger of dying and then treating them. So it makes more sense. And indeed, the statistics on the United States are absolutely astonishing. You have the most expensive healthcare system in the world, and your life expectancy is 45th in the world. And it's not the expense of your healthcare system is not even close. It's like more than double what I pay in Australia for healthcare. And you get a vastly worse result. Countries with socialized
We also
healthcare
have
and communal.
way more government intervention.
And we also subsidize universal health care in other countries like Israel.
Yeah,
so
that's the thing.
which is beyond
through taxation.
Socialized healthcare in Australia. We have socialized healthcare. So we do have private healthcare companies, but you don't need them to survive. You'll get a slightly better level of service, but our government will keep you alive. We live significantly longer than Americans, and we're pretty much just as obese. So you can claim that it's the government's fault. And to some extent, you've got some justification, but the problem with American healthcare is because of people trying to preserve this as a private market rather than just saying, okay, we're socializing this.
Capitalism.
Not all markets are free are suitable to free markets. For instance, if your neighbor doesn't have adequate sewage, you're likely to die of typhoid even if your sewage works. So everybody needs sewage, right? Everybody needs a functioning sewer system, right?
Sure.
So there are communal systems on which everybody benefits from not having planes crash into their houses.
Trash collection and bears, I seem to remember, was a major issue in Connecticut.
Yeah, for that stupid fucking libertarian utopia in Connecticut or New Hampshire. I think it was New Hampshire, where
something so simple. It's like trash collection. What to do with your trash? Having a socialized system to handle your refuse. Nope, we're gonna handle ourselves and privatize it like this. And guess what? Bears.
I read that article.
Mountains of uncollected trash. So there are just a lot of systems on which society depends, on which you depend, where a free market solution is not going to work. And furthermore, there are plenty of examples of private corporations and private companies killing people for money. The tobacco industry, for decades, fought against any information that any freedom of information that suggested that its product was harmful.
They had deals with the government for that.
Yes, but government corruption is not an argument for the erasure of the individual instances of government
they were
corruption.
only able to get away with it because of government corruption.
No,
without government corruption, they wouldn't have gotten away with it. Yes,
no, that's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No, it
Yes,
isn't. No, it isn't.
You agree that it's because of government corruption that they're able to suppress that
No.
information. You
No.
just agreed to that just a moment
No,
ago.
I didn't. I did not agree to that. Don't try and gaslight me, you lying fuckstick.
I'm not lying. You
are.
Agreed, you conceded that the government corruption was a thing that.
Yes, I never said the statement. The tobacco companies were only able to suppress this information because of government corruption. What I said there was government corruption. The government corruption came in the form of people being paid not to enact laws that would act on this information, not that the government acted to suppress the information.
I mean, they did, but
no, they didn't.
All right. Well, let's see. Regarding the
let me ask you this, Chris.
Fire
here in the United States, okay? You understand the concept of the social contract, right?
I understand the idea. I don't think it's coherent.
You don't think it's coherent? Like where's the logical break in the social contract? The government provides services and benefits. You are a citizen because you were born here. You are automatically, by virtue of your birth, granted those things. And that in order to facilitate you having and maintaining and you continuing to enjoy those benefits, and for the benefits of others, you pay taxes. Where's the logical break there?
The fact that I wasn't given a choice.
Given a choice of what?
Choice.
Wait. Given a choice of being born here?
That I'm pretty much bound to it by birth.
Okay. So wait, no, go ahead, Tony. Sorry.
Yeah, but even prior to being born, you received benefits. Your parents were educated. Your parents survived to adulthood. Your mother carried you to term. Your house wasn't washed away in floods. Your parents weren't killed in automobile accidents or by falling planes or by typhoid. There are immense benefits that the very fact of your birth is indebted to the proper functioning of society. And in order to function properly, in order to supply those services, society requires funding. These services have to be funded, and you have agreed multiple times to that there are instances where privatization and private marketing does not work.
So one thing that I was going along with that inquiry, Chris. There's no logical break in it, but from your position, you don't like the fact that is the way it is in the country. Okay.
It's not that I don't like the fact. I don't think
that's the way it is in this country. That's the established social contract. The people get protection and benefits from the government and are granted those at birth without question. As a citizen from birthright citizenship, it comes with all manner of protections and guarantees. And that in order to maintain them for you and for everyone else and for your children, in order to maintain them, taxes are paid to facilitate the mechanism that allows those things to be maintained. Your parents knew that when they had you. So your gripe is not with the government. Your gripe is with your parents for choosing to have you here.
So the government created that system.
Society
my parents'
created that
fault.
system.
Yeah, society. Yeah, Tony's right. Society created it, and we use the government to establish and enforce it. But your gripe isn't with the government, because that system's been in place for now centuries. Your parents were born here. They could have gone somewhere else and birthed you in some other country. They could have. They have the right. The government doesn't say that they can't. They have the full right to do that. Your issue is not with the government. Your issue is with having been born in the U.S., which means your gripe is not with the government. Your gripe is with your parents, because they chose to have you here, obviously, because they felt that the benefits of having you here were better than the benefits of having you somewhere else. So don't argue against the government. Argue against your parents for having chosen to have you born here.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
Well, you can
wait.
remove
Did the government?
yourself. You can remove yourself to another society, and you can, if you go, for instance, to the highlands of New Guinea, the American government will have no way of extracting your income from you. You'll have no way of earning an income, but you will be tax-free for the rest of your life. If you don't want the benefits of society, if you don't want to pay for the benefits of society, you don't deserve the benefits of society, and therefore you should be withdrawn from it. And given that this seems to be a moral principle that you live by, you should remove yourself from it.
The government didn't coerce your parents into having you here. They didn't force them to have them here. There was no threat. There was no aggression. Your parents chose to have you here. Now, I'm speculating about the content, or the context of your birth. But your parents were okay. So there you go. They planned to have you here. They could have gone to Canada and then gone to the consulate, renounced their U.S. citizenship, gone through the process, and then had you born there.
Or they could have gone to the highlands of Papua New Guinea and had you, not subject to any government, or West Irian Jaya, or again South Sudan. There are plenty of places on Earth that a government can't get to you at, right? There's a reason that nobody lives there.
People live in Zomia.
You want to enjoy the existence of the communication infrastructure that you're using to talk to us, and the education system that produced that, and the existence of an effective contract system and mercantile system that allowed companies to build all of the infrastructure that relies on, all of the roads that we use to transport workers and materials to construct all of that infrastructure, and then you're going, well, I don't see why I should have to pay for it. Okay,
I mean, all those things were built by a private industry before the government took them over.
So you seem to not understand the country that you live in. What was the top marginal tax
You don't live
rate?
here.
I have lived in America.
Okay.
So, what was the top marginal tax rate in the United States in the 1950s?
I think it was like 90% or something around there. It was pretty high.
91, 92. Okay. Was there a large program of construction of highways and dams funded by the government during the 1950s?
Yes.
Okay. Are those dams and highways and bridges now in a state of severe neglect because the maintenance on them can no longer be funded?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes, and I don't
think so.
Yes, no, you're just
the government makes way more money.
Chris, go ahead and Google that.
Chris, there was a There was a massive story that was done yesterday that broke national news that the infrastructure that handles basically the power company and how power lines work in America, that the fundamental when you think about power poles, about the electrical poles that we have established all over the country.
Yeah, I know our infrastructure is in terrible state.
Hang on. There are hooks that are utilized in that system to keep those lines off the ground.
Right.
Like the vast majority across the entire country, those hooks are failing across the board. So that was a huge story.
So hang on. You just said you know that our infrastructure is in the shit, and then you were hemming and hawing not 30 seconds ago about whether or not your infrastructure is badly neglected.
No, that's not what I was hemming and hawing about. I was hemming and hawing about whether our government has the funds for it. Our government makes more money now.
Why does our government not have the funds for
it? It's not that they don't have the funds. They do.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. They make more money now than ever. The problem is that the money keeps going.
Have you adjusted? Is that adjusted for inflation? Is that adjusted for inflation?
Yeah, it makes up it made up. I think it's down now. I think it's like 30% of the economy. So it was like 40% during the Obama administration. It's down a little bit, so maybe it's not quite more now than ever, but it is pretty high. But most of it goes into bureaucracy and administration.
And so you claim, but in fact, the largest, there are significant inefficiencies in U.S. government. This much is true, but this is not an argument for the abolishment of government.
Well, my argument is that it's an aggressive force that is a monopoly on violence, and that is not conducive to having a flourishing society, as we had initially established as the goal in the beginning of the conversation.
I reject that. The use of violence is a standard tool to punish and disincentivize antisocial behavior, and that includes tax avoidance.
I don't think avoiding taxes is a violent act. Well,
I don't care if you think that it's a violent act.
Nor is it an aggressive act.
I don't care if you think it's an aggressive act. It's antisocial.
I
disagree that if you really do this, I don't see why you wouldn't. There's like 370,000 square miles of Pacific Northwest that are untouched here on this continent. Pack up your shit and then truck it on up there and make do. No one will ever find you.
Isn't that government land, though?
No, dude, it's 370,000 square miles of wilderness. Knock yourself out. Go up there, establish your own thing. The only way someone would find you is if they were actively looking for you there. And even then, that would take forever, especially if you just stayed on the move.
I could establish
also, you're wrong. You're just wrong about U.S. government intake being at its highest.
I conceded that it was the 40% during the Obama administration. It was 40%.
U.S. federal. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
And I'm trying to get to like instead of like hashing out the details. We get that you don't like it, Chris. We get that you disagree.
Not just that I don't like it.
We get that you disagree with it. Okay. Here's the issue.
I think it's an immoral system.
Okay, so stance dependent. You disagree with it. That's fine.
No, not stance dependent.
It is stance dependent. It's not an objective statement. It's literally stance dependent. It's dependent upon your stances.
No, I'm saying that it is not conducive to human life, rational human life.
To your standard of what it ought be.
No, I mean what the.
If it wasn't conducive to human life, this country would have failed a century ago.
Not necessarily. It's failing slowly.
That's because
So-
of capitalism. So, but nonetheless,
But how
I'm
do you
telling you,
establish
but
that it's
nonetheless,
capitalism?
hang on a sec. But nonetheless, why aren't you going into government and advocating for change? Let me ask you that. Why aren't you doing that?
Maybe I should.
Start local.
Yeah.
Formulate your
been-
arguments and
I've
actually
been considering.
take your position to the political stage and start advocating for it. Why haven't you done that? Because you've been doing this for some time now.
All right, maybe I will.
So,
I'll run for mayor.
but again, I want to stress you were wrong about the definition of coercion. To my mind, you're wrong about the definition of aggression because emotional aggression and financial aggression do exist. And you're simply
what I mean when I
factually-
say aggression.
And you're then use words in the way the rest of English speakers use them.
I explained how I mean.
Don't say I mean something other than the rest of English, the English speaking world when I use this word. That's not and
Do people
and you
not
claim to
establish
be
their?
autistic. You claim to be autistic. Use words according to their definition, according to their proper usage. Do not make up your own language. It is not constructive. And finally, as the final element of this, you are simply wrong about taxation under Obama being the highest it ever was.
I didn't say taxation under Obama
In
was
the
the highest it ever was.
2010s, the American taxation hovered between 14 and 18.3%.
I didn't say that.
The government tax intake in the 1950s was at 17%.
I didn't say
And higher.
taxation. I didn't say taxation was highest under Obama. I said under the Obama administration that the government comprised like 40% of the economy at one point.
Yes, that can be readily explained by rich
recession.
dickheads siphoning money out of the economy and parking it in their offshore tax-free accounts.
No, it's because the government approved all these subprime mortgages that were going to default.
Hold up.
And then
Subprime mortgages were well before fucking Obama.
Yeah. That was
I know,
dude.
That was when they right before Obama's when it came to a head.
Okay, no, hang on a
crash
second.
arrived.
The subprime mortgage crisis.
bailed out
Chris.
And the subprime mortgage crisis was a function of deregulation. It resulted from the weakening of government regulation that was designed to prevent precisely the financial crisis that erupted.
That wasn't a matter of deregulation. That was the
Yes, it
government
was.
saying.
Yes, it was.
No, it's not. It was
Chris,
the government saying we would insure. No, it was the government saying they would insure.
No, it
bail out these
wasn't,
banks
sir. You're
for-
just factually wrong. Again, you need to accept that you are factually incorrect
God.
about things.
No, it's the fucking
Yes.
government allowed.
Chris, be quiet. Be quiet. Deregulation in the 1990s and the 2000s catalyzed the 2008 housing crisis by removing barriers between commercial and investment banking, enabling rampant risk-taking. Key changes allowed financial institutions to securitize subprime mortgages, use excessive leverage, and trade opaque derivatives without adequate oversight, ultimately fueling a housing bubble that collapsed when borrower default surged. That was literally deregulation was the beginning of the end on that. Now, when that happened, but the government wasn't the primary culprit on that. Yes, deregulation was as a result of the government doing that, but the deregulation led to predatory lenders engaging that behavior, which is what created the bubble. That's what happened because there was no regulation on the lenders. That's what happened. And the reason the government had to step in, why Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac had to step in to buy and basically bail out the housing market, was because if we allowed it to collapse, which there were people who advocated for letting that happen, if we allowed it to collapse and put all those predatory bankers in jail and actually enforce the law, the domino effect across the world would have been economically devastating. Okay, in order to avoid that economic depression, that global economic depression, the government had to step in.
So
That was under Obama. Now it was the government was kind of put into a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. I mean, it was kind of the lesser of two evils. I personally wanted the system to fail, because allowing the system to fail and collapse allows us to rebuild it with the regulations in place to ensure it never happens again. But saving it, the government bailing it out, allowed us to maintain the economy, but it also told all those predatory people, you can get away with it. The government will just save you, the too big to fail thing, which is why we're seeing the exact same bubbles in AI and the automotive industry right now. They're just not as big as the housing crisis, but they could potentially get there. That's why regulation is so fucking important. Unregulated, unfettered capitalism is the fucking worst. So
Chris,
go ahead, Tony.
Chris, at this point, you just seem divorced from reality. You don't use words in the way that other people use words, and then you get angry when you're challenged about that. I suggest you rectify that and use words in the dictionary sense of them. It will facilitate your efforts at communication. When you are shown statistics showing that you are wrong, you dispute
Do people
them.
not establish definitions early on in debates and stuff, so that that way they and their interlocutors understand what saying?
For specific technical terms, yes, but not for terms like aggression. Not for terms like aggression, which is generic English word.
Which is why I gave what definition. I specifically meant when I said aggression.
Okay, but
Jesus Christ,
Chris, you're using proprietary definitions. They don't match what we operate with, which is literally the foundation of everything you're arguing. Which is
precisely why I gave a definition for what I meant when I used the term. That way, you guys would understand what I mean when I say it.
All I am saying is that your future interactions will be greatly facilitated if you use English words according to the English definitions. How is this so difficult?
That's why I gave a definition, you stupid boomer fuck.
Hey, easy there. I also want to point out, wrote it no less name brought up a good point, because this is one that only occurred when I was young. Wrote it no less name brings up, remember back in the 80s when savings and loans were deregulated? How did that go? And yes, deregulation of savings and loans in the early 80s, primarily through the St. Germain Act, removed interest rate caps and allowed thrifts to make risky commercial loans rather than just residential mortgages. This resulted in widespread fraudulent lending, massive industry insolvency, and a collapse that forced a $132 billion taxpayer bailout and the closure of over 1,000 institutions. Imagine if that had happened, if we had allowed that to happen in 2008. Just the absolute collapse of the housing market. Okay, it's the same thing. They bailed out the savings and loan. They bailed out the S&L for the exact same reason why they bailed out the housing market. Only the housing market, it was even worse because the global ramifications. when the bubble started to pop, the effects of it were immediately felt in the EU, like almost instantly. It would have just.
And Matthew Mulkeen points out in the chat that you're just wrong about your claim of 40% of GDP corresponding to federal government. You are just factually incorrect, and you've got to just stop accepting that that you know what you're talking about, because based on the evidence from this conversation, you don't know that much.
Take it easy, biker. Colorado biker. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, Matthew Mulkeen brought up, under the Obama administration, the highest percentage of federal government spending as a share of GDP reached approximately 25% in the fiscal year 2009, not 40%.
I said a percentage of the economy.
That's the GDP.
How is GDP not the economy?
That's
you got some bizarre definition for economy that we're not privy to?
The gross domestic product,
all
dude.
Transactions and such.
That's the gross domestic product. That's the economy. What is happening here?
What the fuck are you talking about? The economy.
What's up?
Where did you get this data from? Please provide a source.
I forget. It was years ago.
This is sounding very much
Find
like a
the
Trump.
source. You know what data you're looking for. Find the fucking source. You're on a computer. Google it.
This sounds very much like a Kellyanne Conway kind of thing. Alternative facts. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Jay is right in the chat. But I didn't want to go there.
Okay,
this boulder is so heavy, but it rolls so well.
Let's see. Brave Search says U.S. government spending as a percentage of GDP reached 40% or higher during several specific periods, notably during major economic downturns and wars. 2009 to 2010, government spending topped 40% of GDP according to OECD measures.
That was to make up for the housing crisis. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So you agree?
In extreme economic downturns, that was in direct response to basically salvage the economy, because if the housing market had collapsed, then it would have been horrifying.
Okay, then yeah, I'm vindicated.
Well, not really, no, because that is a crisis that is particularly atypical.
So
you're bringing it up.
Okay, so it did reach 40%, but it's
wait, no, hold on. What was that? No, the housing crisis took place in 2008. You just said to 2009.
Okay,
but okay, so that was as a result of
during the Obama administration.
Okay, so Obama took. Okay, you're talking fiscally though. Okay, which they don't overlap. It's not like it begins at January 1st.
Okay, but
so technically that technically would have been under Bush.
Which whatever, it still spiked at 40% at some point.
But not as a result of anything that Obama was doing.
Sure, I'm not claiming it was Obama. I'm just saying it was during the Obama administration.
When it was so you understand like the overlap. Like for example, like whenever Trump
tries to take that Obama was
whenever Trump tries to take take credit for shit that was done during Biden's administration, only because there is a lag effect. It takes time to get there, and then when it happens under his watch, I'm
not saying it was due to Obama. I'm just saying it occurred while he was in office. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, to try and save the economy for something that happened under Bush, because it was a GOP led thing that for deregulation is a huge GOP thing.
Okay, but still, my point was it had reached that percentage.
So
for how long?
Okay, so like Matthew Mulcahy brings up, while spending peaked early as a result of the housing crisis, the total debt held by the public as a percentage of GDP rose from 52.3% in 2009 to roughly 76 to 77% by the end of his term in 2016. So there's a lag effect. Yeah, these things take time to filter through. So
yeah, because the government, operates
so
slowly.
federal spending reached a peak of approximately 24.4% of GDP in the financial year 2009.
If there had been no GDP foundational housing crisis in 2008, then the spending would have been low.
So what are you saying? 40% of what are you saying? So you're using 40% of what? Government spending constituted 40% of what?
Let's see, it says GDP. The U.S. government spending as a percentage of GDP reached 40% or higher during several specific periods, most notably during the economic downturns and wars.
Okay, so is that an annual rate or is that a specific?
I said it spiked at around 40%. So
okay, but is that an annual rate or is that an instantaneous rate?
Well, if it's spiked, that would imply that it's not annual now, would it?
Okay, but why do you consider that meaningful?
I forget when did I bring it up? What was the argument?
Well, your argument, we were talking about taxation and you were trying to make the case that the US government is taxing more heavily now than it was in the 1950s. That somehow government spending is worse now than it was in the 1950s. And you were trying to use this 40% statistic, which you provided without context. Nor did you point out that it was transient. Nor did you point out.
I did actually point out that it went down
in extreme. It is your job when you introduce data to provide the information relevant to that data.
Yeah, I did actually point out that it had gone down since then. Immediately after I said,
you did point out that it had gone down in then.
Yeah.
Since then, but you didn't point out that it wasn't an annual rate. You didn't point out that it was in response.
I said it spiked.
Crisis.
When I brought it up, I said it spiked.
Yes, that doesn't tell me whether or not it's annual or not.
I mean,
you can have spikes. You can have spikes.
I mean, you understand what words mean, right?
Yes.
Don't
in stark contrast to you, apparently.
Don't even, Chris. And good to see you. Wait, hold up. 100th Monkey, good to see you. Rembrandt, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Rodent No Less Name asked a question. Corporate tax rate in the 1950s.
Yeah, it's around 90%.
The top marginal tax rate was around 90%. The corporate tax rate was, I think, around 70%.
Okay.
Oh. But did the US descend into a totalitarian communist hellscape as a result of these tax rates, or was the US government able to spend a massive amount on infrastructure projects that vastly improved productivity?
It was the latter, but it wasn't because of those high taxes. It was actually because they had in the post World War II, it started to repeal a lot of the regulations that were put in place during the FDR's terms.
So that's an assertion, right?
Well, that was able to free up the economy. People had
really
more,
so the government the government spending on dams and highways that didn't stimulate the economy.
No, it was businesses being able to provide goods and services. Like, how we had televisions and new cars and suburban houses that are being built.
So what's your source for that?
I mean, just look at the.
So you're saying that the energy produced by hydroelectric dams, the improvements in transport facilitated by bridges and highway systems, that played no part in the fluorescence of industrial production and supply transport.
I think the word you mean is flourishing, but
fluorescence is a word. It means flowering.
Okay, well, okay. No, I didn't say it played no part. I'm sure there's.
Okay, so you agree that it played a part, but that was not my question. My question was not. It was the second part of my question, but the first part of my question was: did the US descend into being a communist, totalitarian hellscape because of the taxes?
I had already answered that when I started. As I said, it didn't but it's more because they had deregulated a lot of the economy that had been regulated during the FDR administration.
That's just an assertion, right?
It's not just an assertion that they had actually.
Well, you haven't provided any fucking data, so it sounds like an assertion.
If I can jump just to for the sake of the conversation, because trying to get it to a logical terminus, I have to ask you this, Chris. If the U.S. government, if like the United States were to implement the economic system that you're talking about right now, do you think you would be at a greater or a lesser? Do you think you would be at a greater advantage or a greater disadvantage right now if they were to institute this?
By instituting it, you mean they would effectively disestablish themselves entirely?
Do you think you would be at a greater advantage or disadvantage?
Advantage.
Okay. How would you be at a greater advantage?
Because I would keep more of my income. I'd be able to use it according to my own will.
Oh, okay. So you think that by having more of your money, the money you're making right now, you're going to be able to compete with those individuals who are making 600 times what you make right now.
I don't compete with them as it is, so
You do in a completely open market. You do.
How so?
Okay, so your buying power is far less than theirs is.
Okay, and what are they and I buying that's going to be really the same?
They're going to be able to use their money to control your access.
How so?
Because they can literally price things out of your range.
Then if the prices go up because of that, wouldn't that attract competitors to bring in their product?
Where are they getting it from? Where are they getting it from if they use their power to buy manufacturing?
Where do you think they're getting all this money? Like, money is finite. They can't just tax people for infinite wealth, regardless of how good of a service they provide.
They're larger, or they are organizations that are large. You're just a person, but there are organizations out there that would still exist.
Sure.
But the reason they don't do some things, like the whole firefighter issue, in like the firefighter issue that we were doing here,
I wanted to touch on.
How do you stop that from happening now?
Wait.
Why doesn't the firefighter problem that existed then, why doesn't that happen today?
Well, actually, I actually was, I did want to come back to the firefighter problem. So he said that the whole thing about insurance companies wouldn't pay to have the firefighters come and put out your neighbor's
No,
house.
It's not insurance companies. Is that the actual physical firefighters wouldn't do it.
That's
physical
actually
firefighters themselves doing the job. They didn't have to go out and put the fire out.
Worse
that's actually
still,
not the case.
We have had cases. There have been historical cases of firefighters turning up to fight a fire and fighting one another in order to get paid rather than fighting the fire, because it was a payment on demand, right? And the homeowner was willing to pay whoever was going to put it out, and was a very wealthy person. The firefighters actually, instead of putting out the fight, decided to fight one another. It just doesn't work. The economic incentives should not be for competition towards fighting fires. It should be just we put out fires. We don't care about profit. There's no profit motive involved. We are minimizing the maximum loss. We are imposing game theory. We are mini-maxing this. Mini-maxing refers to minimizing the maximum loss, and that is done by not treating firefighting as a private enterprise.
Well, see, from what I heard, and this is from a Tom Scott video, he had done a video on firefighters, and he issued a correcting video because apparently a lot of his information was wrong. So this is from the correcting video, but he said that fire insurance companies would actually two things. They would pay if a neighboring building was caught on fire because they know that fire could spread to the house or building they were insuring, and they would have to pay out if damage incurred. So they would actually pay the firefighters to show up and put out that neighboring building. And two, they would pay any fire company that just shows up to put out the fire.
Yes,
so there would not be any sort
of result in competition between
there would not be competition because they're paying.
There would be. Chris, there would be because they paid the group that showed up first. And if two
they were paying everyone who showed up.
No, they didn't.
This is what the Tom Scott video said.
But that's not what happened. Okay.
So
So I'm asking
maybe
you
in
this.
this one
I'm asking you this.
example,
No,
But
Chris,
you're
no,
arguing.
hold up.
Sorry,
Chris,
I
you
just need to
completely.
clarify. I just need to clarify. You're arguing as though this has only ever happened the once, right?
I'm not arguing as though
Well, Tom
I'm
Scott
saying-
is describing a particular example in which an insurance company was involved. I'm talking about
No, he's
somewhere where
not.
there weren't even
talking
any
about
fucking
a-
there
I'm not-
weren't even any
not
fucking
talking about
insurance companies. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about as though it's relevant to my example.
Okay,
So-
well, the guy should have either had an insurance company or paid whoever showed up.
There were no insurance companies in ancient
And he should
Rome.
have paid everyone who showed up, you
There
stupid
were no
crap.
insurance
Hold on,
companies
guys,
in ancient
guys.
Rome, and the guy was willing to pay both companies. They fought anyway. Like,
Well, then
this is
that's
the
the
thing.
fault of
Once
those
you've started a
companies.
riot, you can't unstart it, right?
So, Chris,
So
Chris,
that's the fault of those companies.
No,
but
Chris, in
you-
the system
Tom
that
Scott
no,
was talking
Chris,
about like
Chris,
1800s.
I'm talking. I'm not going to yell to talk over you. In the
Sure.
system that you are advocating for, if I have more buying power than you, I can affect the outcomes of things that happen to you and your property. Okay? If I simply have more buying power because I control more than you do. The government stands as a way to regulate that to ensure equality and access for everyone for basic necessities. Under the system that you are advocating for, if I happen to have more land, more resources, more whatever, even if we did a barter system, if I have more people under my banner, whatever way I have this power, I can literally outbuy you for everything. I can limit your ability to have access to healthcare. I can limit your ability to have access to basic services. Law enforcement I can pay, and I can buy them entirely so long as I have it, because they are then incentivized in order to get paid to go to the highest bidder. It turns public service workers into mercenaries.
similarly, even if you get past the fucking firefighting, what about law enforcement? What about contract law? What about the judicial system? How do you privatize those? How do you privatize currency? It's there are so many systems that it is just impractical to try going to one of those libertarian. I saw a video of somebody going to a libertarian conference. They had to buy silver on the way in order to pay for things when they were in there. Then they got to a bunch of shops that wouldn't accept the silver that they had because it didn't come from the right dealer. So they had to go out and buy different silver from a different silver merchant. This is why you don't privatize fucking money. This is why you just have a government government controlled. And if we have established previously that if unfettered by regulation, corporations will kill people for profit, right? They have done so in the past. They will do so in the future. The less regulation there is, the more individuals are vulnerable to the wealthy and the powerful corporations. The idea and the less the more powerful the more power that the government has, the more susceptible individuals are to gross injustices inflicted by power. What you need is a system where the government and corporations are balancing one another. So those two pillars in balance protect individuals, right? If one side gets too powerful and the other side gets not sufficiently powerful, you end up with a system where the individual suffers. It's only when these two pillars are in balance. So nobody is arguing for a totalitarian system where the government can do whatever the fuck it wants. Nobody is arguing for that. What we are arguing for is a system in which corporate greed, which is pretty fucking rampant, can be regulated by considerations of public welfare.
So let's see. So would you bid patronage to such a company that would kill people for profit?
The tobacco companies do it. Oil companies do it. Like oil companies have
Would
for
you bid
decades.
Would you bid patronage? Would you bid patronage to such a company that knowingly kills people for profit?
How many people buy cigarettes? How many people buy oil?
I'm asking
How
you.
many people buy petrol?
I'm asking you if you would bid patronage to such a company.
If I didn't have a choice, I certainly would. Where else
I'm
am I
not
going to
asking
get
if
my petrol?
I'm not asking if you had no choice or not. I'm asking if you would voluntarily.
Not voluntarily, no. But
Okay, then
they have established monopolies or cartels where I don't have how many large petrochemical companies operate in the US?
very few, and that's because they're so heavily
Okay.
regulated.
No, it's not because they're regulated. It's because they're large enough and wealthy enough to buy out any potential competitors. And this is what antitrust laws are supposed to prevent, but have not prevented. This was the point that JL was raising earlier. A new company, a new competitor. You are arguing as though new competitors can freely emerge into markets that you can go to. No, a lot of money and effort is spent on excluding new competitors. The anti-competitive practices of Google, Microsoft, Apple, all of these companies, they dedicate resources to rendering effective competition extinct.
How?
It's multiple techniques. One is just buying out rival companies. Another one is slapping them with. Another one is a particular technique favored by Apple and Microsoft was to say that a software thing that a rival company was being developed was actually a copyright. I'm not finished speaking. Shut the fuck up.
I'm helping you. Jeez.
No, you're not. No, Chris. You're interrupting.
Not. You're just interrupting. Copyright violations against these rival companies, saying that what they were working on violated their copyright or their patents, and then they would never develop the technology that they had taken. So they would effectively just lawsuit the people into the ground. And if you already know the techniques that they use to do this, in other words, you're helping. If you say you're helping me, that means you are already aware of the examples that I'm using, which means that your initial question of how did they do that is just intellectually dishonest.
No, it's called a rhetorical question. The patents requires government to enforce. Yes. So they use the government. Patents. Congratulations. Welcome to brother.
To develop a novel technology if it can be. Why would somebody pay for the expense of developing a technology if it can be freely copied and stolen from them? That makes the entire point of investing in the development of a new drug, for instance, which takes years and millions of dollars. What is the point of doing that if every other drug company can just take what you produce and say, oh, okay, well, let's produce our version? There's no, in order to foster innovation and to make innovation worthwhile requires that the development of novel intellectual properties is protected from immediate intellectual theft.
First mover advantage.
Which is not a system.
You say that as though it's meaningful. It isn't.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be a system that if instituted right now, you would have any advantage in. You would be extraordinarily disadvantaged because of it.
How so?
Because established companies have brand loyalty amongst their users. So you come in with a new product that they don't know what your quality assurance technique
like a
is.
Dubai chocolate bar.
Will you shut up while I'm talking?
Why?
Because it's rude.
Yeah, Chris, if you're
Okay.
going to behave like this, I mean, it's not conducive to having the back and forth.
Okay, fine.
So, and we're going and multiple times we've gone off on the weeds on this. I understand whatever personal issues you have with these things. The reality of it is this: you seem to lack a fundamental understanding of a lot of these things, which is fine. That's just you needing to learn. But when it comes to the system that you live in, that you were born into, you may disagree with it, but there is a reason why new people coming up, why you never see certain individuals up on stage arguing for these things on the political level. And the reason is not because there is some grand conspiracy to keep you in place. The reason is because these things don't work long term. And history has shown us that the inaction of many of these policies that you would prefer have led to systemic failures and a widespread death and disease, which is why we don't do them. You're completely discounting the centuries, if not millennia, of experimentation that civilizations have gone through to try to find the best way for people to live happy, healthy, and harmonious lives. Are any of them perfect? No. Have we gotten progressively better over time? Most certainly. You do not live in the state the Akkadians lived in. You do not live in the state that the Mesopotamians lived in. You do not live in the state that ancient Judean Jews lived in. Progressively over time, we have corrected the errors. Like ancient Rome had a lot of things right, but there was a lot of things wrong in that system too. We learn from the prior civilizations and we correct and we try to do things better. And that opens up new doors and opportunities that lead to more problems that need to be solved. And we constantly improve over time. But if you want to think for a second that the government systems of ancient Greece or even earlier and the way people lived and their life expectancies and their happiness and their health were like somehow better than they are today, I guarantee you take anybody from ancient Rome, you bring them into today, they don't have to worry about the Black Plague anymore. Holy shit.
I'm not saying things were better back then. I'm saying
these things improve over time. You may disagree with aspects of them, but I guarantee you would not want to live in ancient Mesopotamia. All right. So if you have an issue with it, your best option is to get into politics, establish a platform, and try to get elected and try to influence legislation.
Sure.
That's the best thing that you can do. But I can guarantee you, as Tony has pointed out multiple times, as Leo was pointing out, as I have pointed out, many of the things that you advocate for have been experimented with in the past. And they have led to catastrophic failure. All systems of government and all systems of economy are susceptible to corruption.
Sure,
it's because they're human. It's because they're human-based, right?
Right.
Right. The problem that we run into consistently is a kind of who watches the watcher, who watches the watchman.
Yeah.
What checks and balances can you put in place that are not regulated by people who themselves must be checked? It is a problem that we have yet to solve. Who watches the watchman? Trying to find the perfect person or the perfect council of people that will always advocate for the best of everybody in an almost purely altruistic way is going to be nigh impossible. So we do the best we can.
But one of the techniques for minimizing the risk of corruption is preventing people from accumulating a disproportionately influential share of economic influence.
Which is why it was once illegal. It was one time there was a proposal in the United States that it was illegal for a person to amass a certain amount of wealth. I believe at the time it was $1 million.
No, and to answer Chris's fatuous fucking interpolation, No, not the government, because the government the government reflects the will of society. Taking away society's will and reducing the
Society
members of
doesn't have a will. It's not a conscious entity.
I am talking, right? I thought
Uh.
we'd agreed that you wouldn't interrupt me. Did we agree that or not?
Maybe.
Okay. I'd suggest dropping him at this point.
Yeah. So when it comes down to it, Chris, and yes, and I'm just pointing out, in 1933, it was Wesley Lloyd proposed a constitutional amendment to limit personal wealth to $1 million.
Yeah.
So and I will agree, and I will argue that in the society that we want to establish, that the idea of a society that we wanted to establish here in America, allowing the existence of billionaires and now to a degree almost trillionaire, like we're probably going to have the first trillionaire in my lifetime, allowing people to exist that have hoarded that exorbitant wealth is fundamentally antithetical to what we were trying to do with America. Like, it's literally against the grain. I mean, to think, if you pose the founding fathers and said, what do you think about one person in America having $1 trillion? Like, what do you think of that concept? And they would probably throw up. So
sure.
No. Okay, no, one person controlling that much power, no. And then enforcing legislation or advocating for legislation that turned that power into political power is fucking insane.
I mean, I would agree with that statement.
Okay, so
yeah, your agreement is really important to us at this stage, Chris.
They probably say, I like this. Spam was like, I think they'd ask, what does trillion mean? They probably would. So when it comes down to it, I understand that there are aspects that you disagree with. And I think that it was Matthew Mulkeen or somebody brought up the whole thing. Is like, well, then go live in the woods. There's 360,000 untouched square miles of Pacific Northwest. Feel free to pack up your shit and Jim Candless that shit up into the woods and see how long you last. Maybe you will live out the rest of your days and you'll be super, super happy and it'll be great. Maybe you'll wind up eating some bad berries and dying in a bus alone. I don't know. But no one's stopping you from doing that.
There's even more wilderness in the highlands of Papua New Guinea or Westphalian Shire. There are places there that have never seen a white man. You could be there first.
I mean,
you will never get taxed. You will never see a police officer. You'll never see anybody trying to enact the government's will on you ever again.
I mean, if I were to move somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, I would go to Zomia with those people. But regarding the patents thing, the food industry, they don't have patents on like food and stuff, and yet there's plenty of innovation there. Like
they do. There's patents on seeds.
I mean, I would consider that more agricultural, but
still food.
Sure.
Yeah. Still, I mean,
kind of. But yeah, that's something that shouldn't be patented anyway. I mean, patents shouldn't exist.
I will agree with you 100% that the whole seed patent thing is absolutely insane and has resulted in a tremendous loss of potential food, the food that could be feeding people, a loss of that because farmers can't use it all.
Right.
I'm sorry. Can you do a simple chemical analysis on a meal? Can you take the meal? Can you take a meal from a restaurant, out of the restaurant, perform a simple chemical analysis on it, and reconstruct the active ingredient on it? No, you can't. That isn't legal. So no, it's not in any way analogous to the construction of novel software, novel technology, or novel novel drugs. So it's not in any way a valid analogy. Also, the cost associated with developing a new recipe does not run to the tens of millions of dollars.
I'd also hazard, Chris, that we wouldn't be having this conversation if you've been born into generational wealth.
Maybe. But my point was that
no, don't just gloss over that. That's kind of important. If you had
Can
been
Can
born
we
into
get Andrew
generation,
into this?
if
I mean,
you
I
had
probably
been
wouldn't be
born
talking to
into
you, maybe.
if you
I don't
you've
know.
been born into generational wealth, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, because I've noticed a very common thread amongst all people who espouse this kind of stuff. It's because they are in a financial position and they want to blame somebody for it.
I'm not trying to blame anyone else. Like,
You know, when I say blame, I mean find a reason for why they are where they are that
No, this is my-
that they play no role in.
no, I'm saying I'm responsible for my financial decisions, but I would, it'd be nicer, it'd be easier if I, was able to keep my money. But
You do. I keep my money. I'm taxed under the same metric that you are, and I live great.
maybe.
No, it's not a maybe. Look at my office, dude.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
this is just my
I was referring
office.
to maybe in terms of how much you're taxed or not. But my point with the food patents stuff, like how food's not patent, like there's plenty of innovation in that field. Yet people copy each other all the time. Like you've seen all the Dubai chocolate bars by every company, right?
It's just chocolate with pistachio in it. That's all it is.
Sure.
Again, that
But, like-
doesn't take tens of millions of dollars to develop, right?
So?
It doesn't take years of dedicated
So-
research and multiple clinical trials to get a
Okay.
fucking bar of chocolate working.
Okay, so what is the correct? What is the objectively correct amount of time that must pass in order for something to be patentable in its development?
That
How much
is
time and money?
again, you're just being fucking lazy.
I'm not
Right.
being fucking lazy. You're
Yes,
saying
you
that,
are. When you
No,
when
I'm
you
not.
when you introduce
not,
the
because-
word
no, you're
objectively,
you're
objective,
making-
you introduce
trying
the
to
word
make the
objective,
point.
and you've been told
You're making the point that
multiple
the chocolate
times
bar-
there
making the
is
point
no
that the-
such thing as
the-
objective.
Okay,
and
so right
Can we
now at this point, Chris, I do have other people on the stage, and I'm going to point this one out real
right.
quick. You
All
once again have done what you always do. It doesn't even matter what the topic of the conversation is. This seems to be a common thread with you. Okay, and I'm telling you this so that you can self-assess. Every time someone makes a statement, you bring in the word objective. Okay, whether it's a stance-dependent thing or it's a system-dependent, whatever it is, you always bring in the term objective, as though that's going to give your argument some sort of, especially when this topic is entirely subjective. It's based upon subjective metrics. All right.
Then
Why?
then
No.
why ought anyone
Why
care
you
if
you
it's
bringing up objective is just you. It literally, when you bring up that term, that is just you expressing your difference of opinion and trying to give your differing opinion, so in your mind, some kind of validity that the other person doesn't have. You are using the term incorrectly because you
No.
throw it around willy-nilly, no matter where it is. You do it in morality, you do it in politics, you do it in economics. Now you're doing it here. And it's getting really, really old. You're not using, just like Leo pointed out. I don't know if Leo's still listening, but Leo pointed it out earlier. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Okay? Objective
corresponding to
is
reality.
stance independent, meaning
Yes.
reflective of a reality, independent of people's minds.
Yes.
Okay, the process by which we decide to do things is subjective because it's when we choose to do a thing. There is no, you want to get an outcome. Okay, it's whatever they determine it best suits them. You may disagree with it, but that's just you disagreeing with their decision. There is no objective mind independent standard because the entire thing is mind stance dependent. You need to stop bringing up objective as though it gives your words any additional weight, because all it does is reflect that you really don't know what's going on. So that being said, and I say that I try to make it as constructive as possible, as a constructive criticism. Okay, go back and self-evaluate on that. And of course, if you really, really have a problem with the way this government runs things, or you have a problem with taxation, feel free to follow in the footsteps of every single person who's advocating for the same stuff you do and get into politics and try to change the law. You are invited to try. There is no government thing or apparatus that is stopping you from doing that. Start locally, go to your local city council, try to enact that, and then move up the chain. That's what you can do. And maybe you will be the very first politician in history to never be bought out by special interest groups. Maybe you will be. I don't know.
What about Ron Paul?
So in that respect, I think we're good on this one as far as progress we can make. Thank you. Yeah, Andrew got that point up there. I want to keep the stage open for people to talk about what they believe and why. And Andrew's here. Jay Money came up on the stage. I haven't acknowledged him yet. Good to see you, Jay. Thanks for coming up here. So
Guys.
as far as the terminus goes, I think we're at a good spot. So thank you, Chris. More than welcome to hang out in the live chat. I appreciate it. Let me put you down here. Jay Money, what's going on?
Yo, what's up, JL? Just trying to test out this new mic, man. What's up? Y'all can hear me good?
You sound clean.
All right, that's good. That's good. It's not really a new mic. It's an old mic that I got working again, my old Blue Yeti thing, you know?
I do want to share something with Tony that I found.
Yeah.
Because this goes back. I should have shown this earlier, but this goes back. Give me 1 second. Because this is amazing.
For the
I can't hear it.
Yeah, I know. Hang on a second.
Glass, it doesn't overflow.
This is for you. That's for you. Have you seen this before?
I have seen that before. Actually, I was in the US, I think, when that was on. There's grounded ice sheets versus float versus ice shelves. Ice shelves are the ones that float, but a grounded ice sheet. There's a thing called the grounding line.
Oh, I love Jon Stewart so much.
Yes, he is great. Interestingly, I have subsequently seen Andrew Tate using the same fucking talking point and talking about how he's got common sense, therefore he knows that sea level rise isn't a problem.
And we gotta follow it up. I got Jon Stewart for president. He'd have my vote.
Yeah, that was good.
Go ahead, yeah.
It's a great example because you actually, I remember reading one science denialist website, and they were going on about the amount of thermal energy needed to melt the Antarctic ice sheet being unreasonable. And it's just like, no, if you weaken the edges, the ice will just fall in, right? And it'll do its melting there. Like, the outflow of the glaciers will increase. If you undermine the structural integrity of the ice sheet as a whole, the ice won't melt and then flow in. It'll just fall in en masse. But it's also worth pointing out that actually the volumetric increase, this sort of thing from ice, that's only something like a third of current sea level. Like most sea level rise is actually because of thermal expansion. The ocean is heating up so much that the water is just expanding. That's where most of our sea level change. And then there's a vertical land motion component. But I can tell everybody in the chat has gone to sleep already.
So I love that. I thought it was amazing.
He is fantastic. He's a national treasure.
Global.
John Oliver.
Oh yeah, I love John Oliver. Although I think that the shit that's going on in the country today is happening so fast that they can't keep up with it, because it's like, what do they do? Like what next? What next? What next? It's so chaotic that even last week tonight is having trouble keeping up with the nonsense.
Yeah. Well, this is the plan, right? The flood the zone policy.
Mr. Andrew says, all that ice won't cool the oceans, though.
No, not significantly. It's
but the ice, when I put it into my iced tea, it cools my it cools my tea. It makes it iced tea. Would it make iced ocean?
People believe that though. That's kind of wild. You know what I'm saying?
These people vote. They vote. It's what's terrifying.
That's why I don't deny science. Like if I feel something and the person gives me some sort of scientifically, backed response, I'm gonna take that into account every time because science is everything. People that deny that, it's like you already know where they coming from. It's all belief.
So to give you some idea, sorry, to put this in terms that may, heat is entering the ocean at a rate of 12 Hiroshima bombs per second.
Dang.
So that's how fast the oceans are heating up at the moment. So now, obviously, it's spread out over a huge area, but that gives you some indication that it's been doing this for decades, and it's in no danger of slowing down anytime soon. So this is the rate of ocean warming that we're dealing with. No, a little bit of ice isn't going to do much to that.
That's crazy. Well, I mean, the most that'll happen is the tides rise, right? And then land goes underwater.
Yeah, land goes underwater. I mean, most of us, I think some surprisingly large portion of the world's population live fairly close to the coastline. Now, we have enough resources to defend basically 4 megacities from sea level rise. And one of those is going to be Holland, because they own all of the resources that protect people from sea level rise. So they're going to do themselves first. That leaves 3 other megacities around the world. Shanghai, New York, are probably 2 of the most important. China is an interesting case because they're also putting a fuck ton of concrete on top of their land, and they're tunneling underneath it, and they're pumping out groundwater. So they're doing everything they can to push their land down while sea levels are rising.
That's smart.
Well, no, it's not smart. It's stupid.
I thought they were trying to prevent it. Like
no. They're doing everything they can to make it worse.
Oh, to make it worse. I thought that was a preventative measure. Like it's smart to try to prevent that.
They'll get to, they'll put up, wherries and that sort of thing, levies and that sort of stuff.
Probing Time, good to see you. Probing Time says, Peachy Tony, holy crap, I know it's over a massive scale, but that still sounds so extreme. Yeah, it's a lot, and sort of it's hard to communicate to people in less extreme terms. So temperatures are going up at something like 0.04 degrees Kelvin per year in the ocean, or 0.004. I think it is, which doesn't sound like much, but that is enough energy to heat the entire Earth's entire atmosphere to 50 degrees Celsius. Do you, Tony? Do you remember there was a show, and maybe Andrew and I don't know if Jay Money saw it, but there was a show on HBO. Give me 1 second.
True Detective. Seen it?
No. The brilliant show. They're like that, but it was with Jeff Davis it was Jeff Daniels. It was an Aaron Sorkin show.
I remember that one.
The Newsroom, right?
Yeah.
And everybody should remember it from the why America is not the greatest country. Again, that's what popped on there because it was the very first episode, that kind of set the tone. But there was an episode where they talked about climate change. They brought in a climatologist to talk about it, and it was just who cares? It was like who cares? It's like it's over. It's like well, maybe we could leave people with something a little more positive. They're starting their weekends, so people start their weekends. Maybe we can leave something a little more positive. And it was like, as someone in the now that's fiction. That's a fictional production, but now that came out, that was 2012, I think, is when that show was going on. So for someone in your line of work, do you agree with that kind of take that he was taking? That
the scary part is I can't say that he's wrong. It's terrifying that I can't say that would be an overreaction. So one prominent Australian scientist was a guy by the name of Frank Fenner, who became an environmental scientist. He was actually a doctor. He was the person who certified that smallpox had been eradicated. Worked for the United Nations. He was the person who headed that report. But he went into environment sciences. Back in 2010, he said that the combination of climate change and overpopulation would render humans extinct within 100 years. And that was 16 years ago, and we've done nothing. To address nothing serious to address things in that 16 years. We're going to have to deal with a lot of adverse consequences, and possibly hundreds of millions, if not billions, of deaths as a result. The case that I tend to look at is India. India has something like 16% of the world's population, but 4% of its free water. India, 60% of India is going to become so hot during heat waves in about 40 years' time. This again is based on an old report, and it's actually that this change is observed, but it's progressing faster than this report suggested. 60% of India will be too hot for people to work or to be outside. It'll just kill people if they try and work. Now, India's agriculture, India's productivity depends on manual labor at this point. So they have 40 years to become independent of manual labor, or they're in serious trouble because their food productivity is already going down. And I mentioned the 4% of fresh water. The pattern of that is changing because the paths of the monsoons are changing, and China is building massive dams to intercept the water that comes out of the Himalayas. So they're building a dam that will be many times bigger than the Three Gorges Dam to cut off, I think it's the Brahmaputra River. I could be wrong about that. But so you've got two nuclear powers next to one another. You've got 1 billion Indian people who may not find it survivable to stay in India. Where are they going to go? They need to go northwards. They need to go somewhere cooler. They need to go through China. And you've got two nuclear powers there. And that is one of the ways that climate stresses can actually lead to open warfare. There are a lot of pathways where this can get very bad very quickly. So Mr. Andrade asks, isn't pavement melting in the summer in India already? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. So as I said, these are projections, but we seem to be progressing faster than the projections had handled. So there's a lot to be concerned about. But fortunately, it's only poor people in poor countries who are going to be maximally affected. Rich people are going to be able to afford air conditioning, so it's no problem for us.
Looking at this, the threshold, because I was kind of curious what the numbers are. That it becomes impossible or life-threatening for humans to be outside at a wet bulb temperature of 95 degrees Fahrenheit or 35 degrees C, which equals roughly 115 degrees Fahrenheit at 50% humidity, or 95% or 95 degrees at 100% humidity. I can't even imagine what 100% humidity would look like. That would just be freaking awful.
It would be. So wet bulb temperature is the temperature at which water will not evaporate, because so wet bulb means that you're at 100% humidity, which means you cannot cool yourself through evaporation.
Sweating would cease to function.
Sweating would cease to function as a cooling mechanism. And that makes physical exertion extremely dangerous. Now
I'm sorry, Andrew said, "Why is it 100% humidity? Swimming." I feel like I'm being scammed.
So if you're, but there are dry bulb, as you say, you can have slightly lower than 100% humidity. But that 35-degree thing, I think there are some more recent studies that suggest that the adverse effects start kicking in at around 32 degrees. If you do 35 degrees, just means you're going to die. If you're in 35 degree temperature for hours, you're just dead. 35-degree wet bulb. I think if you're trying to do manual labor, it's more like 32 degrees. You will kill yourself after a couple of hours of manual labor. But these are just some things. I noticed in passing.
I remember I was in Florida. I took a vacation to Florida with friends. It was me, my wife, and my best friend and his wife at the time. We went to Florida. We spent a week in Fort Myers, and first time I'd ever been to Florida, like Florida proper, because like right on the Gulf. And the humidity in Florida is like a living animal. And I'm down there. And we were doing some like touristy stuff. There was like a murder mystery dinner train that it's like a train ride, and there's a murder mystery that's going on. You have dinner there. It's like a 3-course meal and like that. The humidity in Florida was so freaking awful that, and I didn't even realize it, that when I had, they bring you water before your meal.
Yep.
I started drinking. Like I was like, oh, water. I'm kind of thirsty. So I drank my water, and it initiated this thirst in me.
Yeah,
that I could not contain, and I wound up drinking everyone's water, and then asking the waitress if she could just bring a pitcher for the table. So just because I had never in my life been so thirsty. For someone who's been like outdoors, like I have been, mountains, desert, whatever. I was in Florida, and it was like. It was just gross. So I'll just say that.
So I looked it up. Adverse outcomes for resulting from manual labor start at a wet bulb temperature of 26 degrees centigrade and become increasingly worse up to lethality in 32 degrees. As you say, 35 degrees is the highest survivable, but that's if you're sitting around doing absolutely fucking nothing.
Just sitting.
It's so
hot.
That's right. And presumably in the shade. These are very concerning trends. So the Middle East and South Asia, so India, Pakistan. Somebody mentioned Bangladesh. Bangladesh is more under threat from sea level rise than anything else, but the temperatures will definitely increase in India and Pakistan. Again, 2 nuclear powers. And in the Middle East, though, they don't have nuclear weapons. So, presumably, I don't know, the Saudi Arabians are already working along that 170 kilometer long monstrosity, the line. You've heard about that? I'm going to assume not.
No.
So there's this thing called the line. That Saudi Arabia are normally building, which is 170 kilometer, 500 meter wide, 500 meter tall megastructure that people will live in southern Saudi Arabia. It's sort of they've pushed back some of their envelopes on this, but it is one of the most impractical and stupid ideas ever. It's just a straight wall, so you are guaranteed to be as far from where you need to go as you can possibly be because it's a line, right? If you need to go to the doctors or the other thing, it's a stupid thing. You should look up Patrick Boyle's video on it because that's very, very funny.
there's something I want to point out. Somebody in the live chat who popped in. I don't know if it's serious or not because still waiting for a believer to come up on stage, talking about what they believe and why. Where is it at? Where's it at? Five Nights at Freddy. Five Nights at Freddy's. What's proof God doesn't exist? I don't know if Five Nights is still in the chat. Let me know if you're still in the chat, Five Nights. But that question requires, or that question, asking for that requires a bit of context. So
Exactly.
unless you're saying, I don't want to assume that you're talking about any one specific God. So I need to know which one you're referring to in specific, like if you had one in mind. So, but they can be done. It just depends upon which one you're talking about. So that's an important distinction.
And you got to go down the line because there's no one definition of God. That's my issue. It boils down to interpretation. God is a concept, and it just depends on your concept. Like there are people that look at the same book and come to different conclusions. So it's like, how do you argue with that?
Now you're getting into agnosticism and igtheism, which talks about the linguistic issue with the term. Like, what does it even refer to? Yeah. Andrew just brought it up. Yeah, it's not it's a term, yes, but what is it actually referring to? And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist for 5 Australian, because I love Rue dollars. Says also, I believe Adam something has some videos on this. Awesome, very cool. I do love Wombat. I do love Wombat dollars. Wombats are awesome because
Wombats are awesome.
They have square poops and they smash bad guys with their butts. So.
Just to finish off, India's agricultural output is projected to drop by 1.6 to 6.2% between now and 2060, and then by 23% beyond 2060. 23 to 30% or something like that. So
that's crazy. So what they supposed to do?
So the Indian government is taking climate change very seriously indeed. Thank you very much for asking.
That's what I'm saying. Like what they supposed to do when that shit hits the fan. That's not too far from now.
No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's crazy. That's a conundrum.
Anyway, so yeah. So having cheered everybody up, it would be good if 5 Nights at Freddy's could come up, and because I'm sure his God wouldn't allow that sort of shitstorm to unfold. So it might be good to hear from him. I saw 5 Nights at Freddy's, and I was.
It's pretty good.
The square poop, Mr. Andrat, for wombats, I think is related to the efficiency with which they get water out of their food.
I've actually looked it up. And real quick, Andrew's channel. Thank you so much for $9.99 for the super chat. So thanks, JL and the panel. Keep doing what you do. Thank you so much. I appreciate that support. You rock. Definitely. And wombats poop cubes because of their uniquely adapted intestine, which uses varying muscle stiffness to mold feces into shape, and their need to mark territory effectively without the waste rolling away. These sometimes called kegs on legs use their cube-shaped feces to deposit onto rocks, logs, or high perches to communicate with other wombats, and the flat-sided shapes, which can stack, stay exactly where they are deposited. So it's not only pooping cubes, but it's pooping pyramids. so that other wombats say, "Hey, there's a poop there," and it didn't roll away.
That's crazy. Animals are fascinating just for that reason alone, man. Shit like that.
J Money, have you ever watched? There is speaking of animals, but there is a YouTube channel. What the heck is it? Now I got to find the name of it. 1 second.
I watch Brave Wilderness sometimes. That's my guy.
Okay, so here, Casual. Have you ever watched Casual Geographic?
Nah, I gotta check that out.
Okay, Casual Geographic. That dude is awesome. His channel is, and he's got, I think if I remember correctly, He's got 4 million subscribers, 4.2 million subscribers, and he does really, really excellent work. Because not only does he do great, awesome videos that are funny as shit, but he also is heavily involved in activism and dispelling myths about a variety of topics, things that are really, really important, like how the red panda and the problems with the red panda and the giant panda, the black and white one, and how the World Wildlife Foundation choosing the black the world. Are you familiar with the WWF, the World Wildlife Foundation?
Yeah, they won the lawsuit against the wrestling company.
Right. Well, so their logo is the panda, right?
Yeah.
The reason they chose that is because black and white is cheaper to print than color. And the panda was perfect because it was endangered. It was a beloved symbol. People love seeing it. And then it was easy to make a logo out of. And because it was the cheapest. Them doing that, them choosing the panda resulted in negative effects for other animals. And those animals have suffered as a result of them choosing to use the panda like that. And so there's a great video that he does on the red panda, which is actually the true panda. The giant panda is not the real panda, the red panda, which is very, very important to watch. So he does great stuff and you'll love it. And he's funny as shit. So
I subscribed just now. I just checked him out now. I just seen him 4.2 million subscribers. Like, I'm definitely gonna check all his stuff.
Awesome. Now he's going to throw me my 10% for advocating for no, he's not. But I love that channel. Casual Geographic is funny as shit.
I'm into stuff like that. Like that, I like stuff that challenges the mind. Like that's why I like that Project Hail Mary movie. Like I know it's not scientifically accurate, like as it could happen today or something like that, but like it makes you think. You know what I'm saying?
Tony, have you seen Hail Mary yet?
That'll
be a good discussion. J Money has seen it, and
beautiful movie.
I'm familiar with the book. Tony, when you see Hail Mary, that's a discussion that we can definitely have.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie. You won't regret it. Like you're gonna love it. Like I saw it twice in the movie already, and I'm gonna see it again. It's just amazing.
I did go to the movies the other day, but I watched Exit 8 and Undertone.
Okay.
Both good. Exit 8 for its premise is actually pretty impressive for a video game adaptation. I have to give it that.
Nice. I like going like for that. Like I want to see The Mummy, but even on that day, I was like, nah, I'm gonna just see Project Hail Mary again because I loved it that much. It was just so good. 2.5 hours, but I could watch it again right now.
That's what I did with the Warcraft film. I saw the Warcraft film 4 times in theaters in 4 different formats.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought that got an unduly hard time. Like it's not the best film I've ever seen, but I thought it was perfectly pleasant.
The Warcraft film?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. I've been playing it for over 20 years now. But when they finally came out, I watched it and was like, this is definitely made by fans for fans. This is definitely, and I get why, but I don't know why they didn't get a sequel. The film, the budget on the Warcraft, this is what was wild to me. The budget on the Warcraft movie, which was enormous. Legendary was involved in it. Was it Duncan Jones directed? Budget was $160 million. And the box office, like the domestic box office on it was actually quite low. And that's simply because compared to 160 million spent, I believe that the domestic box office was around 400 million. But it was the film. Okay, so the film grossed 439 million worldwide against a production budget of 160 million, the highest grossing film based on a video game at the time. It failed to reach its break-even point of 450 to 500 million after global marketing and distribution. And fans were very kind to it like this, but the amount of money it took in from China, especially now considering when the film came out, it has it's more than made its money back. It's absolutely insane, which is why I don't know why it hasn't made they haven't made a sequel on it. But then again, apparently Blizzard was very annoyed with the Hollywood procedure of making movies. They did not appreciate it at all. Like Blizzard didn't appreciate it. Duncan Jones said it was like death by 1,000 cuts because he loves the IP and he wanted to make a movie to it, and it was just trying to coordinate Legendary, all the other production companies, and Blizzard, and all of the egos was just like, So we need more Markipliers and Iron Lungs. That's what we need.
Yeah, that was a good movie. The one Markiplier did, I saw that one. I forget the name of it, but it was like he was like in some alien shit, like
Iron Lung. Iron Lung.
Yeah, that one. Iron Lung. That's the one. That's the one.
It was a video game adaptation. He showed that you can be independent and do it yourself and make a successful product. And apparently, the rumor has it amongst like in the big industry that it really kind of shook stuff up. It not to a huge degree, but it got the attention of major studios that is kind of like the precursor. Like what Markiplier was able to pull off is not something that everyone will be able to pull off now. But as technology advances and studio quality technology becoming more readily available to the public, studios will have an increasing amount of competition from just purely independent filmmakers who can do stuff for shoestring budgets and turn in studio quality work. And he established it right there. So
yeah, there's a lot of people doing that. Like there's a lot of like some Resident Evil short films that came out on YouTube. They did pretty good. Like Residents of Evil, they got some stuff they did. You know, I support anything. Like there's this guy, his name is Neil Breen. He's like some funny dude. Like he just be making funny movies. I like Neil Breen. You know, he got a new movie coming out next week or something like that. So
Neil Breen's awesome, and you gotta watch the stuff that comes out of Full Moon, Full Moon Productions. Full Moon does like the Puppet Master films and stuff like that. Just silly stuff.
Yeah, I like that. I could get with that. I'm a big horror person or like cheesy B movies. You know what I'm saying? Shit like Samurai Cop. You know what I mean? That's hilarious. You know.
But Probing Time is being sarcastic, but Trump is a genius taking down and stopping wind farms. Apparently, their apparent ugliness outweighs the free energy they produce. They're giving the whales cancer. It's like, where does he come up with this shit? Like, I honestly want to know. Like, sometimes when I hear somebody say something so utterly absurd, I can at least see how their thought process worked. I can see it's like, oh, they took this information and they extrapolated to this point. It's obviously nonsensical and absurd, but at least I can see the logical, the logical trail snail that occurred in their mind. I don't know where he connected these two things from. Like, just I don't.
He's witty.
It's like
it's. I feel the same about Laurie Anderson, right? And a lot of other lyricists. Like I don't know how. Yes, I can see the humor in what you're doing and the poetry in what you're doing, but I don't know how you came up with these associations ahead of time. Like they're just not concepts that I would put together. And so I think there's a creative genius there that I obviously like. And Trump is some sort of creative genius for bullshit. Like it's just, where do you even come up with these concepts? I don't
know too much about politics, so I can't critique or back him. But from what I know, everybody say he a prick. So if everybody's saying it, I don't know. Must be something true. But then it's also
definitely had a depressive effect on the chat. I apologize to everyone.
Well, it's all good.
I feel like my fault. Go ahead, Joe.
I was saying, but for anybody who's in the chat, we still have a good number of people there. And all of you channel members out there, it's a brand new month. Let me see your membership milestones. I like seeing those, seeing how long people have been members of the Godless Army. So because you get one free one, you get one free one per month. So I like seeing those and reading them. But if you are a believer and you're in the chat, feel free to come up on stage. We operate this thing a little bit differently than usual stuff. We don't dogpile here. We try to have consistent conversations that reach a logical terminus. And of course, you can use any of the topics that you see on the screen. We can talk about those if you have questions for us, or you can come up in, 1 Peter 3:15, defend the thing that you believe in, and we'll break it down. So if you happen to if you want to come up on stage, or even if you're not a believer, if you have a topic you want to talk about, you have questions you want to ask, there's a good solid amount of knowledge sitting on the stage right now. I'm not terribly including myself in that, but a lot of resources available for you. So we'd love to have you up. And of course, it'll click the link. It'll take you right to the StreamYard, and we can bring in once we do a sound check and audio check, or an audio check and a camera check. So hit the stream, hit it up.
Facts. No, I mean, I'm still on my trying to find God through science here. You know what I mean? Because I do believe, right? I can't shake that hunch. It's something that's just there, right? I believe, man. I believe in life after love. No, let me stop. But I definitely.
I went Lost Boys saxophone, and you went Cher.
Hey,
I love
Tim
me some
Capello is a legend.
He is a legend. He is one of the most effective side characters that never had anything to do with the plot.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but believe, though, man. It just is something that's instilled into me, right? It's odd to me that consciousness even came about at all. It didn't have to. It's not required to, but it did. It's just a byproduct of things as they happened. Could have been different, but it wasn't. It was this way, and here we are experiencing, making decisions, creating these egos that we think we are, separate from our physical material, our physical matter, the stuff that went through the entropy that was reused to make us. It's not who we are. It's just who we are emerges from that. You know what I'm saying? And it's a crazy conundrum how reality works, right? The physical, the non-physical things, the emergent properties of things that all come from the same things that predate. It's there's clearly something more happening, and I know science got a lot of questions, but I just don't see the room yet, at least, to write off the notion of the existence of something more working in that somehow. The way minds emerge here on Earth, maybe minds in another medium can emerge some way out there, and that could manipulate the cosmos somehow, that produce what we're in. What we're in is clearly very different, right?
I'm getting the feeling of alternative energy again, Tony.
It's
It kind of feels hey, Telegonchik, good to see you. Go ahead.
So the thing I have with that is that I've met very intelligent animals. I've met very intelligent dogs. I've met very intelligent cats that seem capable of affection, that seem capable of loyalty, that can solve problems. So I don't think of human awareness or human consciousness is that particularly special.
Well, I mean, I guess I said that wrong. I meant organic beings like us, carbon-based beings like us that develop brains, right? That could be anything from an insect to anything that has a brain, a unit of, of that you could call it a brain. It's not nerve-based like a plant. It's something with a brain that, that you could study. I think even that qualifies as part of the magnificence, right? Because it all plays a part in this ecosystem. For every insect, there's another insect it preys upon, and it does something that ultimately, when you keep unpacking it holds a bigger scale effect. Everything down to the smallest thing, down to the ants, so it's everything plays its part down to the most intricate levels. And I see that here, something else occurs that we don't see literally nowhere else. In all the stars we see and everything we see out there, nothing quite duplicates this, where we could say, okay, this is definitely happening over there, and we can't do that.
Yeah, we can't say that it's happening anywhere else, but we've no real reason to conclude that it isn't happening somewhere else. And I mean, this isn't to say that the emergence of consciousness and the emergence of awareness aren't remarkable things. They very much are. And the sort of the processes that lead to functioning ecosystems, that's also something to be in awe of on some level, but I don't see that it requires anything more than a natural process to get there.
Oh yeah, I see that, right? And like we would call natural processes anything that we don't have like a full explanation. It's just something that happens naturally, right? But like what I'm supposing is, right, that there may be layers to this, right? Where it's like here in this physical life, it's gonna just seem like a natural process because of our vantage point. We can't transcend certain things. We're stuck in the physical and have very little tools that could help us transcend that. I'm supposing that upon death, there's a shift and we rejoin something somehow, like I'm supposing that, yeah. And the stuff that we are now, we have a deeper identity that is really us, like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So
like,
would you agree? So would you agree that brain damaging the physical brain
mhm.
results in changes to personality?
Oh, for sure. But the personality of a person is not the person, right? The person is the person before they could become a person like them, like the way we're here talking. They have to first go through various natural processes that determine who that person could become. You understand? Because there might be alterations, things that happen. It can't even,
Yeah. Can I just address? Can I just
Yeah.
address? There's been something. People have hassled me. So, methane is objectively a weaker greenhouse gas than carbon dioxide, and this is a complicated thing to say. If you had two planets, imagine two planets, one with a carbon dioxide atmosphere and one with a methane atmosphere, and they both have the same concentrations. The carbon dioxide planet is much, much hotter than the methane planet, but the amount of heating that you cause depends on the gas, but also how much you're increasing the concentration. So the reason methane is such a dangerous greenhouse gas to us is because there's not much methane in the atmosphere. And so any increase in methane vastly increases the amount of methane in the atmosphere. And that's what makes it more dangerous. So it's not a stronger greenhouse gas. It's that its concentrations are so small that any emissions result in a large increase. So yes, methane emissions are very dangerous and will result in a large increase in temperature and are responsible for a significant amount of the warming that we're experiencing. I'm not denying that. But if you had equal concentrations on two different planets, the carbon dioxide planet would be much warmer. So that's the point that I'm making. And I recommend to anybody who has questions about this to obtain a copy of this quite wonderful textbook and go to the section where this is discussed in detail. So pound for pound of increase, given our current initial concentration. So in order to work out how much warming occurs, there's a factor K that you multiply by the log of the ratio. So if you increase the concentration from concentration 1 to concentration 2, you multiply the K times the logarithm, the natural logarithm of the two concentrations. That means that if you have a very small initial concentration, as we do for methane, then methane is very, very damaging. It's that low concentration. It's not the multiplicative factor out the front. Andrew, you know perfectly well it's not cow farts, it's cow burps. I've studied this in detail. I'm not making this up. I suggest that you look up. Exactly, Earl. Exactly. That's the point. Yes, because of the increase of the rate of methane emission has increased substantially, and the initial concentration of methane was relatively small. That's what makes methane so bad. That's what yes. I agree exactly with the amount of increase being bad, and sort of one of the things that people will point out is that humans emit about 3% of the total carbon dioxide emissions, but we have but there exist corresponding natural sinks for most of the carbon cycle. So we're increasing the carbon dioxide by a little, carbon dioxide emissions by a little, but there's no sink that can take it out. So yeah. Anyway, sorry.
My thing
this
is
is a really good textbook. If you've got some university level mathematics, this will really help you sort out what's going on.
I bookmarked it. I'm gonna buy that book actually. Thank you for that. But I get it, but like my thing is, that being the case, right? Over here, it's exactly as it needs to be for us to come about. And I believe in coincidences. I get it. Coincidences are a thing, they happen, right? But this is one heck of a coincidence. I think we could agree, you know what I'm saying? Like if we, look at this and compare it to the rest, and it's like not only are we here and whatever, but everything has its food. Everything has this thing that it feeds off to become something more, down to like a cellular level. Cells eat, cells grow and morph and reproduce, and you understand, like everything has what it needs to do what it does. And it didn't have to be that way, especially just in one place in the known cosmos. Like, you might say, okay, we can't prove that like certain things are out there or not. Like, it might be people like us, but like even from heat omissions, like we don't see no other, celestial body out there with satellites or foreign objects around it like the way we do. We would be able to pick that up with our telescopes, like we would be able to see the signals of all the little different telescopes that's hovered around them. I think we got like over 15,000 here in Earth, something like that. Like we have activity just in the debris that's around us, and nothing else shows any type of similar activity.
Okay, but we don't expect, that tells us that abiogenesis, the spontaneous emergence of life through chemical evolutionary processes, is not common and requires specific conditions.
Yeah.
But once that happens, the development of evolutionary processes is going to rely on us being reasonably well suited, us and all of the other members of the various ecosystems on the planet being quite well suited, almost it would appear specifically designed for our circumstances. I don't see that, it's necessary to invoke any guiding intelligence. But and to put it in a more scientific way, I think your hypothesis is unfalsifiable, and I don't particularly, an unfalsifiable hypothesis is not something that I generally entertain.
Well, my thing is, the unfortunate part is that to prove it requires a step that none of us can come back from. You know what I'm saying? It requires literally to pass on and nothing to happen or something to happen. You see what I'm
Well,
saying? Because that's what I'm supposing, that there is something that comes next.
yes, but let us suppose that let us speculate that there exists a person with suicidal ideations. Is it constructive to tell them that after death there exists some better existence, or some different existence, or some existence where their circumstances are going to be a lot different than they are now? I don't think so. I don't think that that's a very constructive hypothesis to hold to.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell nobody that. Yeah, I wouldn't tell nobody that. You know, I would tell them to go speak to a doctor. You know.
Excuse me. Anyway, I might have to go and get myself lunch since I haven't eaten in a while. So
cool.
I'll talk to you later. And I was resolved not to come on, but then you were talking about set theory, and I had some things to say about set theory. And then Chris showed up, and I haven't let Andrew get a word in edgewise.
You're kidding? I'm leaving you all the room.
All right.
I wonder.
Right, well, take care, guys.
Thank you, Tony. Have a good lunch.
Bye.
I wonder what. Take care, Tony. I wonder what y'all think. Do you think water is wet? Do you think water is wet?
Depends how much there is. One atom? No.
Well, I mean, like,
what do you mean one molecule? It'd be a
molecule. Wow.
So the
I need more coffee.
The discussion on this is it looks at the definition of what wetness is, of what being wet means. And Spam brings up, like, water is not wet. Water wets other things as a result of the interaction of its molecules with another object. So other liquids also wet other things, because it is the wetness is a property of something that has been immersed, like how wet it is, or how immersed it is, and how much it has absorbed.
Exactly.
So
I agree with that. That's what I say, right? But someone disagreed with me, and I'm like, okay, I was wondering what y'all think. I was gonna ask Tony before he left just to get the opinion of someone with a PhD, but he left. I ain't get him in time. I ain't do it quick enough.
Yeah.
But it's all good though. Yeah, I think water is definitely not wet. Wet is like the way paint is not painted. Painted is an emergent property from when you put paint on the wall.
Paint on something else, right? Yeah.
Exactly. So, that's good. But I think that he's right about, obviously, what he's saying about the science. There's nothing to prove it. There's nothing that could disprove or prove my argument. And that's where I say the only thing that could prove it is death, right? I mean, because think about it. That's something we have to do. If there was ever one of us that don't have to experience that, then that person could say that it doesn't matter. It's unfalsifiable, it's unprovable. But even if it's only going to get proven to you in the moment you go, it's still going to get proven to you. You see what I'm saying? It's just going to be a personal revelation, whether or not something does transpire. It might just fade to black. You know what I'm saying? That might be the case, and there might not be no God, and it was always natural, and you guys were right?
And Rodent
but if it happens,
says, wetting is a property of liquids and of P. Mars's bed.
Good one. Man, I mean, listen, I think again, space is just fascinating, or like I don't know, man. Like the way we came about, we're just one of the many different systems and processes that's happening right now as we speak. It's like endless, you know what I'm saying? And think about it. There's a thing to this multiverse thing. Imagine just endless multiverses. Like that shit is mind-boggling. You know what I'm saying? Like I looked up, they we sent out something called Voyager back in 1976 or 75 or something like that. That thing is in November this year, it's gonna hit one light day away. It's gonna like surpass one light day. The distance that it takes light to travel from, here to there, basically, light itself. So that's insane. Like 49 years. You see what I'm saying? It took 49 years for something that we sent to get just one light day away. So imagine, I did the math, and it takes like 17,000 years to make one light year away. Like it takes 17,000 Earth years. Like that's insane. You get what I mean? Like I don't know, like space time, bro. Like it's crazy. Like I don't know. It's a big old mystery to me. And
Don't worry, we'll catch up to that probe again somewhere around the 2270s.
Holy shit.
I don't know, will we, man? That thing is going far away, man.
Apparently this I didn't hear anything about this. Hang on a sec. I gotta check like a local event. Oh shit. This was a couple hours ago. This is not that far from me. Apparently there was a mass shooting here in Oklahoma. Mass shooting at Oklahoma campground leaves at least 15 wounded. Mass shooting at a campground. One sec. Near Arcadia Lake in Edmond, Oklahoma, triggering a massive late-night emergency response. May 3rd, Sunday, May 3rd night, it left at least 15 people wounded, according to initial reports, prompting a large law enforcement response. And that's all the details that are available there.
That fucking sucks.
Let me see here. Multiple law enforcement agencies respond to shooting at Arcadia Lake, sends at least 10 to the hospital. A shooting near Arcadia Lake left at least 10 people hospitalized and resulted in a massive police response Sunday night. Edmond Police Department confirmed that officers were called to a shooting at the lake about 9 p.m. 10 people transported by ambulance to hospitals. Police don't have an update on their conditions. There were no suspects in custody as of 11:15, which is about a half an hour ago. Police said there's no known threat to the public. Officers said the shooting happened at a party at the lake that involved a large group of people believed to be young adults. They were taking statements from witnesses. Huh. And is that? Oh, that was April 30th.
People crazy, man. People losing it.
I think it's not so much of an increase in like people losing it. I think it's an increase in our awareness of it because of how our media works.
Facts.
But I hope that it says that it doesn't say anybody was killed. So hopefully there's no lives lost there. I mean, it's terrible that there's like yet another shooting. It's wild that took place. That's 2 hours away from me. It's over on the west side, south of Oklahoma City. So it's about north of Oklahoma City. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it looks like Arcadia Lake's a pretty big lake. But it's in between Edmond and Arcadia, so it's North Oklahoma City. So I hope everybody's okay. Everybody makes it through. There doesn't sound like there was any casualties, so it looks like somebody just popped off shots. So, but I hope they're all right.
That's fucked
And hey,
up.
Tony Regime, good to see you. Oh, and we may lose Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani is in hospital in critical condition.
Oh, shit.
Time to update my What's it? Not my bingo card.
Rudy Giuliani, man.
So time to update my Kalshi.
Man, hopefully he's good. You know, hopefully he come out of that.
Yeah, he's trash.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Rudy Giuliani is garbage.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know shit about politics. I know he was in New York for a while. You know.
I mean, no, I mean, obviously, you know, people dying. You know, obviously there's people that care about him. He's got family, and I understand that.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, but he is a garbage. He became a garbage human being. I think he's pretty much always been a garbage human being, but it became more prevalent when Trump was in office. But I don't want to, I don't want to wish for the demise of people, but when certain people do go, you know, no great loss. It's not like the world will be dimmer for their absence. You know, it's not going to be like that. When people, you know, like just want to make sure people don't. It was like he's praying for death for Rudy Giuliani. No, I acknowledge that people go. Like just recently we lost Bo Starr, who was a major fixture in horror, and that just happened the other day.
Facts. The moms from Home Alone. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit's crazy, man. I love that lady. Rest in peace to them. But yeah, like, I don't know, man. I feel like, you know, politics and all that shit, man, it's all kind of like rigged in a way, you know what I'm saying? Like, they know what they doing. Like, they know it's like a game, man. This shit is crazy. It always goes one way, you know? So.
Well, I'm not able to find another theist. It doesn't seem to be any in the chat. Don Giovanni, good to see you. Don Giovanni, thanks so much for being here. Jinju says there are some obituaries I will read in mirth and glee. There is the one obituary that we are all waiting on pins and needles for. Cannot wait till that toad. I honestly can't wait till that toad just goes. I'll probably. I don't know what I'll do, but be some sort of like little celebration. Fucking grotesque. But we are about 15 minutes away from the 6-hour mark. Wish we had some more people in the theists coming up in the back so that we could have a conversation about that. We had some interesting ones earlier. And but if anybody is a believer and is in the chat, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. The link is pinned in the side chat. So you can come up and we can have a discussion about what you believe and why. And I agree with you, Spam. I honestly think there will be celebrations in the street worldwide when it happens. Yes. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble now. What's up, Earl?
Hi.
I'm busted.
Talking about Rudy Giuliani got me all flustered. You know that man let his ex-wife know that he was divorcing her after saying it on national television?
That's crazy.
That's how she found out. Like,
that's so funny.
Oh God. I mean, the man is just
That's like Olivia Wilde getting served papers when she's right in the middle on stage in the middle.
Yeah, he's in a press conference or whatever, and just blurts out that and he married his next wife was actually his cousin.
Oh man,
and not like a distant one. So
goodness gracious.
But yeah, at least he lost his law license, so.
Yeah. The shit that went down with the Trump administration is just grotesque. Jared Reed says, JL, not trying to sound morbid, but how many politicians still won't want gun control, but want thoughts and prayers? Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
At this point, the notion of gun control, or at least common sense gun laws in this nation, I don't think that there's really anything more to be said that hasn't been said already. We know what we need to do, and we could do it. But the question is, will any? I mean, the gun lobby is only as powerful. This is the fucked up thing about lobbies. They're only as powerful as politicians allow them to be.
Mhm. They're as
And
powerful as their pockets are deep.
so if we could handle it. It's just wild that you were here in 2026 and we're still having this conversation when we should have been having it, back in 1999. Another example of a really terrible person saying really smart things, which was Marilyn Manson's comments when he was asked about Columbine.
Yeah. Actually, his entire his behavior throughout that entire ordeal was actually like decent.
The juxtaposition.
I mean, he's a horrible human being, but during that time, around that crisis, he was on point.
And everybody focused at him, and he didn't respond the way people expected him to respond, like the way he sat down, and especially with Bowling for Columbine, the conversations he had there, and it was kind of like, holy shit, this
moment when Dee Snider sat down for the testimony, and it just blew everybody's mind.
And I'm like,
but you look like that, but you sound like that. Like,
I know that guy. That guy was in Strangeland. If you've never seen that movie,
we're not going to take it. We're not going to take it. Yeah.
If anybody out there has never seen Dee Snider's Strangeland, please go watch it.
Go watch
it, and then immediately when you're done, go and watch his testimony to Congress.
It will blow your mind. Yeah,
it will blow your mind. So
I've never seen it.
Strangeland. I don't even want, but trying to describe the movie to you will wind up giving too much away. At best, I could say it came out in 1998. Okay. And it had starring Dee Snider, Robert Englund, Linda Cardellini, Amy Smart. Had a really, really solid cast. A bunch of people that you will recognize. The premise, how can I put the premise without giving too much away? It's a horror film written by Dee Snider about a sadistic kidnapper who uses early internet chat rooms to lure teenagers to his home. And I don't want to give away anything else.
That's why I think it's on Netflix. I'm going to check it out.
Go watch that because it's so Captain Howdy. I'll just say this. Captain Howdy.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm going to check that. I like horrors. Anything like that.
It's where I learned what an ampelang was.
Yeah, that's
see Earl just like, okay.
It's my kind of thing.
It's where I learned what an ampelang was, and I saw that I learned what a double zero septum piercing was, and like what was that ampelang? It was like a fucking 4 gauge, I think is what it was. It's like, what the hell is happening here?
Yeah. As a human pincushion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Ryad says Robert Englund found this. Robert Englund, who's Freddy Krueger, said Robert Englund found the script compelling because it was very morally complex for a horror film, and I agree with that. The questions it forces the audience to ask are pretty solid. I think D wrote a really good script there. I think you'll dig it, Jay. Spams is infuriatingly the gun reforms that would have a huge positive impact are relatively minor, just tightening up the ownership and requiring licensing proof of capability. If they regulated guns like they regulated alcohol, to that extent, it's kind of like the same thing with marijuana.
Just, getting your driving license. I mean, it doesn't have to be that complicated.
Right? Yeah, it doesn't have to be extreme. It's like. The thing about the kicker about alcohol and the way alcohol is regulated is in how it is in the production of the alcohol and the distribution of the alcohol. And then there still could be better ones, but it's I think along the lines if it was better with gun manufacturers and gun distributors, needs to be extremely tight regulation in order before getting it into the customer's hands. That it needs to be there. And that customers, there should be qualifications. Obviously, we don't want morons with guns. Regulate guns in the same way as cars. I mean, there's ways that we do this. I would say like regulate marijuana the same way we regulate tobacco, would solve a lot of fucking problems in this country. But,
I
puritanical.
think regulating all drugs the way that we regulate, current marijuana laws. I mean, make it all legal, make it all, the same across the board, tax the shit out of it and watch the profits roll in.
Yeah. Thomas Bagley says, I have a question. If the resurrection of Jesus could be proven, or the impossibility of the contrary, that it would be impossible for it to, the impossibility of the contrary, meaning if it could be proven or impossible for it to not have happened, would you become a Christian or not necessarily? The answer to that is no. And there's a logical consistent it's logically consistent, because a lot of people would be like, oh, well, you just hate Jesus. It's like, no, it's because each claim needs to be taken on its own merit, because if one proposition being true does not necessarily entail another proposition being true. For example, an entity like, say there was a guy and he was supernatural in nature and he resurrected. Okay, great. Does that event, that singular event, logically entail that any of the claims that Jesus made about, like all of the claims, you take the set of claims that Jesus made and take the one thing as the act of resurrection. Say he did resurrect. All right, just let's hypothetical. Does that logically entail that everything he said about the afterlife and about God is true? Does the act of resurrection provide the individual more validity on its face? And I think the answer to that, to be logically consistent, is no, which is why we need to take these things piecemeal. For example, you ask, does the God exist? If you establish that the God does exist, that a God exists, does it mean it's the God you're talking about? Because establishing a God or a creating entity exists is different from establishing a creating entity that interacts with the world and loves all of humanity. That's two different entities. So you need to establish that such an entity exists. Then you need to establish its nature. Then you would need to establish the mechanistic relationship it has between it, that exists between it and everything else. Then you need to be able to establish what its motivations are. Then you need to establish the connection to Jesus. Was Jesus that, or maybe it's some other God that was interfering? Each one of these goes one at a time. And the truth of one doesn't logically entail the truth of all of the other connected claims, because all we have to do is go with God does exist, but you can't prove that God is not a liar. Oh, well, I'm defining God as being God can't lie. Really? God can't lie? Who says that? What is a lie? According to God, who has no reference frame, it literally can't lie, because any information it gives us is what it wants to give us. And if it's withholding information, because it doesn't want us to have that information. So you could call it a lie by omission, but maybe it made us in a way that if we knew that truth, our heads would explode. So is it lying for a good purpose or lying for a negative purpose? Whose stance are we referencing in respect to this? Our own stances or the God stance? See, things get really, 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 really hairy, when we try to drill down to these things, to figure these things out. Thomas says, honest response makes perfect sense. Thank you. Follow-up question. Is there a way you can concede that you'd be a Christian without being convinced of the resurrection, but on other merits? I would say, okay. So a Christian by the merits of Christianity itself, excluding the resurrection, no. And the reason for that is because while there are some things about the system of Christianity, as far as like interpersonal relation, how we interact with one another, some kind of philosophical notions that I do agree with, the problem with it is that it fundamentally establishes unnecessary in-group, out-group distinctions. And that those are baked into the religion itself. And I find those that in action, those are more harmful today, and they are increasingly more harmful the further we get away from like the origin of Christianity. And so it still would make me a Christian, even though I do agree with some stuff. And I wouldn't do this whole like Richard Dawkins, I'm a cultural Christian. Yar, yar, yar. I'm not going to do that bullshit. Yeah, that cop-out bullshit. I'm going to say that there's some great philosophical concepts that were taken from Hellenistic philosophy that Judaism appropriated and then Christianity appropriated from there. But it wouldn't make me a Christian. I'd say I agree with you on some points, but on a bunch of these other points, no, these are really, really fucked up. I would say that the one system I'd probably be closest would be probably
You could join my cult.
There you go. There's that.
Go down.
Go now. Go. I would probably be Jainism. Either Buddhism or Jainism, because both of them are atheistic, and the philosophies in there are really, I think, are something really solid to really kind of like hang your hat on. There's some really good ideas in there, you know. But I think as philosophies they work pretty well, but as religious things, I don't. Yeah, not at all. So, and Tony Regime says, was that an Arnie impression? I guess that's my Arnie like
Get down.
Get to the sofa.
Go now.
Don't know.
Yeah, definitely not Jainism though. Too much sweeping involved.
Right? Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah, you have to worry about every little critter. Like I try to save critters where I
You gotta
can.
look at
But
it pragmatically. Upper arm workout.
this is true. This is true.
And then that's when the Janus is like,
Well, I've got pretty good
I
guns.
peace amongst all men. Pulls out the top, fucking shredded.
You know, emaciated can be shredded too.
That's true.
Just saying.
You're very welcome, Thomas.
That's kind of where I'm at currently.
Spam says, I hear good things about Taoism and more about Confucianism. There's some good stuff there as well. That's the wild. Here's the wild thing. And I know I've said this before, but I think it bears repeating. The older I get and the more I study this stuff, my beef with philosophy is that the people typically fall down on a philosophical position on a larger philosophical position because it kind of validates their own intuitions about things. There are some very, very important things in philosophy that people need to know, like what a logical fallacy is, the difference between ontology and epistemology, what their own individual philosophy of truth is. There's a number of good, important foundational concepts that are just good to have, so especially for self-evaluation. But the grander things, whether you're talking about postmodernism or modernism or a number of other things, I find that they all have really, really good points. They have good points within them. But as a whole, they typically don't work in a vacuum. It's like they're too. I would say they're too close-minded in that respect, as they try to put everything into one box. If anybody's ever seen Big Trouble in Little China, anybody here?
Yes, I have. Okay. I love that movie. I have.
It's been a long time.
There's a scene when Egg is sitting there. They're eating around the table, and he's talking. You have Taoism, you have Confucianism, you have Chinese mysticism. It's like a salad bar. Chinese beliefs are like your salad bar. We take what we want and we leave the rest. I think that esotericism, or eclectic philosophy is the smartest. I think is the most efficacious way to go. Look at them all, see what they are saying, see what the statements are being made, find what works and is most applicable in the world. Okay, don't choose it or sit on something because it seems to align with your intuitions. But I think a more eclectic approach, recognizing that, like a salad bar, each and every one of them has some good things you could take from it. And some of the best philosophers I've read are the most eclectic ones, recognizing that there's good thoughts across the board, but those good thoughts are often, in union with some bad stuff. I fucking hate, what's that? There's one philosopher that I cannot stand.
Ayn Rand.
No, I can't even remember the fucker's name.
Just had to plug it for the chat.
Hegel.
Hang on a sec. No, it starts with an H.
Hegel.
Hume?
I cannot stand George Hegel. I can't stand Hegelianism. It's fucking nonsense woo. But there are a couple of things in Hegel's thought processes that I think were valid. Because remember, he was building off of work that was done prior to him. And I think he asked some good questions. But I think he took it way too far off into woo nonsense land because that's what he felt was the case. And that's where I find the problems are. Is because you really can't do anything with it. So I suggest an open-minded approach to philosophy in general. And don't just fall down on something because it seems to be the case. That's how we wind up with like a whole fucking generation, like Gen Z, going all like postmodernism. And now we're in the boat that we're currently in.
Yep. Yep.
Not so open that your
Just
brain
made my brain
out.
glitch. Postmodernism is the bane of my existence. I fucking hate it so much.
I like to view postmodernism as kind of an overcorrection. It was like the wheel was going this way, then we went, oh no, and we hooked it over, and it's like postmodernism.
And then we all had to figure out, what do words mean? Like, what is the meaning of yes? What do you mean by
fuck you, Jordan Peterson, so much?
And what's funny is that he has been like, he's always bitched about postmodernist stuff, and I'm like, but you are like the poster boy for postmodernism.
What is that really though? Like, what is the like? What's an example of it in society today?
Postmodernism?
Postmodernism, yeah.
So it's okay. It's a postmodernism was kind of like a skeptical response against like modernism and scientific norms. So
the guy from earlier?
Yeah. It essentially is the position where it expresses extreme incredulity towards like societal meta narrative.
Everything, yeah.
The whole idea, the like, whenever you hear Jordan Peterson, well, what do we mean by is? What do we mean by and? What do we mean by the? That kind of shit, like questioning everything like that. Yeah, that's what postmodernism.
That's how postmodernism is why QAnon exists.
Yeah, it focuses on like relativism, subjective construction of reality, like, and I get
alternative facts,
shit like that. I get the idea. So I get the idea as a thought experiment, taking these things like this, but as a foundational operating, like a foundational operating system, it does not work because it literally puts a barrier. It puts like this barrier in the way of constructive conversation or constructive dialogue that is entirely subjective to the stances of the individual that's imposing the barrier. Because I talked to one postmodernist, the barriers that they erect are not going to be the same as some other postmodernist, which are really fucking problematic. And then you get them in large groups and you wind up with a lot of the problems that we have in today's society. And Jessica, for 5 Australian, says, Hegel lays the foundation for Nietzsche, who lays the foundation for Sartre, who lays the foundation for Foucault. I agree. It just builds off of one another. There's a bunch of stuff that I agree with in Nietzsche. That like I said, those foundational questions, those foundational statements. And I agree. Some stuff I think Nietzsche took it in a direction. I just don't think he was. I think he was too cynical, and he took it in a dark place, took it into a dark area because of his personal life. How can you live the life that Nietzsche lived and think positively about fucking anything?
Yeah, I don't know about none of that, but I'm not.
The history of philosophy is fascinating, and the minds that are in it. Like I really want you to read Schopenhauer. Like, if you want to get like dark, let's get you on some Schopenhauer. Like, it's like how far are we willing to go in the questions that we are willing to ask?
Schopenhauer, how you spell that?
I'll just talk to you for a couple hours. We can get real dark. I've tried several times in my life to become, high and mighty in my intellectualism, and try to be a Phil girl of sorts. I just I could not give less of a fuck. I just don't care. Like the ideas of old white guys. I leave that to men like JL, who then I can through osmosis, and in a way that my brain can grasp and also giggle at the same time. It's just too dry. It's too dry for me.
Arthur Schopenhauer. I got him here.
Yeah, Arthur Schopenhauer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Schopenhauer. Mm-hmm. And then, I mean, really, it all kind of, because he was the kind of explosion of German philosophy, like the explosion in that was as a result of Kant. Immanuel Kant was the big one because he challenged the current standing ideas of metaphysics. And so Kant was big. So if you wanted to start somewhere, you could start with Kant. But then again, he had his own, like Rousseau and Descartes and Aquinas, a number of others. Those are individuals who their lines of thought influenced Kant. Okay, and then you have other people from other countries, like Hume is also really, really huge in that. But it kind of goes back. And if you start with like the pre-Socratic shit, going all the way back, you can see how these things build upon one another, and you see how the questions they're asking and the motive they're thinking was deeply inspired by our interactions with the world and the things that we were discovering at the time as we were discovering more evidence and technology increased. So as technology increased and our understanding of the world around us and the universe that we live in incrementally improved over time, you can kind of see where philosophy began asking questions and where it's like, because we uncover one layer and we start asking questions about the next. Then we establish a scientific explanation for those, and then philosophy moves to the next, starts going to these, first principles and shit like that. So Kant is a good place to. Go ahead.
Sorry, I want to ask you. When you read, maybe I'm got the wrong process, like thought process while I'm reading this. When you are reading philosophy, what are you trying to achieve? Like, what do you get out of it? For
me personally, I like to understand like the timeline of thought. It's kind of like it was like, okay, so when we're talking about Kant and Kant's direct inspirations were like Leibniz and Hume. Were Leibniz, Hume, some scientific application via Isaac Newton, like this. What was going on in the world at the time that influenced them to ask the questions that they were asking? Why didn't Kant ask the questions that Nietzsche asked? Why didn't Kant ask the questions that Schopenhauer asked?
Right.
So what is it that inspired them?
Now?
Do what?
How does that help you now?
So I view it as kind of an intellectual trap. If individuals in the past have constantly, if philosophy is kind of like, if the advancements in philosophy or philosophical thinking, or I would say advancements, but the progression of philosophical thought is directly inspired by what's going on in the environment, in these individuals' environments, that tells me that there is a certain level of bias in why they're thinking the way they're thinking. And so in order to formulate my own kind of like expansions upon these ideas, I ought not allow what's going on in the world to tell me what is most likely true about these things or the things that align with my intuitions. Like I may view things with like what is going on, which is what led to postmodernism is, doing this kind of thing. It's like there were specific events that led to the rise in postmodernism, and it was because of the uncertainty that was going on in the world and certain things that were going on culturally speaking. Well, that doesn't tell us that postmodernism is the case, but that tells us that it's a reaction, and people are inspired to ask questions because they're in a mental state to be inspired to ask those questions. And I don't want to ask questions as a result of being inspired by the shit that's going on around me. I actually want to ask questions about these fundamental things independent of what human beings are doing all around us, or the state of existence, or like how happy people are or how unhappy people are or whatever. I think those things come secondary. Because what is true, like whatever metaphysical things might be true, whatever any of them, have no bearing on how people feel at the time or what's happening at the time. Like what is true is not impacted nor influenced by the state of humanity.
Don't care about your feelings.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And I think that I've seen the common trend that huge, massive events take place in human history, especially in the past 200 years. A great, huge event will occur, and all of a sudden, either if that event is devastating or seen as being negative, that for some reason suddenly inspires people to start asking questions about shit. Why? Like why did it take? Essentially, kind of like how the GOP operates today. Why do they have to be smacked in the mouth before they suddenly recognize that what they're doing is bad? You know, why do we never think about shit unless it's directly impacting us? And I think that's a huge failing in human society.
Right, but
that's because we've completely abdicated our empathy.
I don't see the point in reading. Oh, sorry, Andrew. I didn't realize you were talking.
Oh, and I dig the history. That's just me. That's just totally subjective. I kind of dig the history of it.
I mean, fair enough.
Imagining Socrates just sitting there being like, how can I fuck with people today? You know, shit like that. Or imagining Kels to be like, Kels is sitting there writing his shit and being like, Origin of Alexandria is going to fucking hate this. And then Origin of Alexandria reading that and be like, this motherfucker, God damn it, he's got a point. And then having a flame war in second century Rome. I fucking love that shit. That as far along as we've come, this shit just does not change. It doesn't change at all. And I love seeing the repetition, you know, but that just tells me that it gives me the idea that we've been spinning our wheels on a lot of shit, you know?
Mm-hmm. Well,
thank you,
I
Jessica,
guess
for the
my
$5.
problem is that I don't find any utility in reading the thoughts of old white guys who didn't fix it then, because we're still dealing with it now.
I think a good example would be, I would never have realized that I think this is the best example. Through my readings, obviously you're familiar with Pascal's wager, right? Is that yay? Yeah, you're familiar with Pascal's wager?
Sorry, I was reading that.
You're familiar with Pascal's wager, right? Blaise Pascal.
Yeah, of course,
okay, great. Blaise Pascal articulated that in his notes because his shit was incomplete, but he articulated that, I believe, in the 14th century. Let me make sure. Blaise Pascal, French, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, the 17th century. So he articulated that in the 17th century, in the 1600s, right?
Mm-hmm.
Blaise Pascal's question, like what he was posing there, was actually already addressed by Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, which tells me that Pascal never read any of Aurelius's work, because what Pascal is putting forward, like the what he's trying to create there, is predicated upon a notion that Marcus Aurelius dealt with back, like, I think this like some 400 years, or how many years? Because that's Marcus Aurelius, former Roman emperor, was 121.
To be fair, the transfer of information was a little limited back then.
That's true. But I mean, the workings did survive. So we're talking about a mathematician in the 17th century asking posing a wager based upon his understanding that was already addressed in the 2nd century AD. So like 15 centuries, 1500 years. It tells me, like, wait, Blaise Pascal, people give him so much credit, but you're telling me that this 2nd century philosopher already articulated why this isn't a problem, and Blaise never read that shit? Right. And I'm kind of like, that's why I love studying it and I love reading it, because you see that people really operating in their own tiny little paradigms.
Mm-hmm.
And today, 2026, it still hasn't changed. And thank you, Jessica, for the 5 Australian says Hume. Why did the English Revolution fail? Hegel. Why did the French Revolution fail? Heidegger. Right. Why did the Russian Revolution fail?
Exactly. Yeah.
Jessica's brilliant. I'm so glad Jessica is a fan here and supports the channel. Jessica, and please stay a part of my Discord because I love it when you bring the hammer. I really do.
And the cats. Don't forget Jessica.
Yeah, a little spicy in there that one time.
Yeah.
So I mean, I find it fascinating. Yeah, go ahead, Andrew. I'm sorry.
Yeah, small thought for Pascal. So there's a question, that we're taking this in a best case scenario, where sometimes the mirror for Hanlon's razor is applicable. Sometimes, you shouldn't attribute to incompetence that which could be outright malice.
That's true.
Remember, we're dealing with an apologist here. These are people who are have a professional commitment to ignorance.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what was the term for that? A statement of faith they have to sign.
Willful ignorance.
No.
A testament to the willful ignorance.
Not just willful. I mean, contractually obligated ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Which has to be,
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, when you have the world's knowledge literally in your pocket, it has to be willful at this point.
See, you have Hanlon's razor, which is never attribute to malice, that which is adequately explained by stupidity, and then you have the reverse Hanlon's razor, which is never attribute to stupidity, that which is adequately explained by malice. But then I wonder if there is something to be said for when the malice is a result of the stupidity.
Yeah,
because they don't.
I was actually just talking with somebody in my Discord about this very topic last night. It was fascinating. It was basically doxastic I can't say that word.
Doxastic involuntarism.
Involuntarism. Thank you.
Yeah.
Tongue didn't want to get around that one. And
what can I say? I'm a cunning linguist.
Naturally. You would be. And we were going back and forth, and the topic of flirfs came up, and whether or not they're lying, and I don't think that. My view is that because lying involves intent, it necessitates intent, and so I don't think that I think that they're too stupid and too arrogant to recognize how little they actually know about the various topics that they're purporting to blather on about. And because of that, they let Dunning-Kruger's basically got them by the short and curlies, and they just think that their nuts itch.
And denial. It's denial. That's what it boils down to. It's just denial. Like how you apply the denial is, you might call it dishonesty at a certain point in time, because once you've been explained certain things, like there's no way you in 2026 and you think the earth is flat. You do that, you obviously willingly,
The topic of delusions then came up, because I think that that's kind of the where doxastic, that word kind of falls apart, because although people don't purposefully they don't try to delude themselves, but they'll find information that reaffirms a pre-existing notion about whatever. And it's usually, based on their misunderstanding of something. It could be indoctrination. It could be bias. It could be, even like discrimination, racism, whatever. Anything that something will reaffirm that, and then they go, oh, that information good. And then they end up in a feedback loop where they are seeking out information to confirm their false belief. But at a certain point, that becomes necessary for their mental health. Like, that's why you're not supposed to, and why I think that I think a lot of engaging with theists and MAGA in particular by like confronting them head on should maybe be rethought, because people that are in a full delusion, because let's be honest, like MAGA particularly, the whole their culture war bullshit, like most of that stuff isn't actually happening. All of the people that I hear on a daily basis talk about, kids getting their bits chopped off, and everybody's transing their kids, and it's nonsense. It's literally nonsense. It's not happening. The kitty litter cat box bullshit.
It's fear mongering. That's what it is.
But they believe it so wholeheartedly now.
They're scared. They're fear
And they
mongering.
have to that seeking out any information that goes against those beliefs is then psychologically damaging, because it incites anxiety.
And then it creates a tribe mentality. It's like, you're going against my beliefs, you're going against me, and it's like, look, it's not that deep.
They internalize it very, very deeply, and sometimes they can get violent on you.
Science is the indicator that everyone should turn to. You see what I'm saying? But like something like the MAGA thing, there's no real science you could turn to there. It's like politics and shit like that. That's where, I can apply the science to a flat earther, but how do you respond to someone who's tripping on some politics shit? Like, you can't.
I do it every day, babe.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how do you, engage that, right? Because it's a choice, right? They're gonna do what they do. They got their will, their life, their abilities, and
and that's where the argument was going, was whether or not that becomes a choice. And I think that it's nuanced, and I guess they're going to need a new word for dogsastic sometimesisms, because you can be indoctrinated, and that's definitely a phenomenon that we see all the time. So we know that's real, we know that's true, and you don't voluntarily submit to that generally. But so some beliefs are not, you're not choosing to believe them. You just do. But then once that delusion has set in, you then have to continue to feed it. And that, I think, is willful at that point, when you've been when there is, like, when you become aware that there is opposing information, and you willfully ignore sources that could provide a counter view to your opinion. I think at that point it is willful, and it is a choice, and it's self you're being dishonest to yourself, essentially.
I
agree
also,
with
I'm
that.
sorry, I apologize to jump in.
Yeah.
I've missed this one. Thank you, StreamYard, for starring this, but apparently Jessica for 5 Australian says Bertrand Russell's History of Western Philosophy is an approachable introductory work, and I would agree with that. Thank you, Jessica. I totally missed that. I guess it's slid by, but like I said, StreamYard stars them, so I always check to make sure I didn't miss anything. But thank you, Jessica. Thank you for that support there. So sorry to interrupt. I caught that and was like, holy shit, totally missed it.
Right. That's what I'm talking about. But you know, honestly, I feel like, again, and then, you know, science is a metric where you could apply certain data on anything. Like, it's just a formula. So I feel like you could apply that formula to anything. And if you did that and you come to your conclusion on your beliefs on social issues, then it's like, I don't know, like it's hard to switch that, right? Like, it's hard to switch that. It's hard to argue with people like that. Like, that's why I don't do politics, because I know that people are stubborn. You know what I'm saying? Just I'm stubborn. You get what I'm saying? To a certain degree, like, I don't know. I just like, I
I
feel
would
like
say it's an identity thing, but the problem is that, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think the vast majority of people, I would say at least the vast majority of people in this country, not all of them, but the vast majority of people in this country are politically ignorant. They don't know what they don't know what really what liberalism is, or what conservatism is, or what leftism is, or what any of these things
They think they're all the same. They're really not.
They hear a term and they've immediately, because of the fucking media, they've equated it to a bunch of ideas. And so they're just reacting to talking points, and they don't really know.
That's what happens when you let an entertainment channel be their primary news source, Fox News.
So I think that's the primary issue, is that we have way too many people that are politically ignorant, that are voting from their emotions, and they are not educated enough to understand, like, the number of people that we are seeing, and I know that Earl can attribute to this as well, that are today finally recognizing all the stuff that we were that Democrats and leftists and liberals were saying about Trump and the administration. All of the things that we were pointing out are suddenly coming true. And a lot of people out there will be like, we didn't realize what was going to happen. Right. And that's because a lot of knowledgeable people there were trying to explain these things, but it wasn't in a way.
He's been in the public for 40 years.
Why does it have to hit them in the face before they fucking react to it?
And because it's the faces eating. It's the leopards eating faces
yes,
party.
Leopards eating faces.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean it's always the classic, you know, it's the senator that's against gay marriage and all that, and then, you know, then he finds out his son is gay or whatever. It's like, now it impacts me, and so, you know, then they do a full 180. It's like, okay, yeah, that was genuine.
I don't understand why people got such a fucking problem with that. Like, let everybody be whatever gender, whatever the fuck they want, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I never got that. Like, what's the problem? Like, right?
Generally, the problem is that it, because it is seen as effeminate to be gay, it challenges their masculinity and makes them uncomfy.
Yeah, but you're not gay if someone else is gay. Like, you know, I got plenty of gay friends.
Imagine this. I can't tell you how many people I have the conversation with when they find out that I'm bi and I'm married and I've been with my wife for over 20 years. And they're like, but don't you want to, like, you know, go do it with guys all the time? I'm like,
God.
No.
What was that a couple of weeks ago? That fucking
it's like no, I'm in a monogamous relationship. I'm in a monogamous relationship. It's just like, you can be married to a girl or to a woman. You can be married to a woman and you're still attracted to other women, but you don't go out and bang them. Just like I could be attracted to other women. I could find other women attractive, or I find other guys attractive. I'm not going to go out and bang them. It's like, it's also this notion that if people are gay, somehow they stop breeding. It's like, what?
Yeah, it's like, their reproductive systems just don't work anymore.
They just don't work anymore. Like, all of a sudden I'm gay, so that makes me infertile. It's like, what? You do realize that surrogacy and body partners were a
Yeah,
thing
and
in ancient
IVF
Greece
are
and ancient
all
Rome. Yeah,
yeah.
but ancient Greece and ancient Rome, okay,
That's
especially ancient Greece, accepting of homosexual relationships, in certain contexts, they
Mhm.
had their own philosophical ideas about it, but two guys who were gay was fine, and they could still have kids because you'd have a body partner
It was
that came in and was like,
it encouraged positive morale amongst
there you
the
go.
troops and your
And
comrades
evolutionarily,
and whatever.
I mean,
Yeah.
come on. You tell me the Spartans didn't.
Right.
I mean, come on, man, come on. One of their big things was brushing each other's hair. Come on.
goodness
Okay.
gracious. Yeah, right. That's
I
true.
mean, I'm down.
That's true. That's true. You think Spartans, you don't think there's spare time. You just think them on the battlefield.
No, it's just going to
Let
show
them
that,
do whatever they want.
dudes,
Each his own.
it was just to go to show that guys who like anal play will whoop your ass on the fucking battlefield.
That's what I'm saying. I don't hold that against nobody,
Tell you
man.
what.
There's a lot of gay boxers out there that do their thing. You get what I'm saying? So
My ex-husband was 230 pounds, 6'4" of, a man's man. But let me tell you,
We call those bears.
his prostate tickled. What can I say?
okay, I got it.
Yeah, it's
Right there with
wild.
you. Today.
Wild that
Yeah.
I think, and obviously, I think the education issue here in America is extremely problematic. The attack on education, attack on public education, like we are seeing today, trying to get kids out of public schools and put them into facilities that teach.
Dougie.
I think I'm hearing myself.
Yeah.
I love it.
Sorry.
Test.
Hello,
Okay,
hello.
I'm good. Yeah. So, but yeah, education is the biggest issue. And so, I mean, it's one of the things I would do if I was president. I would cut 10% of the defense budget, put 10% of the defense budget.
10%. At this point,
directly into
20 with the bloat that Trump is.
Oh yeah, 20% would be good nowadays. Let me see. How much would 20?
What is it at 1.5 trillion now?
Budget be? 20% of the defense budget would be $300 billion. I would love to put $300 billion.
Yeah.
I'd love to put $300 billion into public education. $300 billion in public education for the nation.
I
Like,
swear. Like everything that could possibly. This feels like when I sold my Volkswagen. Like everything that could be upside down and backwards, like on that vehicle and in this government, and could be done like in the most inefficient way possible, is currently being enacted.
Probing Time 666 says, "Oh yeah, that prostate. Damn thing has to be hiding up there though. LOL."
Right.
Thank you, Probing Time. Appreciate that. I used to make the joke is like Probing Time 666. Probing Time 666. You remember the time Probing Time 666 came in the chat and then said it's probing time, and then everybody probed. It was awesome.
I've been on Probing Time for a long time. We were because we don't see each other as often as we used to, and for reasons I honestly don't know. Actually, I might have an idea.
And Verillion, good to see you, Verillion. Thanks so much for being here. And Verillion, 80 billion fixes all homelessness. You just take it from the defense budget. We don't need to be spending 1.5 trillion fucking dollars.
It's defense contractors is what it is. They have zero incentive now to be competitive. Because there isn't much in the way of competition. But the way that they get paid is so ridiculous. Because they don't really get paid for the work that they do. They get paid in anticipation of the work that they're going to do. And so they don't, like, everything incentivizes them to raise costs on everything, since the budget, the budget is sort of infinite. in some cases. So they don't really have any carrot,
Let's see. I don't. That
or
would
any
be
stick. They just have all
that would
carrot.
be a package. Oh yes. Jessica Transmit Alchemist for $2 says cis straight men who don't know about the perineum.
Right. I just so I had this jacket that I found a couple months ago. And it was given to me by a dental office that broke my heart. And it had their embroidery on it. And it's a North Face jacket. It's like $150 jacket. And so I took the stitching out, ripped all the stitching out. But then there was, because it's that, it's sort of, it's not really waterproof, but it has that, I don't know. Anyway, the stitching sort of showed through still. And so I wanted something to cover it. And I was like, maybe I'll just go old school and get like patches, like old school patches, and just make this my patch jacket. And so slowly but surely I'll find one, they're like $8 or whatever. And my latest one is, or actually there's two, but it's one says, "'Twas the tism, my lord," and it's got a little frog with looks like a little knight. And then the other one says, "May you have the confident." No, how does it? Shit. I guess I could just look. Can I? Let's see. This is gonna let me do this. Hang on.
Let me see. I was if that would actually be something I'd run on, a $300 billion injection into the U.S. public school system. Like, what could we do? Like, we could increase teacher salaries, allocate money to infrastructure improvements, safety and health, mental health. I would say we could close the education gap. That would be pretty awesome.
Carry yourself with the confidence of a mediocre white man. And then this was the other one.
How many? So this is the key thing. Spam. What spam brings up? How many public schools are in the U.S.? So there are approximately, it says, like, as of the 2025-2026 school year, there are approximately 99,200 to 100,926 public schools in the United States. So, okay, so this includes over 90,000 regular public schools, along with public charter schools, special education, alternative education schools. Public school enrollment is roughly 49.6 million students. The key on this is that it wouldn't be $300 billion earmarked equally for every single institution, because you have some schools that were built in, say, the early 2000s, and then some schools that were built like in the fucking 70s. And so depending upon what they need, so each school would have to assemble a package. So you'd have $300 billion set aside. That's for the public school system to access. And then each school would assemble a package that would then be submitted, and then they would be approved for a certain amount from that. And then there would be a cap on how much they could get and a minimum for how much they could get. And you'd have like a certain amount allocated for each one, but not every school is going to need the exact same amount. And so that's how you'd be able to allocate the funds out directly. And so some schools may need more while other schools may need less. And you try to get them all to the same standard. You probably need more than $300 billion if you wanted to give it to every single school equally, but you don't want a school built in like 2015, and has the infrastructure that all schools need to get the same amount of money that a school built in the 80s needs, that desperately needs that infrastructure injection. So you'd have to go about it. It'd have to be a lot of checks and balances on how the money got allocated to ensure each individual school got exactly what they needed to get them up to par with everybody else. I mean, obviously it would be difficult, but it would not be impossible. You just need, and I think the people that need to be tapped for that is not the Department of Education, but the Department of Education needs to tap the resources of the administrators down below to figure out what those schools need. That's where that information needs to come from. So I am not a I'm not a budget analyst. I am not an accountant. So I'm just spitballing here as to how that money would be allocated. But it definitely just just take that chunk off of the defense and put it right there.
That's it. That's good too. And they should also invest in more effective homeschooling for like people that rather do that. Like a lot of parents would do that too.
We do that. Individuals who choose to homeschool have tax rebates, because the things that the parents need to buy in order to like stuff like good, they have to go out of pocket. That stuff can be written off and they can get reimbursed. So those systems are already in place. Not to mention there's a bunch of other like social systems per state, depending upon what it is, where they can get access to the materials they need to ensure that children are getting educated, so that homeschooling kids don't come out like,
Yeah. That's good.
As is tradition.
Yeah, because they can homeschool them, but parents themselves cannot administer the GED. So in order to get your final certificates, it's not like parents are just going like, "You graduated, yay!" It's like, no, there's still standards they have to meet and they have to submit. So,
I can't imagine having the hubris to think that I could educate an entire human.
And spam is homeschooling here in Australia is part of the education system, held to the exact same standard, and it works great. I love that. I love that idea. That way we don't have kids going homeschooling and parents homeschooling the kids so that they can insert Jesus into everything,
which is usually what this is the new homeschooling, because when I was a kid, it was the crunchy parents, like my cousin who's super crunchy, very smart, very crunchy, but that shift is so weird, how the crunchy like no vax homeschool people like turned into today's MAGA. It's wild.
I'm not vaxxed, but I don't got nothing against it though.
I honestly think that you should, because against anti-vaxxers, because they pose a legitimate threat to public health.
You don't get vaxxed for you necessarily. You get vaxxed for everybody else, because your liberty stops at my white blood cells.
Because to this day, I social distance, I wear masks and shit like that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
If you had, J Money, you got kids?
Yeah, I got a little boy.
So if you imagine, like some say, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if you imagine a hypothetical scenario where your son became immunocompromised, right? With an immunocompromised child, you may not have the money necessary in order to facilitate that. So they probably may still have to take part in like public school and shit like that. Now, immunocompromised children go to school all the time. The key is that the herd immunity ensures that your kid will be safe when they're at school, because all the other kids are vaccinated. So the odds of them transmitting something to your child who can't have a vaccine because they're immunocompromised, that would keep your kids safe. The more anti-vaxxers, and because, Jinju brings up school kids are walking petri dishes. Yep. So the anti-vax movement puts children at risk, which is why we're seeing measles outbreaks all over the country, because when we didn't before, and now measles is becoming more prevalent, and measles is fucking dangerous.
Measles is deadly. It's killed lots of kids, and it scars the shit out of you. I mean, it does horrific things to your skin.
I like what Earl said. You don't do it for you. You do it for the other kid who can't do it. Herd immunity is so important. You notice how I get that. Yeah. The whole COVID thing kind of dropped off once we reached herd immunity. It's like, shit.
It hasn't. It'll never go away, but
it's not gone. It's not gone, but we got it under control once we finally reached herd immunity. So
I still follow the rules though. I wear the mask.
Yeah,
my understanding on that. But there is no measles outbreak, RFK. There is no Warren Bossing say.
Yeah, just numerically though, as far as like, our famous 2020 issue, herd immunity, it's still going around everywhere.
There's a new variant actually out.
Yeah, out of there, this isn't one of those things you get herd immunity from functionally. The thing is that it fortunately mutated to a form that wasn't quite as hostile as the original, like the original and Delta. Those first two variants, like when they were like lower lung instead of upper bronchial, the ones that were causing the COVID pneumonia, those variants were like violently nasty.
They were brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The animals.
It broke my heart hearing people like with COVID and they're dying and they're begging for the vaccine. Like that's just
Yeah,
breaks your heart.
It is tragic to hear, but the animal has changed. You know,
Yeah.
it's not what it was.
If the administration had bothered to explain the fact that mRNA vaccine technology has been around since the 70s, that it wasn't brand new, that it wasn't, untested, that it had been used in other viruses and other epidemic, across the world with great success, and has been shown and proven to be safe and effective. And the reason why it was able to be utilized so quickly, because mRNA is really cool that you can sort of like inject the DNA or the RNA in there, and then it does its thing. Like it's easy, relatively speaking, to produce, which is also why it's such cool technology. But if they had bothered to say any of that, like I don't think that we would be in this predicament today with people who just deny that vaccines in their totality. Like it's like they forgot that they had vaccines as a kid. Like do you remember having mumps or rubella or for newer people chicken pox or
hey, ask your mother or your ask your parents, your mother, your father, your grandmother, your grandfather,
just show them their scar
about that scar on their arm.
Right.
That's how we did that. Right.
When did you have polio last? Oh, you haven't. Oh, funny. There's a reason for that,
Don Giovanni says, "Yeah, facts don't matter to idiots, anti-vaxxers." And I imagine because I was established as a necessary, or I was declared a necessary worker during the pandemic, and I worked maintenance for an apartment complex, and it was during the summer in Texas, which means that people need their ACs, especially when they're quarantining. You have like a whole bunch of people. The apartment complex that I worked for was a pretty old one. So we had the AC units of those things were like 20 years old. So we were running around doing a lot. It was not a great apartment complex. A lot of stuff that needed to be fixed, but I was working maintenance. I was a necessary worker, and
staying busy.
And I was running around to apartments all day long with people who were quarantined. And it wasn't, you have an idea in your head as to what it'll be like. But when they start pulling bodies out of apartments, which is the thing that I know people talked about hospitals and they talked about what was going on in New York, but on the ground,
my neighbor died.
On the ground level, when you're going to work and seeing the ambulance there, pulling another resident out of a house or out of an apartment. Okay. When that becomes regular, there's something very, very bad going on. A million
people in the US alone. Like that's nuts.
That's when it was real for me. And I realized, and even seeing that, I'm still going into people's apartments in order to fix their plumbing, fix their electricity, fix their AC units, because you can't have people in like 110 degree heat sitting in an apartment, and we were going
amongst their funk, in their most intimate funk zone. I'm a dental hygienist. I literally work 18 inches from people's face holes all day. And I've never had COVID. And I tell people all the time, it's funny. It's like vaccines and masks and washing your hands works.
Yeah, that's
And
what
yet,
I
all these
do.
anti-vaxxers, I guarantee you, will still wash their hands after they wipe their ass.
Right. Right.
It's like, oh, so you got a problem with so you have a problem with the COVID vaccine, but you don't have a problem with fucking dysentery.
Right.
Fan friggin' tastic.
Cool. Right.
But I don't got
I
a
mean,
problem.
I trying to explain to them, it's like, and then, they're often like young earth creationists and stuff. And so then, going into an entire like evolution debate and holy shit.
What was,
It's so exhausting because to debate any of these people, you're never just debating the one topic. You have to re-educate them on 16 other things in totally disparate fields before you can even get to the actual debate topic, because their level of misinformation is so astronomical. It's quite taxing. It's kind of a guilty pleasure for me though, because I'm a sucker for learning dumb, weird knowledge. I'm really good at trivia, It's like,
what was
I like
what were you
having
saying?
that skill.
What were you saying, Jay?
Oh no! Oh no! I was, I was saying something before, right? I forgot. Like I lost my train of thought. It's all good.
Well, we're 5 minutes away from the 7-hour mark, and we haven't anybody come up into the back. Don't have any new any believers like that. There were some people in the live chat I were kind of hoping would come up. I don't have any other content to review. I don't want to like dive into a new video as far as like, reviewing stuff. I've already tagged the other guy that we reviewed earlier today. So, but I think this may be a good spot. We're 5 minutes out, and I think 7 hours is pretty good. Let people get something to eat, or if you're about to crash, to go to bed. I myself, I have a pretty big day tomorrow, working in the garage. So, but I think this is a good point. So I think
you work on cars or wood shop or
no, I'm doing some remodeling in my garage, in my attached garage area. I'm thinking about turning it into either a work area, or I don't want to use it as a storage, and I'm not going to use it to park my car, but I'm thinking about turning it into a some
studio
workspace.
Nice.
Maybe studio. I have to see how the ventilation is there. Otherwise, I'll be doing stuff, and I'll just be like sweating. So
that would be a problem.
So I will say this: I appreciate everybody being up here. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, you barely got to talk, man.
No worries.
He was driving and talking all kinds of funny shit in the live chat.
I appreciate you. That was while I was here. Like, I only put one comment inside chat before the start of the show. I put one when I was hitting the road. Everything after that was after I was already home and just quietly, listening to Tony.
He was cooking. Yeah.
Oh, he definitely was.
He was Krakatoniing.
I missed that part. I probably came in late.
He blew a couple of times.
There were a couple after. Yeah,
it's great.
So what I appreciate, thank you, Jay Money, and thank you, Earl, as well, for popping up. Unless there's all of a sudden a believer in the back who wants to come up on stage, there's speak now, forever hold your peace. Actually, no,
I'll be nice.
We'll be doing this again. We'll be doing it on Wednesday because Sunday and Wednesday seem to be working out really, really well. And about the same time, I started it at 6 o'clock seems to be a good time to start, 6 or 7, but 6, 7. But nonetheless, but I appreciate everybody being here, and thank you so much for all the super chats and those and all of you channel members out there. I couldn't do this without you. So yeah, I think we're good. Anybody have anything for us before?
Watch Project Hail Mary. Watch Project Hail Mary. Do yourself the favor. Watch Project Hail Mary, guys.
Sweet. And I think we're good. Awesome. So on that,
I got my blog.
Thank you all so much. And yes, definitely check out Earl's stuff, Earl's channel, and of course her blog. So, and I appreciate everybody being here. You guys rock. As always, this is Bridge the Divide. This is the Stage of Reason, and I am JL. Like I said, we're going to do this on Wednesday. We're going to do it again soon, and I hope to see everybody, and hopefully we'll have some more interesting conversations. I want to thank you all for hanging out. As always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. Peace. Be help if I have this queued up.